is just fantastic.
Hello everyone, welcome to the end of year review for the year of 2025 for Foodie Beauty. Oh boy, I'm not sure if this is going to be long or not. If it is, I'm really sorry. If it's not, I'm also sorry. The problem with these videos, and I'll say it at the beginning because it seems appropriate, is it's impossible, because of every dumb thing she says, for me to cover every single part of it within her content. January is no exception, although I did make a number of videos over the course of the month because of how quiet things were. They'll undoubtedly feature here as well. So let's dive in to January 2025. The very first video she released in the month of January 2025 was her vlog travelling from Kuwait back to Canada. Now we all know this was a visa run. Over many videos that she released and some live streams that she tried, she failed to address this problem, citing that the people do not know what her real life is like. So we can only assert that it was a visa run, and the reason she chose Canada was to collect her Christmas presents, even though she totally doesn't celebrate it, eat food that is and to also partake in narcotics, because Thailand's out of the equation now, isn't it?
Hello from the Kuwait International Airport.
Obligatory interruption, because this is where something slightly different occurs. Whereas in the past Chantal on her visa runs has only gotten one seat, she decided to upgrade herself because she's dainty and not so stupid apparently.
So I got 2 seats this time, and I have to say it was the best thing ever. As usual, having an extra seat, oh my gosh, my makeup is everywhere, was just much more comfortable.
I could honestly believe she needed the second seat for space, but then you look at the space she inhabits, and actually I think it's because she's a bit more of an introvert. She can't do people, which explained why when her visa was approved she left and went back to Kuwait so fast. So that those that are acting in a bit more of a stalkerish manner, yes, you know who you are, and no, I don't care for you, don't find her, hunt her down, hang out with her, use her as a chew toy in person, or just laugh together and take photos. Now Chantal's first stream of the year is titled I Love Kuwait, where on this stream we get a dance to go with it, where we get to see her mad skills in the movement department. We've yet to even get to her New Year's resolutions. Those are funny. They're soon, don't worry. I covered those in a separate video which we will show a clip of.
Going on in the streets. I love Kuwait. I love Kuwait.
Now ignoring the blatant hypocrisy of her claiming to be a Muslim, well and true revert that is, and accepting Christmas gifts and going through all the gifts she received and brought back with her, the only other part of interest was a minor amount of tension when Salah had introduced her to a dessert and she went to eat it before eating everything else first, right? But it was kind of inconsequential because he's not on camera anymore, so you don't really get to see this chemistry, or lack thereof.
So this is a very, very popular Syrian dessert, and it's called halawat al-juban, right?
Yes.
And you put some of this liquid sugar on it. Just on a couple pieces. I want the pieces with the pistachios. You want some now or later, babe?
No, it's after food, babe.
Well, excuse me, but I'm eating my dessert first.
What?
I'm craving this so bad since you showed it to me. Okay, so.
Babe, this one must be after the food.
I should wait?
After the meal.
Okay.
It's just sweets. Okay, so.
Okay, babe.
Now Chantal did share with us a number of vlogs from her time in Canada. In truth, it is the single most dull thing I've ever seen, ignoring Amberlynn Reid's attempts at vlogging which are comical at the best of times. The only thing I was interested in was the dog, who I felt bad for, being around this gross Nurgle plagueling. So instead we're going to skip to another live stream of Chantal's, titled Jet Lagged, where one of the dumbest things she said was the following.
Exactly, sour gummies. I find it the hugest turnoff of life for a man not to pay bills, to not have any income, to like just rely on the woman. No. that I will never do that ever again in my life.
Yes, well, we both know that is fundamentally a lie. But Chantal is well known for her lies.
OMG. Alright, this is the legendary puts in. Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, I had to include one clip of her saying something stupid because it tickled me to no end. The French disavow. Now, in one of her Canadian vlogs, she does actually go into why she came back to Canada in the first place. But because this is entirely based on a lie, as opposed to the title that says, The Truth Behind Coming to Canada, right, Visa Run, we know we can disregard much of what she says because everyone else has sussed her out already and she doesn't like that. She wants to, much like Amber Lynn, control the narrative. But as she's barely in control of her own habits, much like Amber, she can't do this.
I have missed you. I left my ring in the shower. So, alright, my decision to come to Canada was not planned in advance, okay? A lot of things I do are very impromptu and last minute and impulsive, as you know, my character, unfortunately. But, you know, for a while, throughout the year, my mom and sister were asking me, when are you coming to Canada?
In the same video, she tried to downplay the influence of the Visa Run and therefore their haters, as they're more commonly known, of the world. Those people? Right. It's a lot of BS from her. Everyone knows it's a Visa Run. Because the moment she got that visa, she was back in Kuwait. It was tragic, let's face it. How sad and empty is one's life that they rush back to a place further away from anyone else that is living, just to stick it to the haters. And not because you think you are something or living happy. Although I can understand wanting to live far away from some people that go a bit too far, harangue, hassle, bully, and try and track you down every available moment that you're in that country. Eventually, the vlogging Canada did in fact end, and yes, our suffering with it. I'm not going to play the video of her flying back because I don't see the point, but we do have a little clip of her return because, obviously, she was jet-lagged. Now, this clip had been, in February, investigated. It was investigated because people were wondering if the audio from this, and in other clips, where Salah is laughing, was in fact pre-recorded. I think it's something simpler. I think the laughing is insincere and staged.
Yes, I still have jet lag. Salah is so cute every time. Every morning you ask me, how are you feeling today, babe? Are you still jet lagged? Hey, sweet love.
Yeah.
So on January the 7th, in an effort to change her ways, Chantal started uploading a different idea for a video, but it's still the same format of eating and talking. This was no rage, because she didn't want to give the haters too much ammunition. There's another one later on, a different resolution, and I should point out just before this had happened, Howie the hamster had passed away. At this point, we still didn't know why or how, but you could surmise short-lived animal, being left and abandoned for vast amounts of time by Trups, either escaped from cage and was killed by cat or died of some natural causes. But back to Chantal, rest in peace of course Howie. She released a video called KFC Mukbang, Loaded Twister, Cheese Fries, Crunchy Burger, My New Year's, blah blah blah. Okay. She's really trying not to do the rage, so she starts off strong. Of course she does. She has junk food in front of her. All the chimkin in all the land.
So the cruncher is interesting because it has a hash brown patty, cheese, mayo, lettuce, and like a piece of chicken.
Can you tell Chantal likes her carbs? Now, I did skip ahead in the video and got to the part where she talks about her resolutions. The only part that we care about is the following. Because, yeah, no, she's not keeping this one for long and we all know it.
Honestly, one of the biggest resolutions is to stick to my resolutions. But like one of them is like honestly just not giving a crap. What people say or think. Like what I just did, like when I said like if I fail in front of people, they're gonna use that to really, you know, I told you you're a failure, blah blah blah. So what?
In this same video, she did claim that she'd been rage-free for the entire of the year so far, 7 days. However, it should be pointed out she did spend 4 of those days sleeping from jet lag. Usually creatures that are quite large can in fact hibernate. She is one of them, provided the aircon is on. One other resolution took my attention, and that was a weight loss one. Because that's what you want to do in the middle of a KFC mukbang that is over 2,000 calories. Have a goal, you dainty girl. Because nothing reeks more of, dedication to the craft and cause than eating junk food while talking about losing weight.
But generally I would like to lose 100 pounds in 6 months.
Now, I mentioned there was another plan for the year for Chantal. This involved another resolution, one which I don't think she could ever truly do for longer than a week. Genuinely at this stage, a week at most, and that is pushing it. So she does the exact same mukbang again, not a joke, the exact same one, and talks about doing no fast food for the year, even though she at this point is now 8 days into it.
Hi, my name is Foodie Beauty. So I have to, and everything I'm about to say, you're gonna think is cap. I have to abstain.
Because of who Foodie Beauty is, no one truly believes for a moment she has abstained in the slightest, because over the course of this month, her weight doesn't really go down. Yet at some points we see mukbangs, she does eat what looks to be healthier, but at the same time, not. And we'll get to that. Because whereas she may start strong by presenting a salad, she does actually rely on takeaway. And this is where I get to insert one of my videos on this. The fake dieter who has a resolution for the year that's even on her thumbnail, this thumbnail, clearly a form of bait. Now it is titled,
Eat dinner with me, healthy fish and rice meal in Kuwait.
You'll notice the like-to-dislike is visible, and she only just has more dislikes. But her video isn't doing that well on viewership. That is a growing trend with Chantal. More and more of the haters are no longer as visible or present. Many prefer to watch through the members and the participants of World. Totally fine, not my place to judge. But this is the economy she's created, which means in turn, her channel is going to continue to suffer. The comments, as always, heavily regulated on her channel, but the most prevailing theme about it is if you're going to eat healthier, the portion of certain aspects of this meal, the size of which, is not going to do you much in the way of favours. So let's dive right in.
And action! Hi guys, I'm kind of hyper, and you're gonna get it. Alright, so today for dinner we have a repeat, okay? I know.
Considering all you are is a mukbang channel, there are only a finite number of combinations of food you can go with, even in a place like Kuwait, where there are more exotic options available to you. And you are going to, because creature of habit, and because you're going to try to, briefly, keep this resolution, you are going to have to repeat certain meals. It's the conversation that matters though, right?
See if you can guess.
I'm going to guess, because of this thumbnail, that it's not the slop that was doing its rounds on Twitter that looked like someone had taken a number of twos and put them on your plate. One having eaten more spinach and the other eaten more, well, something unhygienic.
Look at this little container of rice. I love it. Portion control.
If you don't mind me asking, where might I find the portion control? Because Chantal's desperately trying to avoid rage bait and rage posting and getting involved in anything that could introduce rage, she's bottling it up, and that means, yes, at some point this month, it's going to come out in some way. And it does, don't worry. Now, I will link that video in the premiere chat, if anyone's interested. So if you're watching this then, hi. If you're watching this on playback, good luck. There's more context. My main argument and gripe is that she can make the rice at home. In fact, all of it can be made at home. But because she's so lazy and because it's too hot during the day, she can't go and get the food. You can argue until you are blue in the face, which isn't far off, that you are somehow eating healthier with portion control. Yes, by eating food equivalent to, I'd say, 2 large people's meals. Ideally, you want 100 grams of rice, not 500. Now, I should point out, this isn't the first time she does this, which is clearly intended as rage bait, because she does it knowing her audience and the haters are going to see it and comment on it. Because there's more than one mukbang of her totally not doing takeaway while doing takeaway at the same time. When you're serving it in the takeaway tray, or pot, bowl even, then we know you're cutting corners. And don't forget here, that portion size is monstrous. It's Amber Lynn Reid territory of average portion. 1 cup, which is equivalent in size to essentially a shovel.
Well, hello folks. Dinner time tonight we have chicken and rice and a desperate cat here. For Knife is very popular chicken company here in Kuwait. I don't think that I'm not sure about this challenge. I haven't eaten fast food yet.
On the screen, an image taken from the restaurant where she ordered her food from. Tell me guys, does this food count as takeaway? Or is Chantel somehow healthier because she got what looks moderately healthy even though the portion size is out of control, which totally excuses the fact it is from a fast food takeaway restaurant, served in the bowl it arrived in, no doubt delivered by her DoorDash delivery driver, Salah. Now Chantel, because she's still not doing takeaway at this point, went and did a 4-hour live stream going to Hardee's, where she ate food. Shocker, it's 4 hours. She has to eat at least every 30 minutes. She then went home, fired up the live stream again because she'd made more food. I don't know how you can, humble brag about this, going from place to place to get more food, to make more food, to eat more food, in a place that looks like it's basically pestilence with beige on the walls. I'm assuming magnolia to be more precise. But as the month progressed and we got nearer to the middle of the month, this was Chantel's attitude to no rage baiting, rage posting, no junk food, no takeaway. But as everyone knows, if we can't see under that table, we know damn well a bonus sandwich is nearby. And if not, Salah will go and get it, because he's a good little beta bish. On the subject of Salah, let's introduce him randomly here. Although he doesn't feature, Chantel just has something to tell us.
Just remember, I don't know, we fell asleep and then I woke up and I got startled because, babe, you were right here still, holding. I felt restricted. I'm like, what the heck is holding me down? And then I realized it was your arm. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, that's nice, though, to wake up to.
Tell your audience you don't regularly sleep next to your husband, and rarely do. Without telling us you don't regularly sleep next to your husband. Although at the same time, tell us you don't have a husband without telling us you don't have a husband. Does he get squatters' rights? Or is it the other way round?
Hello, welcome back to another video. Alright, I think this one is one you've seen before, but it bears repeating because one of my favorite dishes, y'all. So I thought I would just eat dinner with you and, talk and blah, blah, blah. So, I hope you're well. I hope you have something good to eat for dinner today. I have bechamel pasta. So let's dump it. Yeah, it's like a brick.
It's still not takeaway, guys, even if it arrives in a takeaway dish. Portion control as well, I see. Yes. Carbs, and cheese. Renowned for being very healthy for you, in fact. I just want to say, what is the point of doing no takeout, to then order takeout, claim it's healthier, but make it a mountain of pasta that you then later load with more bad things? See, portion control is one thing, but if you're not looking at the nutritional value of what you're eating, you're just filling yourself out because of compulsion and because you're Chantel. Sometimes they're separate, because you have to remember here Chantel is incredibly stupid. I can be certain many of you don't bother to wonder why Chantel pants so much when she goes out and about. Well, doing the following would not help. And when I first saw it, it reminded me an awful lot of a chip butty, but done by somebody who is beyond a level of moron and in a realm unto itself. I say itself because I'm not entirely sure you qualify as human anymore.
I know. Yeah, I eat pita bread with my bechamel. That's so good. Eat a bite.
This is my dinner. Dinner number 1, don't worry. My only dinner.
I and my lovely mod Leona firmly believe that the reason Chantal shoves it so far back into her mouth, her food that is because she doesn't actually use her teeth to bite her food, because she can't. Her teeth have always looked like they're made of Lego blocks with the front filed off, and the way she chews makes it seem like she's using the bridge of her mouth instead and moving it from side to side against gums and gaps to try and make it take, as it were. Bites like that don't help. Carbs, carbs and carbs, am I right, folks? On the 16th of January 2025, Chantal announced the passing of her hamster Howie. To do this, she also showed later in a vlog the burial of Howie, and in livestream form. Now, I have certain rules when it comes to showing deceased animals, so I'm not going to be showing that here. I think personally it feels like a violation of terms of service, but I'm not going to report because I can't be asked. Also, she's like herpes. Once you've got it, you just can't get rid of it. So instead we're going to go to one of 2 Beezes, one a mukbang and the other a cappuccino thingy, because it highlights some parts of Chantal I want to address. Or I feel are pertinent for this video anyway.
Okay, let's go walk around a little bit. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh, look at this. I have to get up on this. It's so high. Do you think I can do it? Hold on. Oh, I did it.
What I love about Chantal's live streams is that she took them, she then turned it into a clip video, and I've managed to reduce it even further into something more palatable and digestible, because everything else is utterly redundant. Although I could do a 10-minute video based on her live stream of all her deep breaths when she waddles. All you hear is constantly. It's alarming.
Salah's activated baby voice. Yes, babe. Have a chocolate glazed. It's because Salah is daddy.
We have to mention Salah a little because he does vaguely feature here and there over the course of the month, but he is a bit of an extra these days. Mostly off camera, you'll hear his voice. I don't think he wants to be there, but the green card thing isn't panning out now, is it? Now, over the course of this month, you can clearly tell Chantal is brewing. She's building up. She desperately needs to get some of her insanity out of her system. And I say insanity because a lot of what she bleats on about comes from the fact that she couldn't even hold on to her own resolutions and simply ignore the haters. If she was able to, she wouldn't have noticed that many of them still snipe her, something which I do fundamentally disagree with. I think it is, well, quite frankly, you shouldn't be doing it. It's a dick move to take from them while they're still lying. You know who you are. Stop thinking you're above everyone else. You obese smeghead. Because Chantal is obsessively watching the haters, she sees this. And so she had the following to say.
You guys, for 300 viewers, and somebody else uses my content for 4,000, so while stream sniping. No thanks. So, yeah. I'm gonna get off for now. Thank you, Shanna. I don't know, does that seem fair to you guys?
Now, it wouldn't be a month, of course it wouldn't, without Chantal breaking all her promises and attempts to do better by herself, although she never held on to her promises in the first place, but this time, in video form, actively giving up. She did a mukbang with Burger King. How exciting.
Today, I am so excited to be trying Burger King! A new Whopper.
Okay, you've seen enough. Honestly, I just wanted to make you suffer just slightly. You made it this far. You're clearly a masochist. Now, of course, now the promise has been broken, the floodgates are open. This means Chantal can go ham, citing her disorders and, of course, her addictions as a excuse to not go to the gym and not look after herself and get even bigger, pushing beyond the limits of black being able to slim because now her hijab is being tucked into one of her chins.
I don't even know what this is. This is their...
Now that right there, everyone, is some healthy looking living. Am I right? Now something we should talk about is that over the course of this month, Chantal goes out a lot more. By doing so, she is showing that she is not as tethered or bound closely to Salah as she has given off before. Of course, there are a number of contradictions over the course of the year we'll get to, whether it be their relationship status, if they did break up at any point, why he doesn't travel with her, you know, the standard stuff. Well, I'm going to skip ahead a bit, because there was something that happened, and Chantal did blow over a little, and I covered it in a video on this channel, when she went to go and get ice cream at night.
You went to Cuba by yourself? Yeah, but I'm not a married Muslim. I wasn't a married Muslim woman then
I thought it right, as these clips are going to be out of order, I'll try and put them in the correct order, but I thought I'd start with this one, because it's a long-held belief I've had, I'm sure many have had, that Chantal, Foodie Beauty, Visa Productions, Big Beautiful Me, the Sleaze in Kuwait, is not legitimately nor legally married to Salah.
There's a Lulu? There's a Lulu man! Lulu man! Oh no, I only have big bills. Oh no.
For this to make sense, Chantal wanted ice cream. Now there were a couple bones of contention that Salah raised. Not least the fact she only brought large bills with her. Also, the fact that she is a single woman out on her own at night.
Tamam?
هذا ليس بيمشي العملة بتاعتنا.
اوكي.
تمام. كده عايزين 50 بس.
That's just Hamza?
150.
Oh, okay, hold on. Just give me a sec. I'll just put my stuff here.
What I love is that after being in Kuwait for about 2 years on off, she still doesn't really speak enough of the language.
I gave him the money. Like, you didn't even see what happened and you're yelling at me. I gave him he gave me the menu. I pointed to something that was 95 fills. He didn't have anything left. So then I put you guys down. I said, do you have change for a 10? He looked at me like I'm friggin' the R word. So I said, okay, give me the most expensive thing you have, which was this thing, the Fantastic. And then he gave me change. I was okay, Breezeth, at home, actually. And then I went out and just like started getting annoyed. And then this, like, way to give reaction channels even more fodder, you know?
I love that your mentality in this is that your husband is annoyed with you. Quote around the word husband. He's telling you in the live chat because apparently civility in private is not a thing because you're not really married. And your first thought is how the reaction channels are going to take this by giving them additional information. I thought we were doing no drama this year. Now, clearly there's no real line of communication between them beyond him delivering her food, because in her live chats he has appeared multiple times, which is why this has been left on the screen, to tell her off because she's acting inappropriately, right? I mean, she's hardly modest even with all that clothing on. Her behaviour is uncouth, she besmirches her husband, she besmirches the country of Kuwait, she perhaps besmirches her faith or claim to faith.
If you had this, you would understand, okay? It's so good.
Oh, and yes, she's trying to imitate Nikocado Avocado at his heaviest. I just thought I'd insert that randomly. There are many other mukbangs she's done and comments she's made, but I cannot justify spending that much time going through all of that. I don't get the views it used to. So let's skip ahead to when Chantal made her own version of a shepherd's pie, which offended me to my very core.
Alright guys, so here I am showing you a bit of the cooking of my moussaka cottage pie. Yes, that's right, it's a cottage pie with mashed up eggplant inside to add some extra nutrients and fiber. So I'm just going to saute some onions in some olive oil here. As you saw, the the potatoes are boiling. And you're going to add 1 pound of ground beef to that and about 1 medium eggplant. And you're going to cook it down until the beef is brown. And add some spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion powder, and a bit of nutmeg.
And when Chantal... Yes, she did cook that, and it's an abomination, of course it is. To when Chantal started an exercise challenge. The only part you need to see is the treadmill part. The reason why is because it is quite clear and obvious she did not stay on there for 30 minutes, even at that lower setting. No offense intended, I can believe you paused it, got off, let it run for 30 minutes, got on for the last 10 seconds. Not gonna lie, Chantal's exercise challenge she'd set herself cracked me up because she immediately changed it anyway to this. This is you, Chantal. You're basically ripping off Amberlynn Reid, who tried to change her weigh-ins and blah 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 blah. It's the same crap every time. Also not helped by the fact that while she was going to exhaust all her takeout options because she only wanted 1 a day or something, which is also what Amber does, she got this cake, which you're seeing her eat. That's quite a heavy cake slice. Calorie wise, quite high. You really should just count your sodding calories and reduce it down just a little bit each time until you get it to a manageable level, one that is within acceptable parameters. For your size, I'd say get it down to at first 3,000 and then 2,500 over the course of a few months, because there's no way you're losing 100 pounds in 6 of them. You can gain it in that time. If Amber can gain nearly 50 in 3 months, you can damn well do it in 6. Now might be a good time to introduce an individual called Anime Sucks. This individual appeared multiple times during her live streams to donate quite large amounts of money, and then to continue encouraging Chantal whilst also flirting with Chantal. Mariam. Big Beautiful Me. Biza Productions. Fatty for Life. Foodie Booty. Only Fupa Fibro failed adult film Foodie Beauty actor. That. Right. Hopefully the images on the screen will shed some light on this. It did lead to Salah threatening the person, which is tragic. So earlier on I mentioned the Phasmophobia live streaming. She does the gaming thing, and it's not really her thing, but she still gets views. Can't be faulted. She gets 10 times what I get. Although I'm not entirely convinced they're there to watch her do well. I think they're there to watch her suffer. Not for the conversation either. She had a donation goal for this stream. She did not hit the goal for the stream. Although I think she may have set it a bit higher because in this first image here, ignoring the viewership because it's still more than what I get, she had 2 $10 donations and her goal wasn't being hit. Which tells me she set the goal of 5 super chats, but those 5 super chats are quite high up. Somebody's expecting a bit too much. Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneak. We should move to Africa. And the second one, we'd be the cutest couple. Al Sultan Salah did not appreciate this by saying, "This is your last warning. If you ever said anything flirty, you would be blocked and banned from this channel forever. Do we understand each other?" Now it turns out in the chat you also noticed teardrop warning this user as well, called Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed, with Salah saying thank you to the user Teardrop. Something that did crack me up towards the later end of the month was that a lot of the driving streams Chantal did ceased, not least because she's a dangerous driver. The amount of bumps on the curb or to other cars was astonishing. I also believe that the reason these stopped is because her money had dried up and she was waiting for payday. Now, she wasn't the most active during December of last year, so her paycheck for January wouldn't be that great. So if there was an argument between her and Salah which I could believe, it was over the fact that she's overspending and he has no money to offer, and because she blew a chance to be on Log Cow Live, there is no guaranteed income either. So she started doing mukbangs towards the end of the month, cooking food instead. This tells me a lot about her. She used to say she didn't care about money, but when she had money she blew it on fast food. When she ran out of money and couldn't borrow it from anyone else or get a short-term loan or another credit card, she would have to make her own food. She'd be angrier, grumpier, and ready to blow up at anyone that got near her. Something which I fully supported because I want to see more of a train wreck. January is a great example of her setting goals for herself, failing at every opportunity, looking every gift horse in the mouth, and insulting the very person she claims she loves, along with her own intelligence, although I'm not entirely sure there is much left in that peanut that she considers a brain. No doubt she stuck her finger in there a couple times and ate it. To summarise this month, it can be summarised briefly with the following. Failure. I doubt February will be any better for her, and I know I've missed out a lot. To those watching, I am well aware, but I spend far too long on these, and I don't get the views to justify doing this as much as people might think I should. That sounds selfish, but I should let you know there are things missing, but I don't think you need too much to be repeated within the same month, and undoubtedly much of what I have missed out will feature in the next, because Chantal is very much a cycle type.
Bye, guys.
Chantal begins the month off by trying to maintain a facade of healthiness, this thumbnail being the demonstration of that. 80% healthy, 20% junk. Yeah, she doesn't do very well on this, but you know what? Props for starting, am I right, folks?
Well, hello guys, hello. I don't have my eye makeup done yet, so I'm gonna look like a mole rat, but that's alright. Anyways, so I have a grocery haul here for you.
There will always be something strange to me about another person bragging about the groceries they purchased because it vaguely looks healthy, when I can genuinely believe Chantal didn't go and do any grocery shopping. Salah was simply paid to go and pick up some bits and bobs to give off the facade, the character, the presentation of somebody trying to make it work. After all those rip-roaringly successful funerals Chantal has, for each individual takeout she loves so much.
And today's video is going to be me just showing you, I don't know if I can still eat that. That's not good. What is this?
This tells you everything you need to know about Chantal, because it's not like she wrote a list of things she needed or wanted. She just got things. That is the bulk of this adventure. But because she doesn't have the same food anxieties that Amber possesses, it is a lot easier for her to simply shove it in her mouth and munch.
Did I say Bismillah? Bismillah. I thought I did. You can also say Bismillah in your mind as well.
The lovely mod that helps me compile these videos with the sources theorized to me that she doesn't so much chew her food as she simply moves it around her mouth, so she gives off the impression she's chewed 5 to 6 times for every mouthful, but actually she doesn't really have the teeth to do it. Her teeth aren't too broken, she can't afford the dental, because she wastes it on visa runs. That's March of this year, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. By the way, in case anyone's interested, this is a picture of Chantal with the meal she made herself in front of her. Here's a picture of Chantal eating fast food. As you can tell, we know where her heart really is. It's why she doesn't do her own cooking all that often, unless it's to brag about being on another weight loss journey where she loses nothing and continues to fill out those abayas. Yes, I've seen the pictures of when she first brought Sam to how she is now. It is impressive that she thinks she weighs less, and is willing to keep lying about that weight. You are almost wider than you are tall, as you might be if we measure your full waist. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? The next clip I'm going to show you was tweeted out by Charlie Gold. The clip concerns Chantal inserting herself into other people's drama. Let's see if you can work out who she's referring to.
And it's a he said, she said situation, right? In a way, like, You know, like, I'm not demeaning her experience, but like, I don't know like, we don't know like really what went on behind closed doors. And you can't say that about a Nosferatu, because you did see what goes on behind closed doors with that video. Very similar situation, pattern of behavior. So I mean, you know, like, it's just like, I don't know, what she was whining about having to wipe ass or something. I don't know, like, whatever.
Now that sounds an awful lot like certain conversations concerning Amber Lynn Reed, doesn't it? Or Amber, as we should just call her. Because for a period of time that shall ever be remembered as the annexed period of time, Beck had to wipe Amber, while Amber was using washcloths, or flannels as we call them here, to wipe her crack by putting her booty on the edge of a sink. That's grim, but alright. There's more to this clip though, and there's a takeaway point we need to highlight. So we're going to continue with what was tweeted out.
But yeah, like, no, it's, I don't know, it's stupid. I hate when people do that, like when they've been in a relationship and they out, like, so if I was like that and just outed people's business for clout and for no reason, then why did I not do that with BB? Why didn't I do that with Milan? Because he didn't give me a reason to. He wasn't an abusive person. He wasn't a piece of crap. Never happened. You know what I mean? So there's a big difference.
If you've worked out the big point, congratulations. If you haven't, to Chantal, the only person that can ever tell the truth is her. Everything else is hearsay. Lived experience or not, your motives are clearly solely for grifting. Nothing more. Why didn't you do it sooner, grifter? That's basically it. Now, it should be noted, Chantal's priorities when she live streams are very insular, very one-dimensional. Solely herself. If she doesn't get anything out of it, she's not going to be very happy. Her beezers mean the world, after all. It's why she bans them when they criticise her. But additionally, when she streams, she will eat. When she eats, she will eat a lot. She likes to find ways to deflect. For example, the mythical, totally not legitness bonus burger that has featured many times since she moved to Kuwait. Well, when she goes there before she does border hop for a visa run. Well, the bonus burger has done another rerun, a renaissance, an electric boogaloo. How exciting. I expect a trilogy in the future and the third to suck. But this time Chantal has justification for the bonus burger.
I have a bonus burger. But only, and you can look this up on Talabat yourself, if you order, there's a combo you can order that comes with a bonus burger. But I'm going to save it for Salah, but he says he doesn't want it. But I really shouldn't eat it. It's a bonus cheeseburger. Beautiful.
Forgetting here that Salah doesn't like fast food.
Probably not Vegas. Well, at least for me anyway. And for those who say, well, he might leave you to have kids later, whatever.
I should go back slightly and point out, there is a lot more Chantal has said in more recent streams concerning Allah and DV subjects, where she has dismissed much of what everyone else goes through, believing that only her truth is the truth and everyone else is just hearsay. Yeah, she's done that. Her latching on to the discussions concerning Beck and Amber, well, that'll get us some views at least, but unfortunately, much like her political beliefs, without any information to have researched, because she won't do it, it comes across as somebody who doesn't understand the complexities of it. With this, the speculation is that, well, Salah probably has one anyway. It wouldn't surprise me at this point if he did, hence the blasé. However, the blasé is a facade. Everyone knows this. Chantal is incredibly sensitive about this subject, because this subject hurts her. Don't forget here, when I first started covering her, in her video descriptions, she outright stated all she ever wanted to be was a mother. The moment she lost that, she became this. And since I've used clips from live streams, I should point out her streams aren't doing so well at this point anyway. Her viewership is dropping massively, averaging between 300 and 500 when she once was the queen of world. Hell, she's more pretty than 90% of you bastards. Did you know? The reason I mentioned she's not doing so well is because she's also been setting super chat goals. She hasn't hit her goals of late, and this is proof of it. Turns out nobody cares because why would they want to? Then again, those who are donating spend an inordinate amount of time flirting with Chantal. Exhibit A being this super chat here. Salah is apparently going to bat for his wife. When I see jackassery like this, I'm not entirely sure who I am or what I am going to believe. I will admit, though, on the face of it, this looks tragic. Because I could believe somebody is splitting between two accounts just to send these inappropriate messages to garner some relevancy. Now, something Chantal has been doing a little more when it's nighttime because it's cool enough is going out for drives. If anyone's seen her driving in a Temu car, you'll know it looks like absolute tragedy on the road. The car, that is, and her driving. She really doesn't know how to drive, at her size anyway. I do believe her girth is giving her restrictions and limitations. And while it can be considered commendable that she gets out, I would be slightly more concerned about the fines you'd get for the reckless behaviour you put onto the road.
No.
Take the next left toward 152nd Street.
Oh my
Then
God!
turn right onto
When I mentioned a level of suspicion towards Chantal and the over-sexualised flirting super chats, I mentioned it because she's not doing so well on her standard streams of donations, yet somebody called Anime Sucks, good name by the way, I fully agree with it, is donating to you explicitly through the streams that aren't doing so well on your channel when you play video games because you suck at them. In fact, Phasmophobia is not for you. Your best bet as a gamer, Chantal, would be less jump scare, because if you jump scare too hard, it's a coronary, and instead focus on games that might help you. Have you considered a Wii Fit? Now, something we like to pay attention to on this channel is Chantal's blood sugar level. Her blood sugar level is usually around 10, which is hardly good for someone her age. Hell, it's hardly any good for anyone of any age, let's be honest here. So I doubt it would surprise anyone to know that her blood sugar level does in Feb go up to 15. She crashes hard all the time because of her inability to regulate her blood sugar level. It's going to get to the point, along with these delusions, that she's going to end up committed in a trash can because there isn't much help for her where she is. While the obesity rate may be very high in Kuwait, she's not first priority, and it will cost her a lot of money to get the treatment that she doesn't get the backing to fund.
There we go. This is better. I'm in seriously such a bad mood right now. I hate this shit. I hate it. Just mute, go get the food? Okay, I can do that. No music here. Okay, can you guys hear me better now? Nashi. That is the closest to an actual BK Nashi I've ever tasted.
You know, you could just get yourself a proper Nashies if you ditch the cosplay. You could actually just go back to living your best life, which was arguably better than the life you think you have now. But it's interesting to notice that the only thing that ever deals with your anger and puts a smile back on your face is food. Must be a really hollow existence.
Here, ketchup. Mayo.
I figured for a second while we watch her prepare her meal, I could leave it muted and just point out an observation. Her hijab is tucked into her chins. She has a crease, like a line on your hand, solely designated so the elastic on her hijab digs in there. It knows that that's where it belongs. If you'd like some crude imagery, think of it like this. If Amber had to back her ass up into a washcloth to clean her crack, this hijab cleans the crack on her face. That, much like Amber's crack, will be filled with the exact same content.
I keep forgetting that I have shrimp in my freezer. I gotta do something with that.
Spoiler, she does nothing with it. Now, something Chantal did, one of many things she tried to do, was raise money. This time not for a visa run, nor for her medical expenses, but this time to raise money to feed homeless cats. Now, I take great umbrage with many nations that do not know how to look after pets. People too. I consider those who commit crimes against animals to be equal to that of those who commit crimes on humans, because of the degree of separation. The fact there are many domesticated pets that are neglected is a damning statement of where you live in the world. Chantal chooses to live in Kuwait, a country much like many in the Middle East that are hardly renowned for treating animals with any level of dignity or care. So to raise money for this seems shallow, but at the same time, an admirable thing to do. I know someone might pounce on this and say, but Meg, you can't compliment her. At this point, you can, because she intends to do something good with it. Ish.
Yeah, it's positive. So if anybody wants to, the information is there. I'll mention it like once in a while throughout my lives or whatever. But they close at 11, so let's say we got donations tonight, they would have to be for tomorrow. We would have to go buy the food. Yeah, like any money that I wouldn't even touch a fills of it, a cent. It would be all for the animals, and I would show like all the donations. And
later in a community post, she posts the following. This is her evidence that she is spending the money wisely and correctly. There were some discrepancies, not least people donating but having not been received or claimed to not be received from Chantal, that is on live streams, or the amount she actually did receive compared to the amount she had spent. Around this time I did a fundraiser, and this is about integrity, so I think it's very important, because my dog needed surgery and I had been caught at a very odd moment and could not afford it. Okay, it was March on my time, just realised. I posted the entire costed receipt online, so everyone can see it. That was the point. It's about integrity. Sadly, Chantal has never possessed an iota of it. Chantal did do a live stream on her channel, simply titled Feeding Strays in Kuwait Live, where she would go out, briefly, putting plates of food behind cars because naturally we want to have these strays run over, huffing, puffing, to then magically end the stream when she's very close to a whole bunch of restaurants, which does make some semblance of sense. She also goes to use the restroom, public once. She retains fluid. It's water weight, guys. She's dainty. It should be noted that while Chantal thinks she's doing something truly admirable, including petting and feeding some stray dogs as well, there is a public service announcement in Kuwait prohibiting people from feeding stray dogs and instead to call local authorities because of the increase in stray dogs attacking children. She's been there 2 years and didn't know this. Something World was very quick to find and point out. Now, Chantal isn't getting enough drama in her life, so she has to go and manufacture some. Insert Cope and Seethe, Chantal edition anyway, and Salah's girlfriend.
glasses on. No, how does he do it? I can't do it.
A theme for the month of Feb was the funerals for fast food. I mentioned it earlier, and this is where it begins. Around the middle of the month, Chantal starts uploading mukbangs, each one from every major takeaway place that she loves because she genuinely believes she can go cold turkey after that one final. It is worth noting, obviously, this doesn't work because we then find out what she's doing away from this as a way of mitigating her pangs. But she tries. That's something.
I mean, the mother apparently snapped, and she said that she would rather catch a charge than find her daughter unalive from bullying. It's a spicy chicken royal.
It's often a fascinating dichotomy with someone stuffing their face while simultaneously talking on a serious subject they know very little about, all the while making some rather inappropriate and intense noises.
Sandwich number 2. I know what you're thinking. 2 sandwiches? Yeah, I know. I'm so hungry. And nope. My husband doesn't want one. So, more for me.
In between all these funerals that she was hosting, she also started going the attack for channels that she believed were stream sniping her. Just Breezing was one of these casualties. Well, that she accused of doing this. Chantel reached out to YouTube creator support to deal with this because membership streams are off limits to her. Just a fun little factoid. She had to retract and apologise. Additionally, her members only live streams aren't doing that well, because not long after doing one, she'd go live immediately after, that is. If it's not Chantel lying her way through everything, misunderstanding literally everything, claiming to go back to Canada for weight loss surgery only to then later admit it was a separation, it's Chantel yet again getting ready for an absolute meltdown. And she's getting ready for one. These fast food funerals, which are plastic, let's face it, a facade, if she were to even try to commit, we all know it would happen. It happens every time after all. She hates her own cooking, so we know it's definitely true. She'll get hangry in a hurry.
Now... kind of, Kit Kat. I mean, we're married, so, but like when we got married, like, it's different in the Arab world. At the courthouse, like in the video, you see that courtroom, we had to go in the back, and there was like 2 Arab men, judge and someone else.
Chantal is still harping on about being legally married and Islamically married to Salah. Problem is, she's never provided so much as an iota of proof of that. She does, though, within that same stream and that same clip, allude to the fact that she's basically on a tourist visa, because of the amount of money she has to continually pump into this. To live a sexless, lonely life, is it really worth it? Just to stick it to the haters, which is exactly what you use this for.
I would be too nervous, like, to be here not married. Like, we couldn't. He had to show the certificate to move here, so. Aw, Margaret, sorry. Jessica, because honestly, I probably wouldn't have a problem showing it, but Salah does. He doesn't think we owe anybody anything, and he's right, kinda.
Something noticed by the intrepid viewer concerning this total legitness relationship and marriage is that many of Chantal's live streams where Salah featured have now been put behind a members-only block, meaning you can't access them unless you're a Biza. Who's going to pay money to look at that fat and her fat husband? Seriously. All the while this is going on, Chantal is going through more health problems. She's in her 40s, weighs over 350 pounds, she's at least 400 pounds, claims to be 365 by the way, which is hilarious. That would make her the same weight as Amberlynn Reid when she started on YouTube. Okay, good to know. She has a new weight loss regimen in place, her A1C is 10, okay, I believe that by the way. She's also stopped talking about foot discoloration now, and she's not allowed any after meal insulin. If it wasn't for the fact that Chantal is so intentionally self-destructive, I could believe she'd care about her insulin levels, but knowing her because of what she's like, she'll just spike her blood sugar level with some orange juice, and then cry foul on the internet.
And I was thinking of all the pros, like I wrote them down and I'm just gonna keep looking at them every single time. Like, I want to get rid of that CPAP. It's starting to make noises. Like, I don't want to fork out, like, more money. I don't want him to fork out more money on another CPAP.
That poor defenseless CPAP, much like Amberlynn's washcloths, has seen so much action and been used so much, the poor defenseless thing needs to be taken to a CPAP cemetery. I'm sure if you say you want to rehome it, one of your haters will take it on and make a calendar of it. For charity, of course.
That's why I always, like, I'm so skeptical about going so extreme. So, you know, like, I talked to the doctor about this, like, how treating, like, a binge eating disorder, for example, you know, you read all these things about not depriving yourself too much, not going full in and being too extreme at first because it can trigger a binge, right? Well, the doctor said something very interesting that really kind of sunk in, and it was, that's fine and dandy if you're not diabetic, and whenever you develop diabetes, it's a whole new ball game. And
Chantal doing these heart-to-heart conversations carries very little weight, especially when you consider around the time that she was saying this, Amber was yet again for the third time quitting her cheat code. Neither of these girls have it clued in. Both are getting older and are falling apart. In the case of Chantal, the doctor is right. Her audience have been telling her this for years, but she's too prideful to simply accept when she can be wrong, and she believes anyone that tells her when she can be wrong is nothing more than a hater when they're clearly not. Compounding this with the funeral she was hosting for her takeaways, you could think that maybe she was actually taking it serial for once. And I'd like to believe there was a possibility she may one day do so. Today is not one of those days. This month is not one of those months. Hell, 2025 as a year is not one of those years.
when I think back to when I first came to Kuwait, I lost a lot of weight at first living with Salah, because at first you don't want to like show your full pig out self. You know,
what's funny to us, the viewers, is we all know you're using a filter, and in March you're going to make one of the biggest Freudian slips with those filters. You keep claiming you're not using a big eye filter, you keep claiming you don't use makeup filters, smoothing filters, but you do actually use them. You use a certain convex concave lens as well filter. It makes you look thinner. In March that falls apart when you pull your hijab slightly to the side and your entire face falls out. But that's for March, don't worry, I won't spoil it all. You need to see it unravel. You keep claiming you lost weight. The thing here is, you didn't. You just got clever with the filters. Many of us would have thought that being in that environment for 2 years, being the size you're at and getting bigger, your body would have either adapted or you would have lost a lot of weight. But somebody's genuinely committed to eating as much as they can. Do remember here, Chantal, you don't need to eat as much. You really don't. In the winter, in an actual winter environment, yeah, but you're in a perennial summer. Certainly by Canadian standards anyway. By the way, that earlier clip of Chantal eating in a car was a healthy option for food. Calorically, yes. It's still McDonald's. Don't try us.
I don't know what he does, Silver Sea. Honestly, I've never job shadowed him. I don't know. He gets together with his colleagues and, I don't know, does whatever they do as business owners. I have no fucking clue. I don't know. Discuss new products being made.
He's an Uber driver. Don't try us. If he's meeting with anyone, it's to sit in a car park and talk about sharting. Go figure, you have no earthly idea what your husband does, because apparently you somehow know your place but simultaneously don't know your place. What I mean by that is, you know your place because you're not allowed to get involved in your husband's business. Right. And somewhat selectively, you maintain that facade. But considering the rest of your behaviour is considered quite disrespectful towards your husband, I'm inclined to believe this is all absolute BS, and your DoorDash hubby is just that, a DoorDash hubby.
That's another thing, Kimmy. Like, people are just gonna restream it somewhere because they're pieces of shit. I mean, am I wrong? Like, somebody who, like, does something like that when against somebody's wishes, like, get a fucking life. Just get a life.
In case you couldn't tell, yes, Chantal is getting hangry. This is causing her great pain. She needs her monch. Greasy, greasy monch. With her greasy, greasy fingers that were greasy before they even put it on the food. Greasy. Now, naturally, we need a palate to cleanse. This one might get me a copyright claim. Chantal, in a now deleted video, produced one of her rip-roaringly, heavily reverbed covers, where somebody doesn't know how to sing properly and, well, regulate their breathing enough to, let's say, sound good, right? She covered Madonna, and I'm going to play a little clip of that now, and no, I'm not telling you when I'm going to stop, so you're going to have to suffer it. All two of you watching this.
I have a tale to tell. Sometimes it gets so hard to hide it well.
Yes, I can't suffer any more of that either. You're welcome, though. Chantal, in a complete swerve, decided to, while showing her inability to understand taxes, post an incredibly long community note. This community note was aimed at obvious people concerning BBJ. I am not going to read this whole bloody thing to you, because what is the point? It is so much cope and seethe. she does have valid points when it came to how the cat was obtained. Problem with Chantal is, the counter is always going to be, yes, but would anyone rather the cat stay with you knowing you're going to euthanize your cat? Well, your former cat. That's a calendar star now. Now, something quite interesting was happening. When it came to Chantal claiming to take her health seriously, she kept quitting because she wasn't in control of the situation. So La is the one trying to get her back on track. Now, this is something you're meant to do when you care about somebody who claims to want to do better for themselves. You are meant to be their backbone. That is the point of the relationship, is it not? To support each other, or so I've been told. Based on how I've seen many online relationships go, apparently it's not that at all. But I guess there are far too many losers on the internet who don't understand. If you're not there for each other, they're not going to help you. And if all you ever do is turn your nose up at what they suggest or how they try and guide you, then chances are you're not really together at all. Exhibit A, by the way, playing here.
Her back leg is limping a bit too. Oh, I gotta put my poor cat. Her back leg looked like limping a bit. Aw. Maybe there's some more over here.
Maybe. That kitty's nose is so cute.
I know, it's like colored, eh? Yeah, they feed the less fortunate during Ramadan. And
Thumbs up, guys.
I think we're gonna do that too, eh? Maybe get some meals.
Inshallah.
Sometimes usually we just donate the money, but maybe we'll go hand out some meals.
Babe, look here. Come on, Cinderella.
Cinderella, Prince Charming?
Because Chantal's story is all over the place, which is the story of her life, she does at a point, not long after, start raging. Why is she raging? Because of BBJ again. She's back to threatening lawsuits. I could sit here for the 3 minutes it would take me to read through all of this and this, but I really don't want to. If you want to read them, though, by all means pause to do so. Not going to remotely hold it against you. I just want to point out that in the 2+ years that she's been in Kuwait, she has at no point made the effort to actually go forward with a lawsuit against any person involved in taking BBJ or who she gave BBJ away to. She really hasn't, because she's a coward and she has no money. By the way, you may notice on the second image, I will not delete this. Yeah, she deleted it less than an hour after posting it. Imagine my shock.
No, I went there for visa purposes. For long-term visa, not for tourist visa. Because when you get a family visa, you have to leave the country for a long time, while your husband stays in the country to fill out papers and apply for you. That's why, okay? So you can wait all friggin' month long in March for me to travel. It ain't gonna happen.
Spoiler, she does travel in March. Briefly, the bags gave her away. We'll get to that though in March, don't worry.
Anyway, these people need to worry about their own weight, okay? You need to worry about your own weight. Like, the support group are so fat, they're gonna need extra 4x4s to support their friggin' support group floor. So don't even go there with picking on Amberlynn and I about our weight, alright? Okay?
As you can see in subsequent live streams, she's losing control of her ability to maintain that emotional IQ highness that she had, in January anyway. Continuing on, Chantal has already broken, as if she hadn't before, but let's face it, it's an absolute definitive one now, broken her funerals for those fast foods. She had cited the reason for this being that she just, wanted to do it slowly rather than simply doing it. Cold turkey would not work for her, because she hasn't got the mental strength for it. But she's got the emotional IQ at least, right?
Why didn't I just get one? I didn't realize they were this huge. But I'm still hungry. Half of Gabby's viewers have teardrops somewhere in their name. Even she agrees that she's the MVP. She is. They literally act like 10-year-olds. It's so weird. I bet you her kids are more mature than her.
So whereas in January she had stated over and over again she was going to be done with the haters of obviously she has fundamentally failed in this task, and in doing so has reinvigorated those same haters who will now make much more content on her because they know once that floodgate opens for a time, they can absolutely spear tip the crack out of that. Yes, the crack out of that was what I said. I'm okay with it. It seems to work. Later on in the month, Chantal did fully resurrect the KFC, McDonald's and all the other fast food mukbangs in one big celebration. How exciting is this? And no, I'm not playing anything from it because why bother? She's just binging. She needed a reason to justify it. Of course, bringing it back because she's been on a clean streak for so long, guys. I mean, she's really looked after herself. She's learned her lesson. She knows moderation now. That's what it is. It's not, but that's what it is to her in her head when she tells the delusions and the imaginary friends she has.
Don't play with me. Eat a dick, Cyanide. What are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna do? Do your worst. What are you gonna do? These people think I'm afraid of them? Like, please. I'm sitting here eating a quesadilla. If you don't like it, bugger off. That's all you gotta do. Really.
You have 28 viewers and you're telling people to bugger off? Are you sure you want to be doing that? Was this a members only live stream? Is that what this clip is from? Man, you really have been in the mood. I can only imagine because as you're getting older, this is going to get more, pronounced. If your mood swings are going to get worse and worse as you continue to latch onto food as being the only escape you possibly have. The fact you're yet to be bedbound is a miracle. Although if you will be at any point stuck like that, you're screwed if you're in Q8 at the time. Now, Chantal finishes the month by basically continuing to rage at other members of World, having Salah yet again go on the defensive because of insecurity apparently when another person starts flirting with Chantal in her live streams, and Chantal is continuing to boil and boil and boil up to a clear and obvious eruption of Chantalness. It should be noted she is not partaking in Ramadan during the month of March, because that's not physically possible. She has exemptions. She is uniqueness. If I was to summarise this month, it would be this month is a mess. She rinse-repeats her usual attacks on the haters. She rinse-repeats her attacks on the people that took BBJ. She rinse-repeats the eating cycles of I must have all the food, justifies having extra food, denies having filters, claims she's not on a tourist visa, but she clearly is. You'll find out more about that in March when she clearly does a bit of a travel. Quitting live streaming, that's cute. Gets sod all views from her members only live streams, gets very little in the way of donations, complains things are falling apart because she can't afford to replace it, all the while claiming ignorance about her husband's whereabouts and what he does for a living, and not doing anything to improve her life in the slightest, but thinking that she can by eating what she cooks, but even she doesn't like what she cooks. It's not greasy enough, and I swear she hasn't got any real teeth left. How did I do? Did I summarise that month well? I left this one late, I didn't get to it until the end of March, so do forgive if it's all over the place and there aren't enough of her video clips featured within it. But to be honest, I really didn't want to include too much. You just need the clips to see the best dumb takes from her mouth, and there are plenty of those in March. Because man, she's got some political perspectives, and they rub people up the wrong way. As with all things Chantal, this month, like every month before, is going to be all over the place. The themes that we had vaguely last month don't apply this month, so do forgive if there's no real order to this. We're just going to take it day by day based on the dumbest thing she did each and every day. We'll start with commentary concerning Canada, because many of us think she's going to have to go back, either to properly tackle the tax issue or live there full time, or get Salah a green card that has completely failed anyway, because she can't stop spending or eating and spending what she's eating. Yes, that.
What would it matter if I couldn't afford Canada? What would it matter? What kind of flex is that? Like, what is your point? Like, who cares if that was true? Like, who cares? Like, you know what pisses me off is people who think they know more about how I feel than how I actually feel.
What's fascinating is that Chantal still to this day can't help but reply to the haters in her chat rather than those that blindly support her like good little sheep or simp beezers. And then when they do actually also say something, she just bans them. As her support is diminishing because she's not growing, I'm somewhat impressed at the amount of delusion and anger she's willing to present as if this is what it should be, as opposed to any level of gratitude and self-reflection. But then when you spent an entire life being given what you want, or getting what you want, taking too much for granted, this is what you get.
90% of YouTube has a better build than you. Okay, whatever you say, Alexandra. Whatever you say.
On this same live stream, people had queried about the lack of content on the Salah and Chantal couples channel, positing that maybe they should cancel their memberships, which they should, by the way. If the YouTube channel is still inactive, yet you are being billed for it, you should 100% cancel and ask for a sodding refund, although there's also an issue here with how gullible you are that you've got recurring payments for a channel that hasn't been used in quite a long time. Not that it makes much money in the first place, I'm surprised there's anyone over there still. Didn't they have to buy subs and viewers anyway? Now, if you're like me and don't pay attention to anything remotely religious but notice the vast amounts of propaganda espoused by your government concerning the month of March, you'll know it's Ramadan. Chantal is not partaking in this because she can't. To do so would mean to fast for a phenomenal amount of time. She can't do it. I have no doubt in my mind she eats while she's in bed, because there's no way she can go 8 hours without food going in. Although I do believe she wears adult diapers, because there's no way she can make it to the toilet without having an accident, even in her rather small prison cell apartment. Because it's the month of Ramadan, of course, Chantal is going to take full advantage of this. This is Exhibit A on the screen. If there's a chance she can make a little extra coin, she's going to, because she needs it. Because she's not doing so well monetarily, based on ads at this time of year, and of course her viewership and the lack of donations. I think she's actually starting to financially struggle, legitimately struggle. Loans, credit cards, no chance. Not anymore. And I think it's going to get to the point when she does the next visa run, she's going to be well and truly screwed. As the month goes by, I hope to prove that point a bit more. At the start of the year, Chantal made it quite clear she was trying her bestest, her darndest, to do everything as statistist in the world to avoid the rage. And as we've seen, over the months, it has gotten worse and worse, to the point the community posts, tweets, have done their rounds. Lamau, now people are obsessively micro-analysing the McDonald's, and this somehow apparently means I pay for everything. You know what? Think what the F you want. You are the losers pocket watching. None of this is any of your business. Get a life. I'm done explaining anything to you demented, obsessed weirdos. And no, I did not dislike that. That was Kristen. Hi, Stuff K said. Hope you're doing well. Chantal, yet again proving she really can't handle anyone watching her, yet she simultaneously needs them. Something in April she will actually full on admit, because she can't exist without the haters.
Thanks, babe.
That is one of the longest, most cringe-inducing, embarrassing moments, and I know there's a song, don't you worry, for this month. I've got the song. I've got you all. You're all welcome. Chantal desperately wants us to believe that these two are really a thing, yet Salah barely features in anything anymore. The charade of last year is not applicable this year. Everything that once was, or made to look like it was something special from all that time ago, yeah, nah fam. Nah, it's well and truly dropped off. 16 seconds. I wonder what his hourly rate is, because she couldn't afford much more than that. I swear this is just feeder content. If they have a feeder account hidden somewhere, this wouldn't at all surprise me. As is typical for Chantal's cycle, she likes to post a community post updating everyone about her plans going forward, what she will permanently remove and what she will and will not discuss in her content. Since she's trying to become more of a feeder content channel that streams, which is where the mask always slips, along with the filters, this seems disingenuous. For example, no content involving health, weight, relationship, personal, and it will be food vlogs and live streams. Live streams ignoring comments about questions regarding personal lives, since most of her comments are that she sits there and stares at the camera the entire time. It is a tragic life where you have no life or friends, proven by the fact you stream so much. Most of your day is in fact occupied by you streaming and eating, because you don't make enough. You and Ethan Ralph have a lot in common. Why don't you just move to Mexico? It would be so much easier for you.
Okay. Hello. This is one fan-sponsored request I'm not going to really like. I know right off the bat, because
I did many years ago, when I first started my channel, I did a noodle challenge, and I got these 2 times spicy noodles. The 1 time spicy noodles are hot. All of the Samyang bulldog noodles are hot, and
You know times are tough when Chantal is pulling a shanny and suggesting people donate so she can then have sponsored meals. Because she can't afford to do them herself. Those noodles look like super noodles. They look cheap. We know you don't do spicy food. You can't handle it. You're too white.
in a way that makes you not enjoy the flavor. I don't know how people in the Asian world who eat these do it, but it's just really bad. So I made 2 packs of the noodles with all of the sauce. And I added a little bit of cheese, like shredded cheese on top, not too much, but it's going to make it taste better too. You know, because they do taste pretty good. They're just really hot. And I have some milk because, like, I'm going to need it. It's not a challenge. It's just a mukbang eating them. So I'm going to have milk if it gets too bad. But anyway. All right.
One of the many crappy things Chantal did during the month of March, that she does quite often, is she partakes in a form of trolling that crosses far too many lines. In this, it involves a number of community posts where she doxed people, made channels in their name, dragged them for the sake of it, and then tries to, apologise, but not. Yeah? Chantal doxed 2 minors. That's what she did. She claimed that she was taking a break because of it in a later community post, and that those posts beforehand were just manic posts. No, they weren't. They were the real you trying desperately to get out. You taking a break is akin to you just going for a dump. Rather amusingly, Chantal later on went on to say on her community posts, all since deleted, "No, I'm not taking a break because of anything going on the internet. I'm spending time with my husband." Okay. No one believes you, but you know what? You do you, but you don't even believe yourself. But again, you...
If you can't tell my energy, I'm so happy. And I know, I said I wasn't going to talk about health. Well, I'm only going to talk about it if I'm excited about something good. Or if something life-changingly bad happens.
Don't you just love that much like her inability to keep her mouth shut when it comes to personal information, she just can't hide the excitement of eating junk food. And of course, sharing and oversharing. She can't do it. She has no self-control. She's never had it. She likes to attribute this to binge eating and food addiction, but actually this inability to control oneself applies to everything. She just can't do it. It's why right now, when there's so little money coming in, she has only got a little control because she can't afford anything else. How sad and tragic is her life that the only excitement she gets is from... You need a hobby, by the way. I highly recommend music. I hear that's totally not where you are.
I think it was a sign, okay, that I've been getting a lot of, as I've been scrolling TikToks, been getting a lot of ads for, like, a lot of TikToks I've been seeing are the effects that just 20 minutes of exercise a day, even just 20 minutes of exercise in general, has on your brain. Your brain lights up like a Christmas tree, full of colors. All those endorphins are going. But not just that, but it apparently also is a quick way to lower your blood sugar.
Yes, many of us have seen those ads. We've also seen the cortisol level crap as well. Everything's cortisol. Honestly, my chair doesn't rise high enough. That must be a sign of really high cortisol level. My guitar G-string broke again. That's a sign of high cortisol level. Yeah. My dog's water bowl ran empty once. That's a sign of high cortisol level. Go to the gym. Go to the sodding gym.
Okay.
After many years of being a streamer on YouTube, Chantal's finally started to realise the best way for her to get donations for her live content is via PayPal, because this circumvents YouTube's cut, because obviously for you it's a privilege to donate to the streamer. It also, for her, means that donators like Anime Sucks can donate without Salah finding out, and she can keep it a little bit on the sly at the same time. She has been promoting her PayPal more and more on live streams at this point, because this then allows her to then do what she claims are sponsored live streams, where in one she just eats chocolate the entire time. We now have confirmation at this point, on like the 5th or 6th of the month, she's definitely not doing Ramadan because the amount of food she's eating is off the charts. Her blood sugar level later in the month will confirm that. Does it get up to 16?
And then Harry one night got out of his cage. I forgot to close it. Well, and he went in my cheesy bag beside my bed and I thought it was the rat. Cheesy. I saw his little butt scurrying. And I was like, how? I don't know how that cat... 20 rats, Jill?
At no other point during that live stream does she talk about the fact that apparently her apartment has rats as well. This, by the way, being a time when Howie was still on this mortal coil.
I feel nauseous a bit. Like I want to barf. No, not soon. Where are the washrooms?
Washroom is there.
Okay. Thank you. Ooh. Thanks.
At the stage of that clip from a live stream, people have been querying whether her blood sugar level was too high. Chantal genuinely cited that she hadn't eaten any sugar, it was all the fake sugars from the diet drinks she'd been consuming. She was nauseous. Because of the amount of food Chantal has been eating of late and it's been going up, the filters are struggling, by the way, we'll get to a slip soon. Chantal is refusing to acknowledge that this is entirely her body punishing her for going too far. It will be a recurring theme for the rest of the month, don't worry. And more than likely her life.
Hi. Hi. Oh. Ow! Ow! Oh! He bit me. Like, really hard. He fucking bit me really hard. Oh. Why did he do that?
This is something else that becomes a recurring thing throughout the month, is Chantal's willingness to go and pet all the cats in the land. At night, of course, because that's the only time she doesn't fry. Pork is haram after all. There's a thing with cats we can happily have a discussion of at some other point. Generally, I get bitten by cats sometimes, but mostly they just want fussings. If you give it to them the right way, they won't harm you. Sometimes they're playful. Some people are just incredibly sensitive and can't handle so much as an iota of a scratch because they need to toughen the F up. They're the same people who need to go to the gym as well, though, to be honest. Now, with this incident, Chantal did follow up with a bit of information. She had to go to the ER because of the scratch. I feel sorry for any doctors involved, and that cat is now thusly dubbed Hero McHero Face. And if I could find that cat, I'd rehome them. They could scratch into their heart's content because I couldn't care less. But also, I have all cat treats, so they'll love me. It's fine. I give good cuddles.
Well, they got the tetanus and the rabies shot from a different ward. They gave me the shot, one on each arm. La da 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 da. Tomorrow morning, well, later today, I guess, I have to go to a clinic or back to the hospital, but I can also go to a government clinic and follow up with preventative medicine to see if they want me to take any more treatment. They have not put me on antibiotics yet. They will probably determine that at my appointment, so I'll let you guys know how that goes. But they did clean the wounds very well, and they said I don't need a bandage, I just need to clean it with soap and water, every once in a while.
Spoiler, this does not deter Chantal's crusade to save the cats that she doesn't care about. Nothing really deters Chantal, let's face it. There's more rage to go through and more sponsored content, because that's what you want. After going to a cheesecake factory and nearly passing out from too much sugar, you want to sit there and eat donuts instead.
This is full sugar donuts that are going to cause a lot of drama, but someone sent me money for dessert. Thank you, lover. And I chose this one. Yeah, my iftar was my sloppy joes. Hey, stylish Irish. Dramadan. Yeah, really. Like, we shouldn't be like, but it's true. Okay. Ramadan Kareem. These smell awesome. They have special Ramadan donuts at Dunkin' Donuts. So thank you, sponsor. Hey, Blue Lace.
I could genuinely believe she bought those with her own money and just likes to attribute it to sponsors so they know they can get in on the feeder aspect. I am somewhat surprised the haters haven't also thrown money at it and explicitly demanded particular foods for her to consume that we know she doesn't like. But then knowing Chantal, she'll just take the money and claim to have not received it in the first place. I have no doubt in my mind though, if someone like, for example, Frenchie sent her money to buy food and she saw it was from Frenchie, she definitely wouldn't turn it back. She'd keep it, she'd blow it, she'd never celebrate the person who sent it. Now, Chantal's rage is brewing. When she went to the hospital, she vlogged that. She vlogged being in the hospital, in the x-ray room and all this stuff with Salah behind the camera. Many people called into question whether that was allowed in the first place. Personally, I don't really care if it was allowed or not. Her response is what matters, because she really can't handle when anyone scrutinises anything she presents as her real life. What I like about this is that I can envision this being Amber Lynn Reid in a couple years' time, now that more of Amber's life is out there.
If I get kicked out, oh well, I'll deal and go to another country. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. Get a life. Seriously, get a life. We got permission. Salah asked if he could film me in the x-ray room, and the guy said yes, as long as it was behind the x-ray thing, the command center thing, and not like, you know. So if he gave us permission, what are you reporting exactly?
Should we dive back into some of Chantal's hot takes when it comes to just sitting there and eating? Oh wait, that's all she ever does. Well, let's talk about trust. Chantal has issues with that. Understandably so. She has no friends, no family to rely on here. So what does she trust?
I can't trust anyone, pretty much, online. My cat using her scratch post. I just... Okay, so...
How incredibly insightful, Chantal. Honestly, I learnt so much from that.
She showed us a journal entry. I was mad that she did that. Amber Lynn, why did you prove anything to these idiots?
That clip being in relation to Amber Lynn admitting-ish that Beck's stories of how Amber wiped or was wiped were true. Because Amber shouldn't be proving this is right, even though we now know it's definitively correct. Amber still hasn't really admitted the wiping part of the kitchen sink and the washcloths. Sorry, the bathroom sink. The kitchen sink was the backup, when the backup to the backup failed, which was Beck. Interesting that Chantal has a side on that one. That, by the way, the wiping debacle is a whole Nelly. That's Salah's future. There was an image I left out on purpose where Salah had, at the hospital during the vlog, taken a clip of her with her legs splayed open. Because of how she sits with one leg tucked behind the other, it looked a bit peculiar. To combat this, she addressed rumours that she couldn't sit with her legs closed by posting the picture you've seen on the screen for the past 15 seconds. The thing with this picture, and it's an important piece of information to acknowledge, is that there is more filtering in this than a typical social media influencer. For example, Chantal is a lot wider. There will be a Freudian slip later that'll look a little bit like this.
Reaction channels will have like a condescending tone about it. Like, I bet you she's getting ready for her visa run. Like, who cares? Like, what kind of flex is that? That you think you know something with no proof, but whatever. I just find it so odd, like a weird obsession.
This from the same person who threatened to boycott American products because of Trump's tariffs. Thinks that just because Pierre Polivet was running for office, that means inherently that whoever is against him is okay, even though she doesn't know anything about Mark Carney at this point. And yes, she did actually say that. She had no idea, as long as Pierre didn't win. She's the same person who has all these very weak positions, believes she has an amazing face card. That there are many pictures of you in the online space, without the hijab, when you used boot polish for hair, when you had no hair, no makeup, when you were just your natural self. Your head could have served as a perfect football. And I don't mean hand egg, I mean football. Now, Chantal's hate towards Donald Trump, rather hypocritical one I might point out, bled out into her mods as well, because some of those do in fact support the President of the United States. Love him or hate him, that's your business. Chantal making him, just for the sake of it, I think at this point, a very much hate person is solely done so she can try to look good and give an informed political position. She lives in an area of the world where women's rights don't exist, and she wants to talk about the rights that Trump would take people and Trump's tariffs. The tariff discussion is far too lengthy for this video, of course it is. Chantel, when it came to one of her mods addressing the fact they'd been unmodded before going to somebody else's chat to talk about this, took the stance of nah by saying the following.
No, Tracy, it has nothing to do with Trump, although I don't know how you could be, but it has nothing to do with that. Like, why would you go into somebody's chat who has said the most vile things about Salah and I, like, and compliment her in any way? That's, like, up to me. That's why I had modded you. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, a mod is somebody who... Look, if you just want to come in my chat and you have no loyalty to me, whatever, I don't really care. But as a mod, like, that's a little different. Like, that's, you know...
Couldn't disagree with you more. I think mods are there to help you, which means sometimes they are there to challenge you. We're all allowed to have our own opinions, my mods included. In fact, mine do have different opinions, because they're what you call human. If I wanted sycophants, I would just go and find those that donate the most money to me, or one of them, and that person would be a mod. Because that's the smarter move, isn't it? To keep the sycophants and the simps on board. Go with the ones that are there the most. Now, the person they complimented is Milky Chai. Milky Chai is very active. I believe they were very active initially on TikTok is where I believe I saw them. Now they're very active on YouTube. And they have posted on their social media pictures of cleavage, which has gotten attention. Of course it has. Because boobs. We'll move on from that though, because that could be a completely lengthy and far too intense discussion about boobs. And I don't want anyone thinking I'm referring to Chantel's, because nobody wants to see those again.
Someone who I thought was a friend and a mod goes into that channel, watches it. No, not anyway. I'm going to finish my thought, okay? If you don't like it, bye.
Tracy defended Chantel in Milky Chai's chat. Chantel doesn't care. But Chantel doesn't care about her mods. She doesn't care about her supporters. She does not care about her haters. She only cares about what you can do for her. Anything else, and you are discardable. All of which sounds eerily familiar to at least one hater I know of that does the exact same thing to their own fans, their own simps, their own mods. Yes, discarded a blink of an eye, lies created, blah. I wonder who that is.
No, I'm still pretty heavy, you know. I'm probably in the late 350s right now.
Two things to lol about. Firstly, 450s, possibly. Second, Tracy was remodded, and it was suspected because Salah had actually queried whether or not Tracy would start a reaction channel against Chantel. Don't forget, most of the haters were actually fans of Chantel in the first place. Some are still fans, they just like to champion the idea that they're not. They think they're rogue. That's just a lie.
I haven't picked yet, and it's going to depend on what's open. And honestly, I don't know if I can do the boycotts because really, it's really hard. Yeah, no boycotting right now. I'm a failure, whatever.
If you want a good chuckle, while she's busy doing more sponsored content or cameo sponsored content to get the food in, she's also getting content removed by YouTube because it's considered self-harm to do what I eat in a day on the platform.
Who else disagrees? Who else loves Beck right now? Seriously, if you love Beck, I'm gonna block you. Like, I think she's milking it for every little bit of clout she can, and she's not talking about abuse. I don't hear anything about abuse in there. All I hear is talking about hygiene habits, whining about shit. And you'll never change my mind, and I don't care about Beck. I don't give a f***, okay?
We are at the halfway point for this month. It's taken far too long. And as you can tell with what we've covered so far, she's not really done anything, but she's done a lot of potential build towards raging. Because there's not anything going on in her life, so she obsessively watches other people's content. She and Amber going to bat for each other is hardly a surprise. Chantel deciding that she can gatekeep what ABUSE is hardly a surprise as well, because apparently only she and others who've been physically harmed can be an authority on this. Chantel's clearly never heard of manipulative and coercive behaviour because she's usually one doing it.
Yeah, cat leukemia is like a form of cat AIDS, isn't it? That's what Timbit had.
On the 16th of March, Chantel put up this community post, apologising to the few beezers she has left, and saying she will no longer, because of stream snipers, stream anymore. Far too much free time on her hands. Don't worry, she reneges on this quite quickly because she needs the money. There's only so many times she can portray herself as a contrarian or a hipster and not do something before financially she suffers for it. Considering the state she's in, a lot sooner than it used to be.
And letting people see it for free is ridiculous, and that's not gonna fly. So you can laugh now, but bitch, I'm vengeful. Trust me. Hey, SB. Yeah, unknown. I'm not even. They want me to address it. It's not gonna happen. Sorry. It's gonna happen behind the scenes. Don't worry about it. Hey, YouTube lover. It's illegal. Yep. So we'll just be patient. I talked to like a regular person, and then they actually got a manager on the line. So
I love that she acts big brave, but much like some of her more renowned haters, when seen in a public setting, they just turn to laughter and mush. The separation from what they are in the online space to what they really are is quite striking, startling, unimpressive.
is somebody stream sniping my members only stream? Yeah, because whenever I thought that Boozy was doing it, that f***ing bitch. I'm coming after your channel. I hope you snipe that. Like, she's gonna get in because whenever I thought that Boozy was doing it, I posted this on a community tab because you're not allowed to do that. Right, babe? Honestly, I wish I could go back for my birthday and see my family, but I just can't.
I have said this multiple times on YouTube, on livestream. I have said this in video form as well. This is one of the very few times I agree with Chantel when it comes to stream sniping. You have to be the biggest loser, grifter, hack to do it to another person. You know who you are. Stop it. With regards to the second one, I can still see you going there on your birthday. I know you don't, but I could have seen it. I really could have, for a visa run.
I want to do a medical fast. I want to do it because I'm somebody who I really, really just believe in it. Like, I've done a lot of research on the benefits, watched a lot of documentaries of people who have done prolonged water fasts. I completed a 5-day water fast shortly after I first started my YouTube channel, I think back in 2018. And I remember it was hard, but I remember the mental clarity I had, how shiny my hair and skin was just glowing. And I remember like how good I was feeling. And I feel that, like, I truly believe in my mind that it's the only way to, like, really heal my body. Like, completely heal it.
Last long, because Chantel thinks she can naturally reverse type 2 diabetes. She even cites a guy who went on a water fast for a whole year. The individual in question was doing it under medical supervision. She wouldn't commit to that. She can't. Where she is in the world, she'd never get the medical aid. She can't do it in Canada because she can't afford it, and she has no medical access in Canada. She's not been there long enough now. To actually definitively change, Chantel would have to actually definitively change. But Chantel likes her food too much. There's no chance of this, and proof of that comes not long after this when she just starts eating again.
And I tested my blood sugar, and all day it was like the same number. It was like 9.2 or something like that. And I was like, how is it not moving at all? Like, I haven't eaten, but I didn't take my meds, obviously, because when I don't eat, can't take metformin. You need to eat with that. So long story short, I've realized that my body is not like it used to be. When I did this 5-day water fast before, it was, I'm diabetic now. I have issues with my kidneys, and apparently if you are water fasting, you're releasing toxins. If you're fasting, you're releasing toxins out of your body.
I'm not going to lie, the 24-hour turnaround from going on a water fast to immediately quitting was hilarious to me, because now she's gotten to a point where there's no longer a fork in the road. She can either choose to turn back and do something right for herself and find the fork and choose a different route, or keep going forward and racing herself to the bottom, and she has chosen to race herself to the bottom because there's no chance she'll ever manage to change.
Just like, let's just let them talk, man. Who cares? Like, at the end of the day, like, they're never, ever, ever, ever going to, they're always going to twist shit. They're always going to try to villainize us. So let's just be the villains. Let's just be the villains.
I love that she thinks that this means the two of them can work together. Chantel doesn't care about Amber in the slightest, by the way. That $20 after YouTube take their cut will pay for some noodles, maybe a small pizza. Fact remains, when it comes to what Chantel does, acting big tough is the best she can offer, because actually being tough involves a level of, aforementioned, conviction, commitment. Not everyone has that. Some are just volatile and reactive and poisonous, like some of Chantel's haters, one more notably. Others, though, don't have to be like that. Others can't maintain it because they're Chantel, and they desperately need a victim card. Now, there was a certain amount of conversation concerning the removal of one of the greatest defenders of the Chantel, and that be your mama, On live, that's where some of the donation stuff and interactions with Amber Lynn came about, or Amber, as we should of course refer to it. Chantal did put out a community post about the subject. I'm not reading all of that. If you want to pause and read it, don't bother. It's a load of bollocks. Chantal doesn't care, basically. Now, Chantal is a very good Muslim reader. She's so well behaved and honest and true, she managed to complete Ramadan. Totes amazeballs. I know, there's some words you meant to say afterwards and I don't care. Breaking your fast during is just, well... Naturally, Chantal didn't do that, even though she can't fast because of the medication she's on that binds her to eating. What a shocker. And what a shame. Proof of that is the fact that she has to acknowledge a certain sound. I'm going to play that so you can understand her explanation better.
Yes. Oh, shoot. So that sound of the Adhan means that you can break your fast. So, Bismillah, let's go, yallah. Alright.
No lie, you can tell Chantal tried to edit it out but couldn't, because she's a boomer and didn't think to simply re-record it. Now in a later stream, yet again the discussion of visas came up. This is in the final week of the month. We're almost there, folks. Part 1 of this is nearly done. All 3 of you watching, well done. The discussion of visas yet again came up, and she, understandably, because she's special needs and stupid, felt the need, although that can be mutually exclusive in this case, separate, felt the need to justify and deflect, project, and do the standard cliche Chantal thing. A bit like her eating and not chewing, just wiggling her jaw. It's really weird.
Even if I do lie about my status, what does that matter? It's not your business. I'm allowed to, like, you know?
Are you allowed to lie, though, dear Muslim revert? Is that what you're allowed to do? Okay, good to know. I'm glad we're learning here. I'm all about learning. The more I can take in, the happier I am. Can you tell from the smile on my face?
I'm just making sure there's no weird fatty chicken bits. What's this? Before I cover it with sauce. Because honestly, this will be like a fajita bowl. Keto! In the past, to get famous, you had to like pack up your whole life with $1 in your pocket and move to Hollywood. Hope someone will notice you. You know what I mean? Now you don't have to do that. Now you just get online, make an ass of yourself. You're good to go. No. You know what I mean. It's easier. We're more connected.
Nothing makes me happier than listening to words of wisdom from somebody who is not going keto but salty they only got 4 wraps and already ate them, and put on a mountain of sour cream onto their food to make it more palatable, although sour cream in this context is trash. She's right about getting famous though, although is she famous or infamous? I mean, she's infamous really, because her fame is kind of, well, no. But at the same time, could be argued, semantics and pedantic wise, she could in fact be famous. Yeah. In the same sense of someone getting voted out in the first round of Britain's Got Talent.
Don't play music in the stores. So what they do is they play the recital of the Quran. That's what you were hearing. So it wasn't Arabic music, it was the Quran, somebody reciting the Quran. Then they play that in different parts of the streets. They play it in stores during the day. And in Islamic countries under Islamic law during Ramadan, because fasting is one of the major pillars of Islam, fasting is mandatory to Muslims. So basically, according to that Islamic law...
I don't care. Really don't care. In fact, I care so little, it's beyond any level of apathy. You're welcome. This is like the discussion of Adam and Eve and their featuring in religious texts, which they feature in most. Any discussion on evolution, don't care. Why? Because the world didn't start until I was born in 1986, of course. And I want dino nuggies. Hand them over. Bit of a weird random thing to mention, but if we're going to talk about pointless, inane shit, I may as well mention dino nuggies. Earlier I showed you a picture. Now the picture actually came from early April. This was a filter fail on Chantal's part, but don't worry, we have a very slowed down clip of it showing you just how far she goes. So when she says she has an amazing face, which part is she referring to? You know Chantel's goofed when even she notices it and realizes, oops, I showed too much of my skin again. That's...
What's new, guys?
Now, the end of this month concludes with Chantel's birthday. Yes, she's somehow magically made it another year around the sun. Impressive feat considering how desperate she is to be gone with it, life as a whole. She is a me-seeks that is yet to be satisfied or be given a task that she can complete. Apparently the task set before her when she started on YouTube as a me-seeks was to lose weight. She's doomed. It's somewhat contradictory, really, isn't it? Ironic as well. Although sod's law would happen if she did lose the weight, I'm not going to finish that thought. Now, I'm not going to play any clips from that stream, because it includes Salah playing on the keyboard, which I thought was a lovely gift, you know? Not everything has to be a present. Chantel live stream, she got a few donations, not many. She did what she had to do to make the most of the end of the month. This month, as a conclusion, and the final part to part 1 of her end-of-year review, can be summarised with the following. Can you at least be a little consistent? You make my life a living hell with this. I don't get the views to justify even sticking a basic image on the screen. You are a cancer. Please be better. You're doing my head in, woman. So we're entering the month of April. I'm going to preface this by saying the following. I honestly thought, throughout this month, she would run out of money. There are aspects of this, her timeline that is, where it looks quite obvious that she is running low on funds. We know this because Salah doesn't feature as much, which has become a prevailing theme. Her views are diminishing, she's getting less donations. When she sets goals to go and do things like go on trips, via super chats, if she hits the goal she goes and does it, she doesn't do it. She then rages at her chat when they hold her accountable for it. I released, during this month, 2 videos. Because of how long these segments take to put together, I am going to phone this one in. I'm just going to play the 2 videos I made, because they absolutely demonstrate just how crappy the situation she is in, and how badly she's not, well, doing anything to improve it. If that makes sense? Yeah. Today we're going to be delving into the world of soon-to-be bankrupt, undoubtedly on a visa run in the near future, Chantel. If she's not already done her, let's say, triannual visa hop, I'd be very impressed, and she is due one soon. With her going broke, minimal donations coming in, her streams going down the crapper, her only chance of relevancy is to start fights with the haters. Yet she simultaneously apparently hates them. I think they love each other. I'm going to call this now, by the way. I wouldn't be surprised if they were in a WhatsApp group together. Just saying. With her money drying up, loans not likely, credit cards, good luck. Salah's chance, his chance of going to Canada, green card of the dream land of Canada, because everyone wants to go there, where everything's expensive. Going down the crapper, him featuring less than that content, and Chantel becoming even more of a mess and breaking every resolution within the first 4 weeks. This is a great time to be Chantel. She recently uploaded something that is close to my heart. As a man that loves himself a cheeky Nando's, I'm intrigued to see what she got and what she thinks, and this gives us an opportunity to point at some of her more recent activities and critique her critique of Nando's.
Cameos are personal videos from me to you.
Yes, indeed, to me to you, to me to you, to me to me to me to you. The reason she's doing a 20% discount is because money's dried up. I really want her just to admit defeat at this point, but somebody is too set in their ways to maintain the facade. It's unlikely. I wanted to include a little bit of her cameo just to highlight this as a point of money drying up. She wouldn't do a discount for any other reason.
Guys, before I start this video, I just want to let you know that I finally have some merch out.
Yes, I saw the pictures. I was curious where you stole the images from. Slightly more energy in them than Amber's. But you know what? You do you, boo. I can't imagine you'll get much from it, but if you do, well done. You still have 1 or 2 simps. Guys, by the way, she's going broke. Can you tell?
So, please head over to the Foodie Beauty shop. I will put the link in the description below. And you can see a little bit of my merch here. This is just the first wave. This is the first time I'm ever doing something like this, so...
Yes, we get it. You've run out of money. Fun fact. Foodie Beauty is a trademarked term, as is Bisa for that matter, so she can't use either of them in her merch. Not legally, anyway. Not trademarked by her, just to be clear. Additionally, I'm pretty sure the majority of these images were stolen off something else. because there's no way she paid for someone to design these for her. While they're marginally more energetic than that of Amber's, which was just a chosen font on Teespring, this is still not much in the way of an improvement. And yes, we all know you're running out of money, and additionally this image here is clearly 3 to 4 sizes too small for what you really are. We know how the filters work. Since Chantal is busy promoting her Teespring, not Teespring, whatever this is, yes, I'm going to promote something of my own. A couple years ago, or last year, I can't remember which, I was asked if I wanted to be on the lolcow trading card game they're making. And that's because World was getting a set, and should still be in the future. There are some cards available on a website I'm linking down below. This is a more recent card that has been made for Tiger King. How exciting. I'm getting a card as well. There are a few people who are, and there are going to be sets made. There is a discount code, Cthulhu. If you want to support this channel, yes, it actually does benefit me in that respect, click the link in the pinned comment and buy some cards. If you like trading card games, this is certainly within your ballpark. Certainly worth checking out, and there will be a better ad in the future for this. Just, I'm too awkward. Okay, thank you.
I got dinner. Okay, you guys, this is my first time trying Nando's here. I haven't even had Nando's like very often in Canada. And I had the sandwiches. I never had any of their like main dishes. So today I'm trying a main dish. I'm trying their creamy cashew chicken, and I made it hot. So it comes in this like container here.
I'm not going to be so silly as to deny Nando's is a bit on the expensive side, especially if you are living a bit more, not as wealthy as you once were, like Chantal. So I could believe either Salah paid for this meal in its entirety, or this is the only meal Chantal gets for the day. Additionally, if you're smart, you look at the options available on the menu. For example, many do offers. In the UK, you can get 3 starters for a certain price. Go with 3 starters of halloumi. The reason why is because if you buy 2 separately, it costs the same as what you'd get for getting 3 of them. So you may as well get the third one and pay £10 rather than £9.98. Yes, I know my halloumi deals. Additionally, for someone of your size, a meal for 2 might have been a more advantageous option to you, rather than buying these quaint little pots so you can fit it on your tiny little desk. Although I could believe on the side you have a whole chicken. Lemon and herb, because while you like to claim you can handle spice, we both know you can't. And I feel sorry for your toilet.
With rice. Okay. Is the sauce already on it, or? Okay, I need to just like cut these off.
If you are by chance a regular viewer of Chantal, you'll recognise what you see on the screen, not the food, because that's way out of her price bracket. No. The expressions on her face. You see, when Chantal's looking forward to eating something, it's normally a very basic. Usually a chicken royale will do it. A Big Mac. The standard stuff. Back during her Ibiza days, bacon. Lots of it. The problem with this is Chantal doesn't actually know what she's eating. Unlike Amber, she doesn't have the food anxiety, but she does have the, am I even going to like this? Moment, situation type deal on her face. And I won't lie, I'm okay with this. Although I will admit the food does look moderately tasty, but because I know it's halal, I ain't bloody touching it.
Comes with a yogurt kind of sauce. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So, I think you're supposed to pour it on the chicken. It looks good.
It does, but it doesn't look like there's enough food there for you. So where's the rest of it? Where's the bonus rice, bonus chicken, whole chicken, just to be clear, and then the subsequent bonus sandwich from Burger King?
And then, we have a side order of their veggies. I know you can't really see this stuff very well, can you? Alright. Let me try some of the veggies.
Since I saw a recent picture of you using a tripod, have you considered getting a slightly taller tripod? One where you could angle the camera a bit better so that it's aiming down towards the food. Also, it gives you the opportunity to not only use the filters to make yourself look thinner, but you get to go with the fat girl angle for the selfies. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, This may well save her having to implement filters. Mercifully, gravity's not on her side, nor are mirrors.
Beauty bite. So we have some grilled mushroom, pepper, carrot, and zucchini. Like all the veggies in one bite. That's actually pretty perfect. Mmm. They're actually like...
Not chewed and working their way down your esophagus because you wiggle your jaw instead. In fact, that weird little tantrum bit at the end there was you actually touching a nerve part on your mouth because your teeth are fake. Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted. My apologies.
It's still very hot and good. Okay, what is this? It's like their yogurt sauce. Let's try the rice and cashew sauce. You bite? Mmm.
What I love is about this dish, it looks yummy, I'm not going to deny that, because I like my Nando's and I also like a curry. Of course I do. But you haven't looked at what you're getting, you've just ordered it cause. You are so ill-prepared for your mukbangs. The only time you know what you're talking about is when you're eating burgers. And you're only happy then because, well, you didn't make it, and apparently that's the pinnacle of flavour to you.
Just tastes like yogurt. Now,
when I do streams on Moistski Live, channel link down below, I like to introduce a game of Count the Chews. To prove the point that Chantal doesn't chew her food, not only do you have to observe the wiggling of her jaw, you watch the mouth go up and down. She never exceeds 6. When it involves anything like rice, bread, and most meats, she finds a way to just swallow that down. She's a bit like Bevo, but built for it. Swallowing, that is. And since when it comes to the yogurt, that's the nearest she ever gets to swallowing something like that, I guess she may as well enjoy it while it lasts. Yes, I had to make a crass joke, you're all welcome.
let's try the chicken. With some yogurt. I never ordered Nando's from here because it's full on pretty pricey, and we can get chicken other places.
Yes, you can get chicken in virtually every place you go to that is a bit more affordable or up your price range, down your price range. This is definitely one of those meals where I will happily admit it is a treat to have. If you're going to have chimkin, you may as well go the whole hog if you can, but that doesn't mean it should be your preference. There are some who are undoubtedly going to love this regardless. Something that always baffles me about this type of content is that Chantal spends a lot of time doing nothing, saying nothing. She doesn't tell us about the food really, she just talks about Sometimes she'll have a hot take, but in this the hot take's been removed because she's using the yogurt to offset the hotness.
But I can tell it's like high quality food. So I decided to get it today because it was on sale.
I could believe that you managed to get a coupon or Nando's on sale so that you can then justify doing this as a mukbang because you've got no money left and you need every opportunity you can to show a little variety in your content. Let's not forget here, it wasn't that long ago you did all the mukbang funerals, and then a day later admitted you couldn't do those like you couldn't do a water fast because you need to eat to take your medications. You are a slave to your diminishing health. Now, if you really want to save some money, a quick Google search told me that the 3 cheapest countries in the world to live in, where you'd need to make about $400 a month, would be Pakistan, Egypt, and Bhutan. Now, Egypt, you've got no chance of getting into, but you might have a chance with Bhutan. You might, when your Kuwaiti dream is over and you're done living in your weird-looking prison cell apartment with your roommate Salah.
There was a discount, but
You could tell the veggies are like fresh, not like frozen. You know what I mean?
I'm going to be that person and say what everyone else is thinking. No one cares about the vegetables or the food. We just want to know when the next visa run is. Because it should be at some point in the not-so-distant future. You ordering Nando's seems very poorly timed. You see, if you're going to have a last meal with your husband, this is quite the meal to go for. But since he's not in the room, I can't envision there being much of a sad goodbye this time. How many more visa runs are you allowed to do, by the way? Is this an infinite cycle? Is that what we're shooting for?
It's a flavor I've never really had. It's kind of like a butter chicken sauce, but less spices, and it's like tomatoey and creamy. But there's also another spice in here. I can't quite describe what it is.
Man, I just love insightful beauty. Like, honestly, right now I've got my notebook out, I'm taking notes, I'm jotting everything here down from the flavour profile, because that's what we're all here for. We're here to listen to Chantal tell us so much about the Nando's. I don't know if I can roll my eyes any harder. You say you ordered hot. I honestly believe you're a lemon and herb person. Barbecue if you're really not feeling the lemon.
Anyways, guys, yeah, the Nando's here pretty different from the one I remember in Canada, with dishes being served.
That, you also have money back then. Not that I ever got to see you go into a Nando's restaurant and sit there, because I can't imagine you'd have much space to fit your girth back then, especially into the space. Yes, I'm making obvious commentary here. I've skipped to the end because the eating part is mostly just her going, yeah, well, you know what, but okay. Lip-smacking noises, not chewing the food, wiggling her jaw, and then weird flex about the heat. Because she can take it, everyone. It's the only thing she can take these days, because she sure as heck ain't taking anything else.
Maybe when they go on sale again in 2 years, I'll try the appetizer set. It's like olives. It's like a few olives, a thing of hummus, a few pita, and a red pepper jam for like 25 bucks. I see, like, that's just like, we can get a tub of like good hummus here, fresh, for like $1.50, you know? It's just like things like that I just can't justify. So that's why, you know, that's why I wait for these things to go on sale, because they're pretty pricey here. Like,
no one's going to deny Nando's is not cheap. No one's also going to deny you broke. The only way you afford Nando's, which is a damning statement of how broke you are, is when it goes on sale. Because you do so many different types of mukbang from all the other major, like, I'd say different types, the same type, but you do all the different takeaway places, right? And then you try and show us the more commonly, like, consumed foods of the region. And then you try and show us you cook it. Nando's doesn't factor unless it's genuinely a last thing majiggy before you go on a, well, visa run. If the merch doesn't yield an outcome for you in the positive, which I can't imagine it will, because payouts, if that doesn't work, or the cameos, and you don't get more sponsors from the 3 to 4 simps that you have left, you're looking at another visa run, and you're probably going to be stuck somewhere, Thailand again, for a while. Although I have already mentioned there are cheaper places. It's just whether or not you'll be able to stay, and whether or not you'll be allowed to bring Salah, who is Syrian, to places like Egypt or Pakistan or Bhutan, if he would want to leave in the first place. You've dug a hole for yourself. This horrid little hole of delusion, where you need it to look right, when we all know something about it reeks of shenanigans, like you chewing food. So the first set of clips we're going to go through come directly from a mukbang, where she was eating pizza. Now this is undoubtedly after being paid, so she had money to buy big food, which would have made her very happy and sustained her for at least 4 hours. Considering the situation she's in, which is getting worse and worse and worse, and more closer to the area of dire, I'm impressed she's willing to keep doing this. But I do have a sneaky feeling, based on the community she's created, she'll end up like Hungry Fat Chick. But whereas Hungry Fat Chick is not a remotely controversial person, Chantel's failings, if she actually did lose weight, would be because people would be bored of her and she'd lose her audience, then would have to keep eating to get them back, along with being rude to them. It's a theory I've had that she's now, much like Amber, a bit of a slave for views. It's why she has little donation goals, which she doesn't hit most of the time. and the cameo thing as well, I believe, where people can give her money to do very particular mukbangs. Specific, I think is the correct word. So let's dive into some of the clips from the pizza mukbang and see what nonsense comes out of her mouth or goes into her mouth today. Okay, so there are three things we need to address. Firstly, ew on the mouth noises. That was intentionally done because ASMR is quite popular and it certainly does lean into the kink of feeders. Second, Chantal barely chews her food, which leads on to the third part. Why does she tilt her head back? Now I think she does it because she doesn't have a gullet, some have, where they can just open it up and take food in without having to, or drinks, without having to give too much thought to, chewing it. Because the stomach does the rest, which is how people like idiots like Bevo act, and then rate it 7 out of 10. You know the rules. I'm going to still lean on the belief that Chantal doesn't really have many real teeth left, and that those front two are dentures. And I don't think she chews, I think she wiggles her mouth. Because she has so much food there, which is why she was shoveling it in, she tilted her head back to get it down quicker. And she still doesn't do more than 6 chews typically for food, less if it is like rice, because she can just swallow that whole.
Autumn, Halloween, stuff like that, you know? And yes, I'll say it again one last time. I can celebrate Halloween as long as I don't worship Satan as a Muslim, okay?
At no point has Halloween ever been about the worship of Satan. I know it is associated with things that are more supernatural. I swear that wasn't me. That was Mia announcing herself. You're welcome, everyone. No, it's associated with, like, ghosts and monsters. Satan doesn't feature, but I know there are costumes. Its origins for Halloween is rooted in Samhain, and then All Hallows Eve. So, pagan holiday, and then Christians because they destroyed the pagans. There are no satanic roots at all. Anyone that thinks Halloween's an association, or is in association in cahoots with Satanism, usually comes from a level of misunderstanding which is typical of Chantal. I'm not surprised in a standalone video she would do this. She's done this of late with very weird, like, non-sequitur conversations to pad the video out so it's not just her sat there eating going, oh, which has become a bit of a trademark of hers of late. And because of the asinine nature of these conversations, it just shows how dumb she is.
And I don't. On Halloween, I worship chocolate bars, not Satan. You know? The only one I worship, Allah. Alhamdulillah. Alright, guys. And,
First things first. We know you worship food. You don't need to tell us otherwise. You can call them God if you wish. Your deity could in fact be a big dairy milk. Who am I to judge? Or Hershey's because you like inferior quality. No one believes you are a believer of any kind of deity in the slightest. And if you were, you'd be one of the bigger insults to that faith. I'm not a religious person. I don't subscribe to the idea of any faith, any kind of disbelief either. I don't care for any of it. As far as I'm concerned, it's crap. But you using it as you do, and trying to raise it as a point to make yourself seem like you're more in tune with your good and faithful and honest and truthful and lovely, lovely, lovely side, is just a smokescreen for what you really are. In fact, I could believe if Satan existed, you were created by Satan to entertain us. But since Satan doesn't exist, we can just blame your parents for failing?
today, I thought I would revisit an old story time because I used to do pizza mukbangs a lot. I was well known for those and my crazy story times.
In this video, she does revisit some of her old stories, but what she does is retell a story differently to remove some of the more unsavory elements that could get her into trouble with her beloved husband, so she can appear even more like a good Muslim or a Muslim in waiting, right? The only thing I remember of your story times were the TMIs, when you would tell us of all the guys you banged and how they would interact with your body. The Dingleberry story's the one. It's because of Michael B. Petty, man. I remember that so clearly because of him, and it's so hard to get that out of my head. We got her with the Dingleberries being picked out of a bottom. We've got Amber Lynn Reid, or just Amber these days. Amber, backing dead ass. This vehicle is reversing into the edge of a sink with a washcloth. The poor, defenseless washcloth. F in the comments. Not only for the person picking the dingleberries, although that's an interesting one, alright, but also the washcloths. Poor guys never deserved that. They deserve to live. Now, I only really need to show you those 3 clips because basically this is the style of content she is now producing. She'll tell some random story, retell a random story, contradict old information, which ties into Salah a little because he had... Oh god, the age thing confused me. He posted a picture of him with some medals. Now, I have no issue with anyone who has won anything or participated in anything martial arts. I did judo as a kid. I have no issue at all. Never competed because I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just like the training part. I do, though, have some finalist medals for Warhammer painting. So, I've got something I was happy to beat others with. Since I can't airbrush and I can't do non-metallic painting, I know damn well I'm never going to be any good anymore. But, it doesn't matter. Salah had posted a picture and given us another timeline based on Chantel's timeline, the age gap between them and the age of when he got them. It doesn't line up. It's so confusing. I swear it's done on purpose. Another one of these cute little smoke screens to either make him seem younger or older. Or younger according to them, but older when we realise the actual number, right? It's just so dumb. It really is. So we'll go to one of her live streams with some clips that were shared about as well.
Yeah, but that she called him a crackhead, a dishwasher, a druggie, an abuser. So he is a druggie and he is an abuser, yes. And all she has to do is show the Sam's Bar Lounge video if he ever takes her to court, so...
This, for the sake of context, is Chantel yet again inserting herself into the life of Nada, somebody who I'm somewhat impressed never bothered to copyright claim or privacy complaint Chantel. Considering whenever she's mentioned him, that is, he would have had ample opportunity to do that. But he didn't. Lisa thinking Lisa is still in contact. I really do believe that. It's funny to me that Chantel mentions this kind of stuff because she inserted herself into certain dramas and then claimed videos of APUSE were hers. But there is no video. It's all anecdotal from Chantel. Sounds like Amber giving evidence these days, doesn't it?
Hey, Green Grape. I mean... I'm not the type of person to just, like, agree with someone. Like, I'm, you know...
Based on that fashion runway walk you did and FFG went there to meet you, I'm not inclined to believe that. You become a bit of a sucker when it comes to in-person meetings. Even if it is with your arch-nemesis.
Her response is actually not that great. No doubt, because Lisa Manning is a joke of a fucking lawyer, that's why. She's a Lionel Hutz in Gore World. Lionel Hutz. You don't even have to be a lawyer to know that you cannot request his legal income taxes. Right?
I'm somewhat impressed that this is the conversation Chantel wants to be having. Lionel Hutz, by the way, is a character from The Simpsons. When it comes to discussing anything about Nada, I would have thought, considering all that you claim he did to you went back on and then claim he did anyway, that you would want to distance yourself from ever referencing him because that would give him further relevancy. Diminished because you no longer carry much internet weight, you carry real weight. So it's a bit of a different currency. But Chantel having to mention Nada as an excuse to create conversation or allowing it to persist is a damning statement for what little she has in the way of stream quality. Then again, she does just fire up a stream and get on with it. There's no intro, starting soon thing, get the audience in. It's not a show, even though to her it is a show. It is the lowest common denominator because it makes her the most money, and she doesn't really make much money at the same time. We know this because she does do some videos near the end of the month, cooking food. I'm wondering how much of her salary is, what she makes from YouTube, salary-wise, goes on paying debt.
Cease and desist is very easy to draw up, yeah. Are you able to do your own? You could find templates, but I don't think it's like legally binding unless it's like drafted by a lawyer. I don't know.
Consider this a public service announcement. If you are a streamer and all you do is sit staring at the chat, waiting for them to engage with you so you can give them nuggets of wisdom, bad talk other people, try and vaguely understand something you don't understand, you're a crap streamer. Simple as that. We have more clips though, so I'm going to go to something slightly different.
Even if it was Special Olympics, biatch, FAS looking ugly, Cabbage Patch, I would still love him.
Chantal has been stealing insults from Goral World, as it's known, although I would point out that I had speculated years ago, I'd say 2019, possibly earlier, that Chantal looked like somebody with fetal alcohol syndrome, which is more commonly known as FAS. These insults are a direct shot at, well, you mentioned Cabbage Patch, it's got to be Yaba, I think. I've heard her use that regurgitated insult series. She likes to throw all the same insults back at the people sending them her way, but I'm going to claim ownership of FAS because I didn't recall anyone else within Hater Nation saying it before Goral World rose up. Yes, I'm claiming that, and I'm very proud of it, along with Make England Great Again, which has been stolen as well. I'm a little bit salty.
He's liberal. Oh, cool, yeah. I'm glad Polyev didn't get in, that's all.
Right now, I will admit I've spent an inordinate amount of time laughing at Canada and laughing at the Conservatives who had a really good chance to win because their strategy was to attack Liberals for being Liberals when all they did was change the leader who, at that point, Carney was never elected. He was simply chosen. It cracked me up to no end that people would vote for Liberals who for 10 years have had a pretty good run of hurting the economy massively and are now using the former governor for the Bank of England to try and seem like they're economically stable. So hopefully in 4 years it goes well, but if not, learn your sodding lesson. Chantal having an opinion on Canadian politics is funny, considering the only thing she wants from it is the one thing she doesn't have access to, healthcare. She doesn't have access to it because she owes money in taxes, and she's not paying that either. And I know taxation is theft, but when it comes to Chantal, I'd like to think that she does owe, and so she should pay. Your Canadian elections, much like the German elections and the French elections, tickled me to no end. We English have suffered enough, and it's only been a year. Hopefully the rest of you catch up. Enjoy that. And no, I'm not suggesting voting Conservative or Reform. I firmly subscribe to No Lives Matter. Vote for me, I end all of you, it's over, you're welcome.
And I know she hates me, and she wants me to be beat up. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna come beat me up yourself? Bring it on, bitch. I've been watching lots of Kung Fu movies. Racist to Canadians. Yeah, it's like because she's like beefing with like she doesn't like me and she doesn't like FFG, so now she's like against all Canadians.
That is a perfectly reasonable position to take for the 51st state of the United States of America. I have Labour in government. I'm allowed to laugh at your suffering as well. If you don't like that, I don't care.
No offense, but you kind of make Indiana look really dumb, so I wouldn't talk.
Rather than play more of this, I want to highlight that Chantal likes to take digs at where people are from, where they live, and then speak down about them. You're Canadian, you're clearly not educated, you like to rag on others for their education level, you have no creativity, no original thoughts, you take all your insults from other people. Your clapbacks, your best ones came when you were drunk and high in Cuba. I say they're your best ones, they were the worst ones as well. You don't have an iota of a leg to stand on in two very different areas. One being physical, because seriously you can't walk much at all, you waddle. You're almost at the level of Amber, South Park-esque character movement, and you're certainly looking as wide as she is. The only reason you might look slightly thinner is filters and that chin strap you wear around your head. You don't have any leg to stand on here either, because you give and take. You claim to want to be better, but you undo it immediately because you need them. The symbiotic relationship you have with your haters will, because of your ego, persist until your dying day, upon which one of those aforementioned haters will take your place, and they know exactly who they are. They've certainly lost enough subs recently because of another shitty stunt they pulled. Now, as we are done, because I don't really see a point in playing more, I just want to show that our content really is dead. That's why the end of year reviews are kind of crap. All over the place, but crap. The last part on that last video anyway that I showed you, about them being all over the place, these end of year reviews, couldn't be more accurate. Putting together and compiling anything for Chantal, for someone that isn't that successful in the grander scheme, is all over the place, rages at her audience, her haters, and you'll see in May a little bit of Salamo as well, or Sally I think he is often called. Let's call him Chunky now. He's getting a bit chunky and depressed looking. Yes. Anyway, yes, so Chantal's videos are always harder to put together. They're a real struggle. And that is why I have made it a point now not to use my avatar as much. It's just not worth the hassle. No offence to you, the lovely viewers who put up with these videos, but Chantal is far too much aggro. I used to lose an entire weekend doing that, and it's all because she does somewhat a lot, but reality not much at all. And because of the canon that she has created, it's very difficult to put this together in a way that is, well, let's say truthful and I would say entertaining, but that's not a thing. There are other creators who have put together a timeline of events, and they have already in fact received a lot of criticism for how they've gone about it. Certain milestones in Chantal's life, BBJ for example, is a great example of, because of the number of contradictory stories concerning the cat be honed, how it is impossible to appease anyone in that particular tale. But someone will try, and they'll get flack for it. Again. Going into May, Chantal is going to start to fracture more, and I'll put a little bit more effort into that, I promise, but fracture more because of her relationship, contract, let's go with that, of employment with Salah. Things are getting messier, and I don't think she's going to see this year out in Kuwait. She is due a visa run soon, though. Curious to see where she goes from there. During the month of May, Chantal kept herself busy-ish, and geared up towards something that ended, ultimately, for the time being, the Kuwait arc. But what actually happens in June. So I made 3 videos for this month. They are the videos we're going to use to demonstrate what Chantal got up to, because I really don't want to sit here reading for about an hour all her community posts that she's since deleted.
I need help for what? I'm just trying to decide what the hell I want to do.
In before anyone wonders, no, not go to the gym, lose weight, eat better. No, don't be silly. More what filter she's going to use to continually make it look like she's a lot slimmer than she actually is, and if you hear snoring, Mia is really giving it some today. Chantal has a great talent for abusing filters. She uses more filters than an artist drawing one of my avatars that you've not seen in the video for months. I'll put them in on Monday, I promise.
Like, why are you being so f***ing dramatic?
Can you tell she's low on funds and needs it, money that is, to buy decent food? Can you tell? It's funny because she started the year off by stating she was going to be a nice, better, improved Muslim revert woman. She failed it within the first 3 weeks and has steadily gotten worse as the month has gone by. She's recently been going in, I believe, on Yaba for the gastric sleeve surgery that I believe Yaba was getting, or has gotten, I believe. I said I believe too many times. I think I have. I believe. Ha! Chantal must be very bored if that is where Chantal wants to go. Although I'm somewhat surprised, considering the money she had made over the years of being on YouTube, she hadn't considered it herself.
What I planned and what I feel like doing now, you know, is different. I just, like, one of my pet peeves, I guess, that is just people pressuring me to do things. Like exercise or stuff like that, like...
The thing is, you had a super chat goal, I think it was 10 super chats, and you'd go out. You hit the goal, and then you made an excuse not to do it, which is what is happening here. You've made an excuse and you won't do what you said you'd do. It's no wonder people are turning off. It's why more people are moving away entirely from you, because you're just a broken promise grifter. Because that's how you look. If you say you're going to do something, you've got to be a man of your word. If you take all the filters off, you look like a certain type of man. Yeah, King Kong Bundy.
Like, I want to do things when I want to do them, you know what I mean?
No, we don't. Again, you set the goal, so go do it. Additionally, you have people giving you genuine support, genuine advice, trying to help and guide you. Your community have tried to do that. What do? You ban them instead. You block them. You insult them, telling them they're not good beezers, because you just want to be enabled and mollycoddled by your audience. You are the most entitled millennial I've ever encountered. You're the worst one.
And if I don't want to be healthy, and I don't want to eat healthy, I don't want to do something, I don't want to do it.
So nothing different from the usual then, am I right, Chantal? The only thing you ever truly commit to is the smokescreen you put up in the form of filters, to try and make it seem like you're not 400 plus pounds, whilst claiming you're 360, I believe? I believe that as much as I believe in the concept of a god, and since I don't believe God exists in any way, shape or form, that should help you understand that comparison.
Doesn't affect anyone's life, like, what?
Well, let's see, it affects yours because you're lazy, you're slovenly, you're super morbidly obese, you're a dosser, your content's going down the drain, you had to buy subs to get a play button. So there's an affected party there, because you're a bit of a fat hipster. And then you have those that wasted their money supporting you so you could hit a goal and go and do something. for you to then con them and not do it. Those people should try and get a refund via YouTube for that one.
Like, I'm very moody when people give money. They're giving money to tell me how to live my life? K2? No, it was for an outing, which I will do.
No, but I'm impressed that's what you take from it. No, they're giving you money so you can hit a goal and go and do what you said your goal was for. See, Super Chat goals are a recent creation. Mine, when I do Amber streams, are always buzzballs. With you, it's animal pictures. Because, well, I'm surrounded by animals and I'm more than happy to share pictures. I have an Instagram, in fact, and a Megon one. It's predominantly log cabin stuff and animals. On that note, send me animal pictures on Twitter. A neighbour's cat passed away and I love that cat. I miss him a lot.
I have a feeling you're going to be like this your entire life. Are you God?
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, but for the sake of it,
God not real!
sorry to anyone who is a religious person or believes in a god, but in the context of how Chantal treats what she believes a god is, this particular version of a god does not exist.
You don't know my future. You don't decide my future.
I think you'll find we all do.
You can feel like anything you want, but you have no idea. Like, who are you to tell somebody they're never going to change, they're never going to do this, they're never going to do that, just because they're not doing it immediately?
Oh, pick me. I know the answer to this one. You see, it's remarkably simple. You've been on the platform for quite a long time. You, like your friend, Amber Lynn Reed, so Amber, you are both very cycle-based. You're repetitive, you routine things. That's why Amber's career is going down the drain, and yours is already in the drain. You're circling the drain, in fact. You're circling it at an alarming rate because you have nothing new to offer the online space. You've repeated the same fails you commit for one day. Amber commits for maybe 2 to 3 days, has an off day and then has to reset on the first day of the first month, of the first year, of the first decade, because she can't actually go beyond that if she fails once. You, though, just give up and claim you're doing more and more and more, and actually don't. Your breathing issues are getting worse, by the way. I swear if we just removed your bone structure entirely, you might have a better chance of living for longer if you just existed as a slug.
Like, why would you want to, like, try to bring someone down with that? Like, it's so weird how people are. Like, I don't get it.
Of course you don't get it. You're not smart enough. You're just about smart enough, though, to con your own audience out of Super Chat money. I would say that speaks volumes to your level of intelligence, but you also simultaneously have claimed many a time you don't care about money. Yet the majority of your existence now is based around you begging for donations because, well, things have dried up, haven't they? Are you on another visa run soon? Because I'm pretty sure you're meant to be on one in the near future.
They come over here, they pocket watch, they watch every little single thing. Oh, well, just because you're not going on the treadmill today, you refuse to go out, you're going to be a failure at life. Like, what? Like, I'm fine. I'm just like, I told you what my problem is.
Spoiler, it's not what she thinks it is. It's actually something simpler. She's lazy, slovenly, disgusting, filthy, dirty, stanky, skanky, hangry, and sexless. Very, very sexless. And I have no doubt all of them put together just induce that rage because it means she has to do something. She constantly puts out content, going, oh wow, I need to improve my health. Oh wow, I need to make changes. Oh wow, I'm going to do better. A day later, oh but my back, I've hurt my back. Oh my god. And then when someone criticizes her for it, oh, they're haters. Because that's all she has. It's the same thing over and over again. This is why people aren't watching you much these days.
Yeah, if I bother you that much, don't watch me.
Based on your current viewing numbers, audience retention, interactions, I would advise you against saying such stupid things. Because you are a slave for views you will not survive without them. Without the haters, without world, and without the gullible schmucks that pay for your stuff on, well, the stuff they pay for you on, actually. Is it Cameo and your Super Chats and your memberships? Yeah, no. You shouldn't be saying that because you need them. You're not getting a new audience at the moment. You are very stagnant. That's all you are. And I know I'm not one to talk. I haven't grown much this year at all. If any at all, actually. That does not mean, though, my opinion is any less valid. Don't try me.
Pocket watch means that they're like watching my pockets, everything I do, every dollar, my finances, everything I do. Like,
I'm not surprised they do this, by the way, because you're not. You're barely paying any attention to what goes in or out. You're just paying attention to what goes in your mouth. You're paying attention to what filters you use on your phone. You sit there, and by the way, your streams are some of the worst streams I've ever encountered. I don't know how you have the viewership at all. Because all you do is sit there and stare at your chat, and you engage with that. You have no conversations of your own, you don't give thought to a process or a show, you solely exist to talk to the very people you insult. Not only their intelligence, but their integrity. No wonder they leave you in droves, and no wonder many more people are less interested in watching your content. And by extension, many of the haters as well.
You know what it means, don't be a stupid asshole.
Of course I know what it means. That's why I'm putting this image back on the screen. How dare you be accountable and responsible when you can race yourself into an early grave?
How about you just, Judy, no, how about you just bees and hang out without it always having to be about my effing weight, about my diet, about what I put in my mouth. It's no one's business. I'm not here talking about my diet today. I'm beesing. Like...
Chantal, this is your channel page, your videos. In it, all you do is eat. You sometimes add filler content in the form of speaking, non sequitur topics unrelated to your eating because you like to seem like you're a worldly individual that understands the vast complexities of everything around you. You don't, because you're stupid. You are an eater. That is all you are. You talk about weight loss in your content. On your community tab, you delete a lot of that. Of course you do, because you're Chantal. And on your live streams, people want to enjoy you. Sure, then you push them away. You bully them. You harass them. You make them angry, and then they become your haters. Some of the biggest of which were fans of yours, and you loathe them because they're so much more successful in viewership than you are. And donation as well, I might add. I don't care about a rather large number of them, but I'm going to be jealous of the amount of money regardless. Because money, yo.
I'm 41, I have free will.
Not to try and sound too morbid, but not for much longer you won't, because your free will will be compromised by you being undoubtedly bedbound and stuck in a country you won't be able to leave without the aid of a forklift and a carrier plane.
If I want to destroy my health, that's my prerogative. Like, if that's what you think I'm doing.
I don't think it's a case of thinking it's what you're doing. It's a case that we all know it's what you're doing. It's why you use the filters and you tuck in your Spanx hijab into your chins, which have on numerous occasions slipped out because your filter gave out on you. We know you use a convex lens. Was it concave? Convex one, because it made your phone look like it was a foot-long sub. Do you remember that? And I've proven the filter thing with images like this, because until you did it, where you adjusted your hijab, your face looked a lot smaller.
Yes, I bees every day. That's what I want to do with my life. I want to bees. It's not your business. And I don't want to take a day off either.
So, do you want a picture here?
No.
Can I take a picture for you here? With the light also? Okay, 3, 2.
Oh, there's music. Shit.
Wait. Do something fun or funny. Okay, this music wave in the mall, not inside.
No, it's inside.
Wallah?
I'll mute it for a minute.
Ignoring the concern about the music, the photo offers a great opportunity for us, through the live format lens, to see just how short she really is, although we already knew she was a miniature person, height-wise anyway, but also to see what she thinks we believe is the real one. Like Amber with her eating habits, with her What I Eat in a Day series, which is a lie, Chantal does the same with the frame she presents to us, as if that is what we're going to believe is the real version. We've seen the filters turn off, we've seen what happens when her cat pulls her hijab and her chins pop out. It's weird how free Chantal becomes when her chins are out, like she's been uninhibited by a symbol of oppression that she's only wearing because she can hide more of herself. Let's not forget here, Chantal's not really Muslim by any stretch of the imagination. She tokenizes the faith so that she can then hide herself with filters. It's why she's unwilling to go back to Canada full time, because if her trolls, one in particular, bothers to go and find her, they'd see her from the right angle. On to the next clip. Now this is them at a place called Chuck E. Cheese. Now I've heard about Chuck E. Cheese. I've heard they cater to adults and children. I've heard it's predominantly used for kids, but that does not mean adults cannot go alone or with their claimed partner, to enjoy a meal together. I've no idea if the food's any good. All I know is it exists. And I've seen some debates in the Twitter space. I think Yabo's one and a few others, simps for other world creators. The arguments have been quite, I'd say profound, but it's actually the opposite. Starts with an R.
Carefree, hello. More kids are showing up now. Thanks, Chimkin. You too.
There are two great personality problems Chantal has. One is the claim that she wants to be a mother. The other is the reality she does not want to be a mother. She can't be one, we know the reality is also that. But the personality side of things, she likes to try and present herself as someone that likes having kids around. But because she's a professional live streamer, this is not something that she can really throw herself into. It is not something she could do as a full-time thing on the side, because she hasn't got the patience. It's why she has cats and not dogs. Cats are nowhere near as needy, and she can ignore them for the most part. Dogs require a lot more time and effort, and I can back that up. In my log cabin, 6 meters by 4 meters, all 4 of the dogs that reside here are in the cabin with me right now. 2 in the living room sleeping on the couch and 2 on the dog bed next to me. They would rather be around someone than around no one. There's no cat here because they don't care. That's more just to prove the point of Chantal preferring cats over dogs, and the low effort that goes with it. Chantal doesn't want kids, and she hasn't got the patience. We've seen it over the years as well, especially since going to Kuwait. Whenever she's been around kids, she really doesn't know how to behave without looking like somebody who does a there from distance, tap on the head moment situation type deal.
Well, yeah, they have air hockey, but it's really low. It's for small kids. It's like this big.
Yeah.
It's not like the regular arcade guys. It's like kiddie toys.
Small table here.
Yeah.
Query for those who go to Chuck E. Cheese, so not anyone from the United Kingdom, unless they've been abroad to a Chuck E. Cheese. Is what she said true, or is it more likely that it feels that way for somebody much larger? And I'm going to lend credence to that point later on with another restaurant visit where I think the table was moved to fit her girth.
Yeah, I'll have a blast. I'm watching the kid play.
You couldn't look more unimpressed if you tried. Don't worry though, there's more to this highly enthusiastic adventure for Chantal and Chunks. Let's call him that.
What drinks you want?
Diet Coke. It's unlimited refills. We can't keep it? Here's the drinks.
What the unlimited?
You can have as many soda as you want.
Oh.
I don't really care about the unlimited soda thing because it's a very odd flex in conversation. I want to highlight the appearance where the hijab is tucked into an extra chin. And when you get a profile shot of her later, her head goes back further than it goes forward. I swear she's just Thomas the Tank Engine after his head's been removed from the front face plate. If anyone's seen that video, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, and it is speculated by a number of the haters that one of the reasons she highlighted the unlimited refills is because they're broke and they need everything free that they can get their rather greasy hands on. Now, not everything has to be in Chuck E. Cheese, and sometimes Salah likes to give us nuggets of wisdom. These nuggets of wisdom come in the form of stating the most bloody obvious thing you can think of, because he's a real interpersonable type, and totally into Chantal.
People finish their work and going back home.
Riveting stuff. Now, Salah is not done with his highly entertaining and insightful philosophical commentary. This is where people have taken images of him now and gone, you don't look right, fella. You need your beard back. You don't look right without it.
Guys, there's something creepy happened to me today, and I'm so worried about it.
Uh-oh.
Today I had a vision, and after that, I got scratched by something in the car.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
So do you think, guys, something might happen?
Well, it is Final Destination Day.
Yeah, what a coincidence.
Yeah, this is the level we're working with, folks. Sometimes I wonder if they deserve each other or not. And just at the point where I start to think no, Salah opens his mouth and says something else. And I think, you know what? Yes, Chantal deserves you. You absolute smeg-for-brained sausage. Now let's skip over to another live stream, where Chantal collected super chats for what was dubbed a bonus stream. That clip you earlier saw was proof that was a load of crap. It wasn't a bonus stream, no, she went to go see, well, Final Destination. She went to the movies. Yeah, here's a clip related to that part. Do you remember when I said unflattering angles? I think that clip absolutely demonstrated some of the lesser interesting angles. Well, interesting at the same time because they show what she really is, a slug with bones. But at the same time, a concerning frame for someone of her claimed weight. I'm curious what will hit the ground first, her feet or her fupa. She bends over 90 degrees, I'm pretty sure she touches the ground and can just lay down, which I guess is impressive. When it comes to the stream thing, where she sets goals, super chat goals, and then doesn't keep most of them, as in do what she says she'll do, and then rages at audience when they call her out for it. There are times where she does actually do it, but only when she knows she has more money coming in. The goals incentivize her to try a little with her audience, but for some peculiar reason she's not as adept at this whole stream malarkey as others are. I earlier said that when it came to sitting at a table at Chuck E. Cheese, is it the tables and the chairs or is it her? Here is Chantal at another restaurant being quite clearly catered to because of her size, with the table being moved away because it had to fit her in.
So Chantal find a very nice seat here, but suddenly her feet doesn't touch the floor. It's so funny.
Well, hello everybody! Welcome back to another video. Today I'm having quite a Wendy's feast here. So let me explain what I have before digging in. I gotta make this quick because I'm so hungry.
You're having carbs, diabetes, carbs, more junk, carbs, gluttony, and a side of shelved pride. Washed down with a Pepsi Max because you are very, very healthy. I find it fascinating, by the way, that for someone of your size, you fully commit to the sugar-free drinks, or zero-calorie drinks, as they're often touted, when you just eat all that junk anyway, and you're always hungry. It has been speculated by some who do enjoy your food, which is why you eat so much. Others say you don't, it's just all you've got, because you are unwilling to commit to the hard part of simply reducing things down. I think that applies to both you and Amber handily. Neither of you have the acumen to create enough content to vanish for 2 years and then come back completely different. In 2 years, if this has happened, I'd like someone just to play that quote and shove it in my face.
Nacho cheese, barbecue sauce, spicy nuggets, huge french fry, chili, diet soda, and this is the new beefy barbecue. It has onion rings, pickles, barbecue sauce, cheese sauce, and beef bacon. So let's try it first.
But not before I provide you the caloric intake for that meal alone. See, my Google Foo was good today. I could do all the nutritional facts, but I thought the calories alone would set people up for what this really is. The burger sits at only 464. Okay, the fries 299, the chili 566, and if it's a 10-piece nugget, it's 520, but I think that's 260. I think it's only 5 pieces, because she's already eaten the other 5, meaning her caloric intake for this meal alone is 1,579. Oh, dog, that's a lot.
Thank you, sweetheart!
Does anyone else think that voice was AI generated? Or just a pre-recorded thing that went off? Or that Salah simply paid the other 5 nuggies just to say something? He does look like he's eating nuggies a fair bit these days. Mostly for the skins.
Salah's waiting for his match boost. No, match boost laham. Beep, beep. Bismillah. The beef bacon. Yes, beef bacon does taste like bacon. Like pork bacon.
I'm going to be that guy because I love bacon and say that is factually incorrect. Beef bacon typically tastes, well, like beef bacon. Yeah, beefier, chewier, pork bacon, sweeter, fattier, crispier. It's not overly difficult, and the texture's also different, and I say this because I've had both. I prefer pork bacon.
I like eating it separate though. Because I can taste it more. That's really good.
I'm going to be that person, one of many that's undoubtedly pointed out that you don't typically care about what you're eating. We know this because the amounts of sauce you typically put onto things so that you can get it down. You, like Amber, suffer from chronically demolished taste buds. So I think the other reason, the real reason why you picked the bacon out is to make the burger a little bit smaller because you can't get as much of your mouth onto it as you wish you could. She's yet to reach the stage of dislocating her jaw at will.
I am feeling a million times better today, alhamdulillah. But I have been like fasting since yesterday.
No one believes that. Don't try me. Although I'm surprised you haven't had more health problems of late. 16 hours of fasting, so of course, you've earned 1,600 calories worth of rewards. Well done. If you hear dogs snoring, by the way, there are 2 snoring behind me. I'm not sorry about that. Just thought I'd let you know they're having a jolly good snooze, and they want you to know that.
Okay, I wanted to talk about something like really weird and creepy. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but the fries are like nice and crunchy.
Yeah, you're right. That's real creepy. I'd love to see what Wendy's thinks of you. They saw you on Twitter and the mess of your life. I could believe that whoever runs that Wendy's account would have an absolute field day throwing shade at you. It's kind of what they do. I know it's not really what the creepy thing is that she's trying to get to, but because she takes so long to get there, I feel I'm well within my right to mock her where I can.
Have you guys know who Annabelle the doll is, right? Not the one from, excuse me, from the movies. Babe?
Yes, baby.
You want to come try a bite of this?
Do you remember at the start where I said Chancel's all over the place? Yeah, this is one of those times. I don't keep up to date with peoples, individuals, Annabelle, whatever. Don't know who they are. Okay. But instead we get a segue to Salah tasting food off camera, her roommate. I don't really care about Salah trying food. Really don't care. I'm more interested in the focus of the story to see where she goes with it. Since I'm coming at this from a place of ignorance, I feel like that's more important. As someone that live streams and regularly goes on tangents, I can understand the frustration my audience would have with me if I did this on, well, a regular like this anyway. Then again, mercifully, I don't eat while streaming that often because my audience give me too much stick. One in particular.
So the Annabelle the real doll, like it's a real doll. I'm sure a lot of you know that. Most of you know that. But some might not. And until I saw what Annabelle looked like, the real one, I was like, isn't that a Raggedy Ann doll? Look.
So after a quick Google, because it would have taken you 5 seconds to do this as well, the Annabelle doll that currently resides within an occult museum is in fact considered a haunted Raggedy Ann doll. You're welcome.
I don't want to talk crap about the doll because
it might make a reaction channel to you, become one of your most well-known haters. Perhaps a leading figure within world. Are you worried perhaps you won't be able to write any diss tracks? adequately slam dunk them because they're in better shape and condition than you. I can make some other snide remarks, but it is Raggedy Ann doll, and there are limits to how far I'm allowed to go on YouTube.
You never know. Like, after what I'm about to tell you, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim.
What again?
That means I seek refuge in the accursed devil from a...
No, can say it again in Arabic?
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim.
Bravo.
Like, I seek refuge in God from the devil because, like...
I don't think you need to seek refuge from some crappy little doll. And I say crappy little doll because, again, I don't believe in paranormal or occult. That's not a dig at anyone that does or makes content in that area, not even slightly. I will just politely roll my eyes and say, if you're willing to make some random bleh statement as a way of trying to seek solace so you don't cross certain lines, yet you cross lines on a regular when you go in on your haters, and vice versa, of course, they do too, but none of it justifiable. Let's face it, at this point, it's just turd-flinging monkey territory. Then chances are, you making that quaint little statement carries no weight whatsoever. But go figure you go hide behind some deity you dub God, when the lightest enemy you could possibly make throws shady, because you know you can't throw any shade at them for their looks, because it's a doll, weight, because it's a doll, or anything else actually, because, well, in case you didn't notice, it's a sodding doll.
The real Annabelle doll is reportedly possessed by a devil, a demon. So in the 70s, you guys know Ed and Lorraine Warren. Psychics, demonologists, all that, occultists, whatever.
Yes, grifters, gotcha.
They put her in a case. And they, you know, blessed it, whatever. And they strictly instructed people not to move her and don't take her out of the glass.
So this to me is where I believe this is nothing more than a con. If we are to believe in the concept of demons, no one's allowed to touch or interact with, because maybe the demon is transferred to a mortal soul and becomes a human, which means we can then contain them. You would present this for people to look at, rather than locking away in a box and throwing to the bottom of the ocean, or incinerating in a volcano or something. Doing something more proactive to destroy, or perhaps even look for the demon's true name. Hell, their name might be Clyde, Keith, Kevin, Barry, any other basic bish names we can go with. Trevor! The demon's name is Trevor! No, instead it is simply put on display for people to observe. Guys, there's a demon in that thing. Oh my god, it's held back with wool and some purity seal of some kind. Okay.
So recently, mid-May, a ghost tour company decided to bring Annabelle on tour to New Orleans, okay? You pay $60. You get to see her. Whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, that's where I start to draw a line in the sand. Profiting off a demon seems very strange to me. Almost seems, in of itself, to be a form of corrupt living. Oh, guys, give me $60 to see a Raggedy Ann doll that might have a demon inside it. If we're to believe demons exist, that demon made a deal with the person who set that up. Oh, no, wait. It's a continuation of the grift. Okay. I'm guessing some of you might now be wondering if Chantal gets to the end of this particular mukbang with her food demolished. No is the answer to that. Now she believes she ordered too much? I don't think so. I also don't believe when she says she's sick. I think she's just getting to a stage now where her stomach can't stretch any further without rupturing.
Oh, I'm full. I had a lot of food. The thing with the fast food is, especially here, they have the value menus, they have the meal deals, and honestly, I didn't pay for a large upgrade, but they just upgraded it. which is, I mean, that's cool, but anyway.
I swear I could turn that into a song. That beat alone. It's not bad. Joke aside about music, I think the reason you didn't finish the burgers is because you didn't like it. You certainly weren't enjoying it when you were eating it. Your chewing has gotten worse. I do think you're wiggling the food around your mouth. Your occult story meant nothing to me, because I don't care about it. But I'm not surprised you're inserting these stories because you need something to deviate away from the standard world commentary. Because you want to be removed and above it. Eventually you have a crash out, a blowout, or you start lashing out at those nearest you, like your roommate, that you pretend your husband. The month of March for Chantal is going to be one of the worst months for her, for a whole slew of reasons, one of which being the Q8 arc at this point is over, or will be soon. Well, during this month anyway. Whether she goes back or not, I do think she'll try, possibly in the future, but I think if the internet is as much of a weapon as it is, she won't be able to go back legally. The reason why I covered in one of the first videos I released during the month. I only released 2, because Chantal kind of went dark for the majority of the month, which for her is bad. With her lacking in content that are rewatchable, because she keeps privating and deleting it, she doesn't have that passive income that many others have. And so during a live stream I also queried where she was, because she kind of, well, she was gone for a while. And the reason why will be the first video I play, so you can get the full context of the mistake she made. And I'm going to insert now. If you claim to be in a country for 2.5 years on a tourist visa, which is what it was, constantly hop, skipping and jumping to go back, yet never learning the language, the culture, the laws, the practices, the societal norm, only to then break them and not bother to understand it, chances are you deserve to be where you are. Consider that all foreshadowing, guys. Today we're going to be talking about somebody who might not survive much longer if they don't change quickly, but oh well, yeah, okay. Over the weekend I did a live stream on Moistski Live, was it on Thursday? I think it was Saturday, on Chantal, Foodie Beauty. I'll link the stream down below because I don't want to play the video of, well, clips from the live stream where she picks up a kitten and does some stupid shit, okay? She grifted a load of donations, and it turns out she's opened the floodgates to a mountain of problems. Now, she is due a visa run at some point in the month of June, so if she's quick, she might be able to avoid them, but I do believe there is extradition potentially involved if it gets escalated any further. A recent legal change in Kuwait made certain donations a big no-no. Not that Chantal knew. I mean, she's been there 2.5 years and still doesn't speak the language. She doesn't understand cultural norms and practices, and, well, Chantal's going to Chantal, basically. And because Chantal's going to Chantal, she's made it, you know what, actually, we're just going to go through some things. It'll be so much easier to explain with a physical medium to support my points. So we'll start with something from Chantal, where she discusses some DMs, right, concerning the kitten and the organisation she had reached out to get assistance. Now, she had raised over $600 to help that cat, and she even offered up her PayPal to receive direct donations because Super Chats take over a month to be received. When it comes to animal welfare, many of us will immediately pounce on helping. It's just in our nature to do that. Chantal, in follow-up videos to what you're now seeing on the screen, she had said that she'd never seen that mother cat ever again, or couldn't find the kitten. But as it turns out, she'd actually seen the cat before, as many of the intrepid types within world pointed out. She'd actually been in that area before. This felt like the whole event then is scripted to sensationalize for clicks. That's a no-no, isn't it now? But it doesn't stop Chantal from being Chantal. It doesn't stop her doing what she's always trying to do. Chantal essentially reached out to try and get ahead of a situation she created because she had screwed up and potentially broken a law in Kuwait. With the visa run upcoming, this isn't so good for her, especially if she intends to stay there with this facade roommate situation moment type deal. And what Chantal did, as more unfolded, was proceed to get angry at the haters rather than simply take responsibility, accept she screwed up, and move on. Now, when you create a community that's entirely made of poison against yourself, it's going to be very difficult for you to get them on side even if you concede guilt. So can Chantal shelve her pride long enough to simply do the right thing? The answer is obviously a no. Pause Q8 have posted on their Instagram, which I don't recommend anyone go and look at because it's incredibly graphic, an update regarding a rescued kitten and mother. There's been a lot of misinformation circulating regarding the stolen kitten. We want to clarify the kitten and her mother have been safely rescued by one of our trusted team members. All medical expenses have been fully covered by Pause Q8. Anyone currently asking for donations on behalf of this kitten or her mother is not associated with our team in any way. No further donations are required or being requested by us. They, Pause Q8, finished by stating the intention to get these cats rehomed in the US. I don't know if that's an upgrade or not, based on how I've seen animals mistreated in America, but I won't say any more just yet. DX, or Pizza of Poop, can't say the name, YouTube will get me. She streamed for 34 minutes, simply titled Hi. She got angry on this stream. We might have some clips of it, actually. In fact, I have this one.
No, Deb, I felt something was up because I messaged them and they said they were going to help. I sent them all the information. I sent them the pictures of the cats and everything. And then they didn't answer me, like, for a whole day, you know, because I said, do you accept PayPal donations? Because on their very own page, they say, we need help, you know, with this and that and that. So I thought I was just helping. I'm scamming how? Like, what? Like, I received, like, $70 in PayPal, and I used, like, 50 or more for the pet pharmacy vet clinic. Like, what? Get a life. Anyway, do what you want. I'm done.
There is something somewhat amusing about watching the desperation in this very short live stream unfold in real time, because as more unfolded, she got more and more angry, aggressive, and worked up, yes? We also found out that during the stream, Brucey was going to be rehomed, the cat that I showed you, the kitten.
They rescued Bruce and us. Who did? What? Who? Okay. So, I guess they're being rescued. They've been rescued. But I feel like haters probably, like, bombarded them too. And now they're like, we're not accepting. There's, like, this big drama post on their page. Like, we are dealing legally with people asking for illegal donations for the cat. Like, what?
As more of the stream unfolded, people started to accuse her more and more of being a scammer. Salah was also trying to tell her to take this offline because this was not something we discussed in the online space. She didn't listen.
So I thought I was just helping. I'm scamming how? Like, what? I offered to send them what I had from PayPal left to them to help. And they're like, we're investigating. Okay. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. I'm not dealing. I don't have to live my life this way. I don't have to. Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking more, Salah. Keep messaging me. Keep doing it.
In one very obvious respect, he is actually looking out for you both, which to an extent makes him at least seem like he has a small modicum of decency. Chantal, though, is terrified. You can tell she's terrified because she's in an area that she doesn't fully understand, the legal side of Q80 life. Then again, she's the same person who dunked on her own country of Canada, yet keeps going back because healthcare, yet she's not entitled to it anymore because she doesn't live there. To then claim, in one respect, that to claim that Q8 is amazeballs, whilst also saying, oh, by the way, we've got loads of rats and they're dead, it's a hygiene issue. I'm not surprised. Not least when you waddle about looking like pestilence.
Honestly, I don't feel safe telling you the whole story right now while I'm here, so I'm leaving.
Now, upon hearing this, my first thought was, oh, so I guess we're getting a visa run earlier. Is she rage quitting Q8 and finally going back to beezing it up like she did in the good old days? If that's so, I can't wait to see the next Amazon pile of cardboard shame. Trash Mountain, I believe it was known as. Yes, I can't wait for that. Does it mean you're going to try and get BPJ back? If they're even alive now. Let's face it, Chantal, you were never going to quit just yet, but there's also an additional thing here of, there's a possibility she couldn't leave anyway if she leaves it too long. But what do we know? Well, let's find out.
Cheat you. I hate when I'm in a bad mood and my husband tries to talk to me. I know I try not to, like, take it out on people around me, like, and be, you know, crabby. So what I do is I just, like, just leave me be. I just need some time because I don't want to be crabby, you know?
I know that's an earlier clip, but I should state that that makes it look like she's going to paint Salah as an ABUSER and use it as a valid excuse for a visa run. No offense to you, Salah, if you're watching, but you are about to become a scapegoat. You really are.
They're not suing me because I'm not paying a dime. Like, I need to get out of this country, man. Like, insane. Which country villainizes people for trying to help? Like, what? Like,
Now with that nugget of information, we'll bury it to the side for the time being, bury it. Place it to one side. Chantal's decided that there is some blame to be assigned, and it is to Paul's Q8. And of course the haters, but Paul's Q8 first.
yeah. No, I'm getting in shit. I bet you I'm gonna get in crap for trying to be nice and help them. If it weren't for me, they even used my pictures on their page. Yes, they're harassing everybody.
So Paul's Q8 have put out a statement, a clarification statement. Our rescuer, Sania, saved both the kitten and her mother. So why did someone else take the kitten away from her stable, non-critical mother? If the goal was truly to help, why wasn't the mother taken too? Why wasn't any proper update like a vet confirmation or hospital video shared? Instead of transparency, this turned into uncoordinated fundraising, while the actual rescuers who covered all costs stayed silent. Helping is only meaningful when done legally, responsibly, and without confusion. Collecting donations for personal use is illegal. All donations must go directly to the vet, not individuals. The official complaint will be filed by Monday and we'll share the case number and documents soon. This is not a good start for you. Chantal did put out a small statement upon this coming out by saying, "Hi guys, I'm more than okay. I had time to regroup and realize none of this is worth an emotional response, and I will take a small break from the net to enjoy life, and I'll be back when I can. Miss Yaz." So, when's Smee giving you a hand, hey? I should point out that statement, the clarification statement, came part of a much larger illustrative statement. But the clarification part was the only bit that we actually need for this particular video. Now, the community tab is where Chantal goes next. Enjoy my karma. For what, you complete morons? For trying to help a dying cat? My bad. Idiots. Anyway, I'm out. Upon seeing their statement, Paul's Q8 statement, Chantal posted, "You've got to be kidding. Well, you have to be kidding. The kitten's
Mother wasn't around.
and the vet we took the kitten to said if we hadn't brought him in, he would have
Died.
Do you not understand that? Second, where's first? If the mother is so stable, why the need for so much vet care, and why was the kitten malnourished and infected? It was fully transparent as
We brought the cat to the vet live so the whole public saw it.
we did not know it would be illegal to help a dying animal. My bad. What's really awful is penalizing someone for trying to help. Good luck with your case, you will need it. I offered to give your charity the money Paul gave to me, but anyway, whatever, do your worst. As you can see here, she carries on. By first of all stating she reached out to a couple animal shelters. Clink, 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 clink. Do you hear that? My dogs want you to know they're having water. You're welcome, everyone. It's doggo break. Without pictures, though. You have to see that on the stream later. It's my old plumpy. I got here, let's see. Bruce, his medicine. I will take pics and go live later. Ignoring all drama related to this, so sad people are so evil. Feel free to rage into the abyss because I'll be ignoring these dumb, hateful comments. Ha ha ha. Now the same people mass reporting for taking the animal to get treatment are now asking if I'm going to continue to get the kitten help or let it die on the street. If it dies, it is the haters' fault because they mass reported me taking the kitten. Oh god, gaslighting. Nice. Not me being responsible, guys. It's your fault. Now, I covered this one on stream, this image here, Veronica Mack, so we're not going to bother reading it. But man, she is coping hard, and I love it. Now, back over to Twitter, Perfectly Imperfect had tweeted, let's talk about how mind-blowingly reckless it is for Foodie Beauty to stay in Q8 right now. She is facing potential investigation for illegal online fundraising, which in many countries, including Q8, is a serious crime. Here's the kicker. Once authorities open the door, they don't just peek in, they tear the whole house down. Here's what's very likely to be scrutinized. Her visa, her marriage, her husband, his business, her own work, with explanations to accompany each. This isn't just drama anymore, it's potential deportation, fines, legal charges, or even jail time. The funny thing is, if the investigation begins and she's still there, she could be fined daily for it, and she won't be allowed to leave until she pays the fine, which is hilarious, because we know she's going broke. I don't know what Salah's situation is, being of Syrian, I think, descent, whether he can remain or whether he'd be removed as well. Ultimately, I have no idea. But with Chantal, because I'm more interested in her fate, this is very true. Now, someone had also pointed out that actually in the past she has said things mere weeks ago about other people in different countries like Italy and how he should face consequences for his actions. She is therefore, by her own words and logic, no exception to the rule.
And I'm sorry, I see people defending this guy like, that's too harsh. You know why it's not too harsh? Because Vitaly broke laws in the Philippines that have that kind of harsh sentence. And all it took was for him not to go to the country and disrespect and break the laws.
Pause on Instagram. In Kuwait, legal action can be taken against threats and hate messages through various laws, including those related to cybercrime, defamation, and criminal offences. Specific provisions address online harassment, incitement to hatred, and the use of technology for coercion or blackmail. We, Pause Kuwait, have been receiving threats and hate messages urging us to withdraw the legal case we are pursuing. Let us be clear, we are not backing down. The legal proceedings are moving forward, and every single threat, hate message, or act of harassment sent to us will officially be reported and investigated by the authorities. No lie, I can see a number of trolls doing this, pretending to be acting on Chantal's behalf. I can see that, and I can see VPNs going through the roof. This is not a game, we are treating this matter with the utmost seriousness. They use English better than I do. How gauche. Anyone, whether a friend, family member, or follower of the individual involved or attempts to intimidate, threaten, or harass us, no hide, will also face legal action. Under Kuwaiti law, acts like harassment, threats, and cyberbullying are considered criminal offences punishable by fines and imprisonment. Can we have a mugshot of Chantal? Do you treat mugshots similar to the UK, where you're not allowed to wear anything on your head? No filters? I'd like to see that mugshot. Thank you. It'll just confirm a theory if she has piles or not. Pause Q8 did continue to post more statements. Now, some of these included DMs they'd received classifying them as terrorists. I'm not going to show those because they get really dark and they're kind of, yeah, no, don't do that. I don't believe any of these came from Foodie Beauty supporters. I think they came from haters who want to give off the impression they're supported, to make the situation even worse for Chantal. Chantal did go to her community page and continue the fight, as it were. And, it's kind of in her nature to be this way. For example, Lamal, I know I'm taking a break, but just heard the funniest song lyrics ever from Guess Who? Don't give me no hand-me-down shoes. Well, that's a start. But then she also said, oh god, I have to zoom out on this one. Here we are. This is the last post I will make publicly about this matter. I'm okay. Don't worry about that. First off, I don't in any way condone any threats to Pause Q8. I'm not intimidated by the threats either. We also have consulted a lawyer and will counter-sue as your public display is very unprofessional. And we have screenshots of you making fun of my weight with the same haters you are listening to. The law states you cannot accept fraudulent donations. We have proof that we spent those donations on vet care and supplies. Also, I offered to refund, not if it was a super chat, because you can't. So also not a scam, since the people who super chatted said not to return them, but to use them for what I want. It is not possible for a person to know every single penalty code and law in a country. You ran into the arms of the very people who actually work with the Kuwaiti government. Just thought I'd share that. I like that you spend the rest of this trying to appeal to emotion. It's a form of fallacy. You're trying to be emotive to make it seem like you're on top of this. But this is your last post, everyone. This is Chantal's last post.
No, we never did, and we never will make fun of her weight, how she looks like, and whatever. It's like it's relevant how she looks like and how much she weighs. We are like notified the authorities, and already been one complaint was already been submitted to the social affairs, and it will be forwarded to the public prosecutors, inshallah, within tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And now we are after Salah.
Lol. Well, we both know what's about to happen next, don't we, guys? Imagine being a supposed professional charity organisation, and you spend all day listening to trolls on the internet and running to file a case against someone for using donations they received to help a kitten in need, and then threatening to go after an innocent family if they can't get me. Yup, nice professional behaviour. And then they wonder why anyone would want to flee. But you want to be there because it's the bestest place in the whole wide world, Chantal. It's why you spent ages crapping on Canada. Yet you go back there because you desperately need the healthcare. But you gotta pay your taxes first. Don't worry guys though, Chantal still isn't done with the community posts. Okay, last post.
Yes, the kitten was in need. The vet told us that easy to prove. It was all live.
You people are so that word, I'm not responding to your dumbass comments. I swear you all share one collective brain cell. This post has since been deleted.
Alright, so I'm just going to say right out, just say flat out, you're not getting any tea. Like, for anyone who's expecting me to spill some big revelations about Chantal, it's not going to happen. I'll do everything in a week anyway. I mean, assuming Chantal can keep herself from spilling details before then, yeah.
Yes, it turns out Pete's is still on the internet and had some nuggets of wisdom where he refused to share. Fair enough, Pete's. Your one chance to get something out of this, well, fair enough. You got some integrity at least, am I right, folks? Something I'm enjoying is the fact that this crashing out from Chantal is happening in real time. Hell, it might still be happening when this video goes out. Community post time though, because we're still not done. Quote, you really don't know when to STF you, do you?
Nope.
Sorry, but why should I? I'm being accused of something, and wrongfully so. I will not shut up. Sorry, but I come from the land of freedom of speech. But you're not in the land of freedom of speech. Also, you kinda don't really have it in Canada anyway. I'm not wrong either, just to be clear. Now, someone had pointed out in this post that the way she spells organisation is the same way one of those hateful people that messaged Pets Kuwait Pets, yeah? Pause, that's it. Spells it the same way here. As far as I'm concerned, this would indicate that Foodie might be in on this. Continuing though with the community posts. Imagine this is your life. Look at this lovely bee salivating over this happening, over-analysing potential legal repercussions.
For trying to help a cat.
Repercussions that none of which will happen
as usual.
The thing I ink from, that awfully hideous forehead tattoo you have, has warped your brain. I'm sorry, it's just too hard not to clap back at these parasitic losers. Even if this was true, you think they are just going to throw a guilty verdict automatically? Lol, I can't. Okay, I'm done with this stupid BS case. But I'm sure Paws will keep posting publicly about it for clout and to make an example. Yes, I said it that way on purpose. It's a reply to the Fat Cow Chronicles, who were going through this, who pointed out that if you overstay your visa, you'll be fined that amount a day every day, and you're not allowed to leave until you pay. There's a point to this, but I love it. Continuing. Yeah, I deleted my post, but every word I just don't want to give it attention. Impulsivity, bees, as usual. Gonna deal with this situation privately. Not sure when I'll make content. I'm tired of the internet, needing this post, lol. Okay, I'm out. Back to Pete's though, because someone had asked him if he'd ever want to be a roommate with Chantal again.
Like, if I were able to get a... If I'm able to find like a full-time job, then sure, I'd be open to it.
So Chantal is still not done with the community posts, all of which have been deleted. Prompted over concerns over fraudulent activity. That's a quote, apparently. First off, we did not start fundraising for rescue efforts. Paws is acting like we raised thousands for ourselves under the guise of helping animals. They are accusing us of scamming for donations, and then tells us the story yet again. The article below even says to avoid penalties, individuals can donate directly to vet care or for supplies or to an organisation, which I offered money to Paws. If this is not allowed, they could have simply said so. And that would be that, but no, because they want clout and applause for publicly persecuting someone who's only trying to do a good deed. Super chats are not fundraising, they are part of my job. They were sent for the kitten as they thought I would be adopting. But because we got told to return the kitten, we did that. I then asked the people who gave the super chats if they do want them back. They said,
do scammers offer the money back?
We received very few PayPal donations, which we used for the vet clinic, which you all saw online. We will have the vet testify also. So none of the intentions were fraudulent. We received PayPal for the vet care and food. We went that night to do it. The vet said the cat wasn't going to live much longer. We didn't say that. A medical professional did. So Paws is going to start this huge investigation over like 15, I assume Kuwaiti dollar, was it dinar, which was used as we said it would be. Where's the fraudulent activity? It is also not illegal to do YouTube content as a tourist in any country. If that were the case, explain travel vloggers. As Repsion has pointed out, travel vloggers edit and release content, well, they don't until they're out of the country. So he is right here, actually, and you are a tourist. You're welcome. Perfectly Imperfect include another story from Pause Q8 who are going to continue collecting the threats they receive and showing legal documentation along with the case number, which means it's now public knowledge. They're actually pulling the trigger. Now, I'm not going to take a side. I don't need to. This is too interesting. Watching Chantal scramble is hilarious to me. You need to understand consequences. The only way you're going to is when one of them hits you so legally hard, you've got no choice. I fully expect you to be sleeping top and tail, Pete's on his bed while he's fapping one out to your heels in the not-so-distant future. As a final thing, because I'm sure more will come out with time, Repsion did make a video on this. I have not watched it, but I can link it down below if you're interested. Either that or just rickroll you, whichever's easiest. I shall be streaming on Twitch before I stream here later tonight. And also, the complete editions of end-of-year reviews for Amber and Chantal were released on Saturday and Sunday. I know they're very long, but if you just press play and ignore it, just walk away, it's all good. No, I'm kidding. Smash the like on them, I'd appreciate that immensely. Thank you so much. And do have yourselves a wonderful day. Ta-ta, everyone. Hi, Future Meg here. I love that as I was rendering this video to upload it, a new update came from Pause Q8. Thanks to the #1 against the YouTube of collecting donations and spending them on themselves, the complaint was dismissed and patrolled to the Attorney General. Anyone involved with her will be judged legally, God willing. Which apparently means it's being escalated. Oh dear. What a shame. Now, during this time, Chantal had still kept an active cameo, but not. She jacked the price, she reduced the price. She jacked the price to nearly $100 per cameo, by the way. Not worth it. Which told us she needed money. I have for the past 2 years been positing the theory that she is genuinely running out of money. Because of this, other YouTubers like Legal Mindset paid attention to her. Because of this, people started to pay attention to see what else she broke. See, as a tourist, she's not allowed to make money there. Which would go so far as to explain why in 2024, she was briefly demonetized when she was switching the account to Salaz, who went underground as well. In July, that will become more of a relocation moment. Skipping ahead towards the near end of the month of June, and Chantal finally resurfaces after many weeks away. And I'm going to say, if she didn't absolutely smash the remainder of this month monetarily, she was going to be financially screwed going forward. I personally believe she was back in Canada. I felt she would have to go back there and rebuild her life there, stay there, and reset, but not go to Cornwall, because Cornwall would be the wrong place to go. It's a small place and everyone would find her in minutes, no matter what she did. Yeah, about that. Last night we hosted a live stream going through parts of Chantal's Foodie Beauties, Big Beautiful Me, Biza Productions, Return to Canada. I'm very sorry to all Canadians who are having to suffer Chantal again for an electric boogaloo. Now, during that 6-hour triumphant 6-hour live stream, she received a lot of memberships. Congratulations, a lot of super chats. Congratulations. Something I didn't know was what she was charging. Now, I do believe she had altered the fee on her visas at some point, but the rates aren't horrendous. For somebody who is as active as she was, charging at most $4.99 a month, actually pretty good deal. Yeah, especially considering she has all her streams typically public anyway, and she needs them to be public. That first stream got over 27,000 views in the first 24 hours. She did well. For being inactive for as long as she was, this is a start. During that stream though, she did a few mistakes. Those mistakes are already starting to bite her because of the toxicity she has created with the communities that are very anti-her. Take, for example, she said that she was in Cornwall. So when some of those aforementioned haters noticed the structure of the room she was in, it didn't take long for someone to work out, because Cornwall's not that large, roughly where she is. Something which I, along with many others, will say, creators especially, because we know this is a bad idea, don't do that. I said it last night, I'll say it again. Do not go out of your way to find this information. It serves no purpose beyond potentially causing harm to her. She can do that to herself, it is not up to us. And also those dunking on the structure of the property and the layout, bitch please. Those places look nice. Get off your high horse and stop swallowing those black pills. Okay? Alright. That was one issue that arose. The second, obviously she alluded to the fact that she is not going to be in Kuwait going forward. It's probably for the best. Many of us had called for a while for her to go back to Canada and stay there. As it is well known, the only way she could ever have gotten citizenship in Kuwait would be to work there 20 years unbroken being there. She'd never be able to leave for 20 years. Well, she managed 3 months at a time, because visa run, because she was at best a tourist and switched her bank accounts to Salah, who might still have access to that. If that's the case, I fully expect in the future, if she is unable to go back to Kuwait, I expect her to be absolutely reamed by Salah, who will take the opportunity to tell everyone everything, and a lot of people will want him on their channel. No point if you're a hater telling me otherwise. We know you will. Now, since that triumphant return to YouTube, she has streamed twice more. Not sure why it's 2, but it was 2. The first stream of which was setting up her new place, unpacking, buying new thing. The newer one, I actually have no idea, but we do have some clips. I'll go through those soon. But before we get to those clips, I want to read some community posts, because it wouldn't be a Foodie Beauty video without a community post of some kind. At the end of the 6-hour live stream, or certainly towards the end of it anyway, quite far into 6 hours, Chantal mentioned she was getting a new cat. The cat is called Smokey. People have reached out to the place where Smokey resides at the moment and warned that place of Chantal. I want, just to be clear, all cats to go to good homes. Chantal barely has her own life in order. She should not be getting a cat yet. She should be a better person first and know how to look after herself. Apparently she doesn't know how to do that without having to be bailed out monetarily by family. What little family she has left anyway. So when people call her out for how she treated BBJ, ditched Julia, rehomed Sam, which in that first stream she did in fact admit, no, there's no point getting Sam back. BBJ is unlikely also, by the way, but that could be for multiple reasons. I'm not going to sit here and speculate on any of it. Because people called her out, she, in community posts, said, "Where am I, a neglectful pet owner?" I said neglectful wrong, didn't I? Because BBJ's nails, but not Sam's, were overgrown while I was away and didn't know, but yet she was well taken care of for 21 years. Oh, and not to mention Julia. She's so neglected. Your brains are neglected. She's fixed, poorly I might add. Gets her nails trimmed on a regular. Can't prove that anymore, can you? Displays nothing but loving behaviour. Her litter and food are always clean. She's not underweight. She's microchipped and vaccinated. That might be a shot at Amber. So, yeah, sit and spin. I see we're doing well with those gummies, aren't we? Also, to the idiots claiming this on their channels, you do know that's actually defamation and can easily be proved. And now that I'm in Canada, I'd be leaving me alone because you are going too far. In the meantime, I'm going to enjoy my new pet coming Friday. That will be loved and
well taken care of.
Quick thing, because there's a few bits in here that are important. If Julia mattered so much, you would have found a way to bring Julia with you, if at all possible. But the moment, according to you, where this all went wrong after that last stream you'd done, which was 30 minutes long and you deleted, but don't worry, I've got it, you got out of Dodge. You ditched everything. The only thing I think you brought with you, if memory serves, was your CPAP, which needs upgrading. You've admitted as such. It's on the way out. Let's face it here, Chantal, you're going to be paying for medications as well because you've got to earn your access to medical stuff now, haven't you? But I do believe if this does go away and you're not charged any further, you're not found guilty, you're not punished in Kuwait, I do think you'll ditch everything again and just go back. You have changed the title of your first stream back from High to Kuwait Arc is over. I kind of think you'll go back for an electric boogaloo. Although at this point, if you do go back and Salah plays ball with it, it's folie à deux. It really is. The second post, also, BBJ had chronic kidney issues because she is old. Her vet told me that. So she was prone to UTIs because of this. You people are dense and know nothing, and know the villa was not unsafe also.
That was years ago.
There's never been an incident with Julia, so get a life. So I'm assuming you're not going to be having Pete move in with you to help pay the bills. Not that he'd do much. He doesn't like working. He's not a fan of it. When are you finally going to ditch this fake Muslim arc? I did mention last night, and I had mentioned earlier actually, about the comments being left on the Toronto cat rescue site with Smokey. Well, Chantal had obviously put that in a community post. You people are literally creepy and psychotic. Do you not feel embarrassed that you are doing this much? Anyway, while you are wasting your one life doing this, harassing
shelters,
I am still getting my cat Friday and there's not a damn thing you widows can do about it. Yay. I mean, they could link your live streams with you quite clearly high on, well, gummies. What about that picture that's doing its rounds of you and a cylindrical chemistry device used to capture smoke and be inhaled at the top? Oh, what's that called? Rhymes with Kong, Dong, Long, Mong. So let's take a look at some of the clips and pictures that were doing their rounds after your most recent stream, simply titled,
Where My People At?
As you can see, by the way, her streams are doing very well as if nothing had happened. Her viewership generally hovers between 9 and 10,000 views for a live stream, which I'm very jealous about, I won't deny. Her live viewership for the first stream was over 1,000. These are a little bit lower, of course they are, but she has rewatchability somewhat on her side, and she needs it if she is going to finish this month as strong as possible. Let's not forget here, she had been gone for 2.5 to 3 weeks. As far as YouTube AdSense goes, her paycheck next month is going to be bad unless she finishes strong. And she's going to need to if she's going to push forward. The first image, tweeted by Queen Jellybean, is a picture of Chantel shaving. I'm not here to judge, but I have been told the more you do it, the more hair grows. I've also heard it's quite popular, common in fact, for some to bleach that area. But never mind. You know, it's not my place to judge what's with their face. I guess the interesting part is watching the filters work overtime, as usual, but this time because you're actually making a definitive change to your face, so none of us can tell what's going on. Also, shaving cream really helps. It's a good balmy sort of solution, apparently. I say this as I've got a beard. I have no vested interest in any of this. Give it time though, I'm sure Chantel will have a sponsorship deal for her channel with Manscaped. The next, shenanigans. Imagine taking in a pet that you aren't prepared to take care of because you need it. Her selfishness knows no bounds. Included is a 51-second clip that of course I'll have to splice into 2 parts.
Oh, you know. I think that's why I didn't want to bring my cats. That's why I rehomed her, Katie J and Sam. Because the traveling, I was so afraid for them, like going to the Middle East. You know how long of a travel day that was? Oh no. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, Teardrop. When I get them, I'll go Smokey. And you can't go, because that's probably what they're reacting to.
My view when it comes to getting pets is you, Chantal, should not get one. No one should have one. Can't afford to look after yourself. I think the priorities for Chantal should be to rebuild her life, give it time, 6 to 9 months. Get some financial stability behind you. In fact, your own audience said the same too. Get some money behind you, save it first. Once you're there, once you're ready, then get a pet. The problem with stability for you is you rely on the streams and the controversy, because if you don't have it, you've got nothing. So you have to be a mess. Which means because people have gone IRL with you and you've given so much away already, you won't be able to do the one thing I really think you should do, and that is have a job away from YouTube. Financial stability comes from a foundation. You built yours on this. This is where you built it. I've always had mine from cleaning work, and I've had that work since 2013. I'm never going to give that work up either, by the way, because I think it's very important. In your case, you don't understand how important it really is. And because of the poison you've created as a community, you're unlikely to go any further. Ash Renee, no, I'm not paying for a home incubate, a quote from Foodie Beauty. Well, we know she ain't giving Salah a cent for the cat or the mess she left him to clean up. Included is another short clip.
Oh, the Eremites alone. No, I don't pay for a home inflate. Why am I telling you that?
Because Chantal fled, it is believed by many that the filed charges against her will instead be put on Salah, essentially meaning, if true, she effed him completely. The buck stops at you, Chantal. You should have never left. Not because I believe you should go to prison, but because you made a mistake, and the only way you can properly correct it is to own up to it, accept your consequence, and then deal with it. One last tweet, this time from Shenanigan. If this man was truly sleeping on her, it's because she was spilling into his seat. Nothing comes between Chantal and her food, not even a non-English speaker just trying his best. Because Chantal has story time, everyone. And I like a story, don't you?
To sit right beside a man who was falling asleep on me. Like, and he didn't speak a lick of English. And that's fine. I'm not being racist. But because he couldn't understand, it took like... His meal service was before mine. Right before. And I was hungry. And he took forever. Just ordering even the drink. Hi, X-rays, because it was like cranberry juice. Cranberry.
Now, as far as I'm concerned, I fully expect Chantal to start being more like what she was before she left. And given enough time, as she gains more access to services in Canada, she'll start to screw up again. She's already started by taking gummies before her, quote, anxiety. The anxiety you are feeling is called responsibility to everyone else, because we have to deal with grown-up problems. Yours are entirely of your own creation. I don't support people going real world with you, but I also don't support you getting a cat. Smokey deserves better, Julia deserved better, BBJ and Sam, I hope they're living their best lives. I really do. I fully expect you to continue down this path because you are not learning any lessons. If you are, you've never said it. You've never acted on it with any level of sincerity. The one thing you need to do now you're in Canada, a country where your body can acclimate better being outdoors, the best thing you can do right now is get your health in order. The one thing you don't seem to want to do. You need to, because if you don't, you're not going to see much more. Time is one of the most valuable commodities, if not the most valuable, on the planet. It really is. And yours is borrowed. No doubt our family that you'll never pay back. As we reach the end of this subject, please do let me know what you think in the comments down below. I shall be streaming on Twitch later tonight. If you're on my Discord server, my dear friend David is coming down for one night. He's got to do an errand for my family somewhere, I don't know what. But we're going to be doing a little whiskey VC on Discord concerning a very old sample set that I have for the distillery Bunnahaven, a 2019 Fazila set. Do join us. And Chantal, lay off the putts in, as you call it. Lay off the putts in. For the remainder of the month, Chantal does not upload any videos and only exclusively live streams. Now, the streams are a bit weird. Some are quite long, 5 to 6 hours. The majority, though, are 1 to 2. Some are, in fact, less as well because she does the car thing again, which immediately got doxed by the internet as a location that she frequented. The internet really is a weapon. She needs to get off her high horse on that one. But something I noticed, and many would undoubtedly have picked up on too, was that Chantal was making it seem like she was settling in, but she wasn't. She didn't have anything to unpack. She didn't really have anything. She had no car, but all the luxuries and freedom she has in Canada, and there are plenty of them, were never enough for her. She even got herself a cat called Smokey that she rehomed immediately, which should have been an alarm bell. That's the 4th cat that she has taken the opportunity to rehome, but it should have been a warning sign because Chantal did not settle in this new place. If I had a place like that, I'd be very happy, by the way. It's not a bad-looking accommodation. It really wasn't. But Chantal knows, because of the nature of the monster she has created as a community that vehemently hate her, she can't show much beyond a blank wall. She has no choice in this, and living in Cornwall, a place that I've been reliably informed by Canadians is quite small, she kind of, she's given too much away. It is my firm belief as we go into part 3 and July, she had made more than enough to get by based on the several days she was in Canada, or the several days she live streamed in Canada while she tried to sort out a place elsewhere. Consider that foreshadowing as well. Up until that point, I think she was staying with family because she couldn't get a place quick enough. And based on the amount of rent this was, she needed to just crack on. She's a full-time live streamer. The fact she left, which we'll go into July and explain more of course, speaks volumes about how much of an idiot she is. And we all know where she went. But for those that don't, there are a few countries in this world where there are restrictions and government-based recommendations. One place I would recommend you never go is a place where you have no rights as a human being. If you don't have any, you shouldn't be there. Try telling that to somebody who never listens to anyone when they tell her what to do. So during the month of July, I made 2 videos on Chantal, because Chantal made a massive change to her life, one which I really don't think she should have done. I really don't think she should have. I felt she should have stayed in Canada for longer, rebuilt her life, and then maybe moved on to a different area of Canada where their haters wouldn't know where she was within 5 minutes of her going live. But Chantal being Chantal, against the better judgment of everyone, even the haters who warned her against it, and her claimed husband, went on a merry adventure, which encapsulates more than 1 month, so, well, she gets points for persistence, even if it is entirely much like the filter she uses on her face, a fake life that is.
Hello, foodie beauties.
I know in the past I used to get flack for having a like, share, subscribe, intro, captain's log. This is longer, stop it. And I miss doing the captain's logs. But this is what we have to put up with for a video, essentially forfeiting 1 minute's worth of content, because if she didn't have it, she wouldn't be able to insert mid-roll ads. Not a joke, by the way.
Hello, guys.
Oh, you're going to do a tourist thing, aren't you? That's what this is, isn't it? You know, instead of rushing to get to the finish line because of what you're about to lose, I mean, you don't have access to an ATM, and I'm assuming your money's going to be garnished to pay off those taxes you still owe in Canada. You could have stuck around in Istanbul for a week, gone to the Grand Bazaar, maybe bought yourself a few knickknacks, a bit of delight, although I'm no doubt in my mind, since it's not deep-fried or made by Burger King, you wouldn't have appreciated actual Turkish delight. But no, I guess because of how much it is to be there, the cost of it in Istanbul, especially the airport, the hotel, I doubt you could have afforded it even with all the donations you got when you returned to YouTube after your fleeing of Kuwait, from Kuwait.
Welcome back to another video. Today's video is going to be showing you guys this hotel that I'm staying at the Istanbul airport.
I'm going to go ahead and surmise that Salah has already found his way to Syria if you are on your own in a hotel in Turkey. And just the thing, yes, there's some grainy qualities to this video. It's actually from her filters, desperately trying to make her look weirdly smoother than she actually is. Her face is a topographical map of Thomas the Tank Engine, if Thomas the Tank Engine had already been smashed up a few times, with one of those mallets you use on a piece of meat. I mention this explicitly because this is the kind of content you wouldn't expect on Chantal's main channel. You would expect it on the couple's channel. You would expect it there, rather than her cataloguing, vlogging, detailing her journey to one of the most oppressive regimes in the world, just so she can commit even further to the bit.
Now, there is a hotel here that you can rent by the hour.
I'm sure somebody already made the joke, but if you're renting it by the hour, I can only surmise that the reason it's for the hour is so someone can perform a service. Don't worry, no one's paying you by the hour.
Or for a night, whatever. I rented it for 11 hours. I have a 12-hour layover here at the airport, and after a 9.5-hour flight, I got through passport control, I got through, you know, the transfers, all that stuff, security, and I was so exhausted. Like, I couldn't sleep on the plane at all, and I was so tired.
During the first hour of the 2-hour live stream I went through last night, second hour of which will be this evening, link in the pinned comment to that live stream that is, you detailed this 12-hour layover and alluded to getting a hotel. In truth, no one cared. The majority of those in your live chat when you live streamed this were saying, leave Syria please, for your own safety. Now in the past you've said repeatedly, no one tells me what to do. You need to start listening to other people for a change, because much like Amber, when it comes to thinking you know what's best for you and she knows what's best for her, she's a half-ton heifer, and you are a half-ton heifer in a land where women's rights are non-existent. You right now are in Damascus, and you believe yourself to be safe. Last night in my live chat, there are people from Syria in Syria. They know that there are some safer areas, yes. The leader not so safe. The people, the militia, not so safe. In fact, nothing about what you're in is safe for you. And if you are legitimately married to Salah, he has absolute control over you. Absolute control. You may not like that, and that is what you have willingly done to yourself, which may well, if you somehow manage to leave, may well lead to more checks. They'll get a vet, a farmer, a cow type to check you for keister stashing, because they're going to think you're a mule.
So thirsty, so hot. I just wanted to rest and have a nice shower to be refreshed. So,
well, it's going to be one hell of a culture shock to you now you have no running water in Syria, having to exist with what's more commonly known charitably as a whore's bath. During the stream I covered, the first hour you were sweating. If you're already sweaty like that through your hijab in the way you were, this is going to be a very, very interesting challenge. You think, by the way, with no access to insulin, that's going to help you lose weight. You somehow got your CPAP there. I can't repair it. Medical healthcare is non-existent, as are vets, so Julia's going to struggle if any issues arise. There's no fast food, no ATMs. How you're going to afford anything is going to be an actual sodding miracle.
because I'm still not done my travel journey, so I still have to go from Istanbul to Beirut in Lebanon, and then from Lebanon I take a taxi ride for another almost 3 hours driving, not including the immigration area, like going through customs.
If you're interested in looking up whether or not it is safe to travel to Lebanon, allow me to save you the bother. Do not travel to Lebanon due to huge crime rates, terrorism, civil unrest, kidnapping, unexploded landmines, and the risk of armed conflict, especially near the borders. How stupid are you that you would go so far for something you do not understand? I said this last night, I'll say it in video as well. I do not believe you know what love actually feels like. I think you need something and you'd willingly forfeit every freedom and luxury you had in Canada to pretend to know happiness and love. Unconditional love, just to be very clear here. Love of food is a very different type of love. There are different types of love in Latin. In this instance, I don't believe Chantal understands agape, storge, pragma. I think she's very much mania, yeah? Love of food or an object? Yeah, nah. This is why I do not believe she understands what it means to be in love or happy, because she takes too much for granted. She is a quintessential millennial.
So I do not want to go meet my husband all sweaty and gross and tired. So I booked this hotel. It's not cheap. I'm just going to say that. It's in euros.
No one cares about the cost because that's your stupid money. Additionally, by the time you got there, after having to travel for many hours through Lebanon, you were sweaty and greasy and dirty again. So really, this was you just trying to find a reason to make content for the minimal views you will get on this video. You're a live streamer that barely knows how to make a stream work, which is why your streams do so well for you. This video got 5,000 views. It did not make anywhere near the amount of money you would need to cover the cost of the hotel. You think it also shows you off in a good light, because it means look how far I'm willing to go for love, guys. Oh my god, I'm so special to be closer to my beloved and the cat that doesn't like me.
If you're thinking of booking it, I would recommend it if you're really tired. I think this airport, there's quite a few long layovers here, like 12-hour layovers, from what I understand, and I was unfortunate enough to have a 12-hour layover, and I was like, there's no way I'm sitting in a hard chair for 12 hours.
I could have offered you some solutions to that. Play video games, read a book, make some videos actually in Istanbul while you're there in the airport. In fact, there were options for you. Many people had suggested to you in your live chat, why didn't you stay in Istanbul for a couple days, make some content? But this is where your more introverted nature comes into it. Without Salah there, or somebody else there, a foil to energize you by sticking it between your teeth, you are stuck. And you get such horrific tunnel vision that this is how far you're willing to go to stick it to the haters because of your rather obvious identity crisis. I'm starting to understand why Amber hasn't uploaded yet. Yeah, you're center stage right now.
I want to put my feet up, I want to sleep, and I just want to rest and relax and then have a nice shower. So I'm going to show you a bit the room. what it's like, and it was perfect. It did the job. I'm fully refreshed. I had a really nice long hot shower. I slept for several hours anyways. I was out, you know.
Firstly, no one cares that you slept, because all humans sleep. Second, and this is another point, you've put emphasis on this shower thing. Now there's a reason for that, because you're about to go to a country where you're not going to be able to do much of that. If you stank before, you definitely stink now. Think really rotten Cornish pasty, cheap one, and really rotten clam chowder. Now you have a rather vivid scratch and sniff smell moment situation type deal in your head. That is going to be you until you finally give in. This is an attrition. Are you willing to stay in Syria or go to Syria, commit to this bit, knowing every luxury you've taken for granted is not there? You have limited electricity as well, by the way, unless you pay extra for it. Now granted, your money might go a bit further. You don't have access to your money. This is how dumb you are. And your extra, the extra being your third season bit part paid slightly more executive producer, Salah, is going to have to front all of that, as if his life hasn't been turned upside down by committing to this bit as well. And by the way, you, Salah, fully deserve it.
If you're at the Istanbul airport and you want somewhere to stay, you can stay here. I think it's called the Yotel. They have sleeping pods as well, but those look small and stuffy and they don't have a shower.
If memory serves, there are two types of hotel pod that Chantal's referring to. The first are the ones that look like a box that you just put a lid over the top. You lay in it. Yeah, no doubt claustrophobia will play a part on that. The second would be the ones that are similar to that of Japan, but slightly bigger. Still though, for Chantal, no waddling space, so she would struggle. Also communal showers, which means also less privacy for her to pretend to be Muslim.
I'm not sure what they're like, but like I'm claustrophobic, so they were kind of small and, you know, and I thought, you have to pay for that too, so if you're going to pay, may as well pay for a room, you know? Anyway, it was worth every red cent, in my opinion, yeah. Okay.
Think about this. All these things, these luxuries, we all have anyway. In the countries we live. It is why I, especially on Twitter, am so passionate about protecting the rights and freedoms of those in England, because England matters to me, and Canada should to you. The rights and freedoms you have there are astronomical, but you're so desperate to pretend that Salah is your husband, to LARP as a Muslim revert. You're so desperate to do that, you'd go to one of the most oppressive regimes on the planet. One where people from Syria, even those that, let's say, aren't as heinous as those in charge, like former and current leaders, would like to actually apply for refugee status, but they can't because of what has happened. The well has been poisoned, and you've chosen to ignore every warning, every single one, and give up every single what you dub now a luxury, we just dub part and parcel of our lives, give it all up, including women's rights, just so you can stick it to everyone else. If you're still there in a year, I will be very impressed. If you're still there in a week, I'd be impressed.
Yalla. Most important thing when you come in, controlling the AC, of course. Duh. And you have a do not disturb button here.
This is some of the most monotonous content I've ever come across, where she now shows us around her hotel room. It's a very small room, but this is somehow worth showing us. Which, to an extent, there's a point, actually. Because she's going from this, where she has all the convenience in the world built into one room. Even the shampoos are there as well, and the shower. Yeah, she goes from that to going to a place where she's going to have to wash her clothing in a bowl on the street, where there are guys standing on street corners with Kalashnikovs, where she has no access to fast food, she has no access to an ATM, no access to useful healthcare for her and her ailing, diminishing health. A small part of me is wondering if she's doing this solely so she can wait and see if there's a way for her to get back into Kuwait, which is unlikely.
A separate toilet. No bidet, which is minus for me, but...
Would I be right to assume that, much like in Syria where you also don't have a bidet, this is because you can't reach, so that stank is gonna get worse unless you got a stick with a washcloth on it? Or are you also going to be backing that ass up into a corner?
They have a towel warmer. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Area to hang your stuff. Yes. More whatever this is. Yeah. Oh, Cream, okay. They have a dryer, a sink, plenty of extra towels. Me. Then they have...
Because hotel rooms have stuff. I'm going to skip ahead a little, because I don't care about the room you're in. I'm more intrigued about the fact that this is somehow something to show off, but not where you've gone. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Is it because perhaps the internet's too much of a weapon and they'd find you within minutes? Because they've done it every single time without fail, and you've goaded them. Which leads me to wonder, how long upon getting to Syria will it be before you then start to rage in livestream because you're hangry, because you don't have power, you can't wash properly, all for lerv, everyone, for lerv.
So if you have a super long layover at the Istanbul airport and you want to refresh, I would recommend it. Whenever you get into international departures, when you
breathe so much and so heavily between words where you're gulping oxygen in, it's clearly a sign you weigh too much and can't walk for more than 3 minutes without having to take an unnecessary lengthy break. So you drivel on for a while thinking you're providing tourist information on a channel where your audience are majority haters. Sorry, haters! And followers. People you have ostracized, villainized, people you've objectively insulted on a regular basis. People aren't going to be paying any attention to you for tourist information. This is solely done for your ego, nothing more.
highlighted in purple, you can't miss it. And they have quite a few rooms, so it was a little bit of a hike to get here, like winding corridors. I had to go up to the second floor, then walk a bit. There's a lot of rooms. I was surprised. And yeah, it was really, really worth it. Another thing to be aware of is if you want to pay an extra 45 euros, that gets you unlimited food and drinks.
Not gonna lie, I'm half expecting some of your audience and well-known haters to leave negative reviews on that site. I looked at the prices for that hotel, and I'm gonna say now, you're willing to throw that kind of money on a hotel for 12 hours or 11 on your part? You are really stupid with money, because boy did you waste it. All for that shower. Right. Okay.
I didn't opt for that because the water is just fine. And honestly, I have some barbecue peanuts I've been snacking on. My aunt packed these for me and I was like, barbecue peanuts? Like, why are you giving me barbecue peanuts? And now I get it.
Okay, well, no one believes that for a second. I fully believe you took full advantage of the facilities, Istanbul airport, and had as much junk food as humanly possible. For someone of your size, there's no version of any reality where that is what you say you've eaten true. And no one cares about barbecue peanuts either. The fact your family didn't try to stage an intervention to stop you leaving speaks volumes about how much they failed you as a child and as an adult, because you really don't know the word no, and how to shelve your pride long enough to simply accept you are in the wrong and you are so damn stupid. Now, I'm not going to play anymore because there's only about 20 seconds left. It seems redundant for a video that is kind of useless. But I wanted to use it to drive home some points about how desperate she is to have someone in her life because of what she has created for herself, and in doing so forgetting who she is, what she's meant to be instead. Because normality is not a thing for someone like Chantal, who is living on borrowed time in two very real ways: health and location. I don't know if there are any other threats to her life that may come in the future, but Syria is certainly not the hotspot she might want to make it seem like it is. And I know she said she in her live stream was going to do some vlogs in Syria. Don't. Your mouth makes purchases that put you in danger. In Kuwait, it got you kicked out. In Syria, think Camp Sunshine and Al Roj. Now, as the month progressed and Chantal did horrific streams, she came to the realization that living in a sweatbox underground, which is where she was living in the sweatbox with minimal internet and fresh air, things were not getting any easier for her. So she decided to, while streaming on camera and it being the worst 1080p I've ever seen in my life, I've seen 360p in better quality, she decided to use her privileged position to help someone. It is worth adding at this point, she's still listed at this time, her channel as being in Canada, because if she was in Syria and listed herself as much, she'd be demonetized. The ads I got on so many of her streams were ridiculous. She's taking full advantage, but the viewership is going down. She claims to not care, but she's having to scam her audience, which is where we're now going to go. While we were streaming last night, Chantal was also live. Now, I don't stream snipe, and I'm glad I don't. There are rules when it comes, for me, to stream sniping. We don't do it. We let time pass, and we see what happens as a consequence. In the case of Chantal, people are starting to report her again. Why? Does anyone remember what happened in Kuwait when it came to raising money for a cat? Yeah? How about the times before where she raised money via direct donations to buy food for stray cats? Anyone remember that in Kuwait? Oh, one of her most notable haters is French fried girl, and she did a fundraiser for Syrian peoples, right? But she did it the proper, a direct fundraiser on a YouTube page. Hate on her all you like, I'm not a big fan myself, but that is the correct way to raise money to help those in need. Chantal being in Syria is one of the dumbest things on the planet. It really is. Equally, it's the funniest, because it's one of the dumbest things she could do. It's also dumb because, yet again, she has resorted to doing the tried and true method of exploiting others and her surroundings for monetary gain. She's the type of person to make one video on one thing and never do it again, unless it's a mukbang, in which case she'll sit there happily with junk food in front of her and do the same one over and over again. Exploiting a child to raise money is bad optics. Completely, absolutely. There is no good optics here at all, especially if you have it directly go to you via Super Chats maybe, or you directly have it linked to your own PayPal, when, as anyone could tell you, you could have helped the family set up their own PayPal and create a link directly. So, last night, Chantal, Foodie Beauty, Big Beautiful Bleh, streamed for 46 minutes. It was the grainiest, rubbish, most irritating strem I've ever seen in my life. I'm kidding, I've seen more irritating ones, but this is irritating because it's Chantal. Within the context of her timeline, this is solely exploitation. There are very few ways to think of it differently, to be honest. During the stream, she did what she usually does when she's low on funds, but allegedly this time directed it more in the direction of the young lady, citing that somebody would go and get the money when it's available, to help with the child's education and such. Now, as anyone would know, when it comes to Super Chats, YouTube take 30%. There's also additional taxes Chantal has to pay on it. And it is also believed that more money is taken from her income because she owes money in the form of tax to the Canadian government. This part is debated, but I did get a fair few confirming it in my live chat last night. This would go so far as to explain why Chantal would rather live somewhere where her money goes further, because she doesn't draw the kind of money she used to, back in the good old days as it were, when she crunked it up in Cuba on $500, crunk meaning crying while drunk. She was making tens of thousands a month. That is no longer the case, but she can live just as well on 20% of that in a country where the average monthly income is a couple $100. Hell, a $20 super chat buys her KFG, which many of us have debated what the G stands for. I prefer gonorrhea. Make of that what you will. So those donations that during this 46-minute stream she was begging for don't really amount to much. Did she receive many donations though? She got some. Over the course of the 46-minute live stream she made about $80. Some names I'm quite familiar with from my own live chats, but you know what? Not going to criticize, it just tickled me too much. I had to mention it. For the sake of it, in this instance, that $80 goes down a fair bit twice. So let's charitably say the child would then get $40 from that. Congratulations. If Chantal even gives the money to the family in the first place, which isn't like, no offense to Chantal, but her track record when it came to raising money, for example, to buy cat food to feed homeless cats, is negligible. And the money raised for the kitten that got her yeeted out of Kuwait in the first place, where she ducked, covered and ran like there was no tomorrow, the moment she got into trouble, is all against her. Her history and feigning of caring, compassion, authenticity is incredibly limited. So over on a community tab, she had put out a number of posts. And that is what I want to quickly go through, but I'll preface with the following. She has deleted 2 of them and heavily edited the 3rd. The first post: thanks Beezers for the positivity in the live with the young girl. Thanks for the support also. For the rest, well, how is it exploiting a child for money when the money is going to help her? All of it? Lol. Does that make any sense? If I didn't show her, I would get accused of making her up for money. At this point, though, you can't win, but we'll get to that in a moment. How is it also okay for a certain reaction channel to exploit the poor in Syria by asking for donations just to spite me, or trying to look more charitable than me when I have no control over how many donate, etc.? They didn't receive the money, though. It went straight to where it was meant to go to. Again, we'll get to that in a moment. This person didn't care at all about this cause before I came here. That is exploitation, in my opinion. This is why you're not that smart. The child's family are aware of reaction channels and hateful people online, and will not give it any more attention. Limited internet access will do that. We're just trying to do a good thing. Now people ask me if I regret using the R word. It always comes out when I'm super angry. The word is regarded, change the G for a T. And I never use it against people with special needs. But, honestly, now having a personal relationship with the child, and someone with special needs, I do feel bad for those past actions. I will never use that word again. She is so sweet and deserves the world. So a couple of things that need to be addressed. Firstly, many will look at this community post, whether they like you or not, and see it as exploiting. Opportunist, right? How is it exploiting a child for money when the money goes to her? Firstly, you don't get this money until the end of next month, unless you intend to take it out of what money you receive this month. If you've received this money yet, I would assume you have based on recent streams and uploads. Since the intention is believed you and Salah are moving to a family home, one would surmise you've put some of your money down to help with the renovation work. Ish. If you didn't show her, you get accused of making her up for money. But now that you have showed her, it looks like you're using her to make money. That's how many will take it because optics are important. If you really want to raise money for those in Syria, raise money for those in Syria through the correct channels. The fundraiser function exists on channels. We can all do that. I know you want it to go directly to her. You could have easily got them to set up their own PayPal so they could then withdraw the money themselves. But you didn't. You could then pin their PayPal in the comments. The family being aware of reaction channels is cute, by the way, but I don't believe they are aware of it in the slightest. Also, internet access isn't the greatest over there. Again, another reason not to believe it. I watched how you and the child interacted, with Salah constantly there saying things as well. It just looked wrong. I'm sorry, but that's how I interpreted it as well when I bothered to watch this morning. You using the R word. Don't bother apologizing for something you don't mean. I take no issue with anyone using any word, but that's because I'm sometimes a bit regarded as well, I guess. Yes, it's unfortunate. It's a condition, really. Also, I use the other version of that as Asian for truck driving. It's a thing, yeah. To the second post. It's messed up that the ghouls of world are trying to make someone good into a very bad thing, just like with Bruce, so they can keep their vile channels up and running. No one cares. I'm going to keep doing what I want for the good of others or animals in need, and y'all can stay mad and keep reeing. I see we found a different R word. I assume in the future you're going to apologize and refrain from using anything that can be interpreted as an autistic slur. Give it time, we'll get there. As far as this one goes, I'm impressed that you hate watch so much that you just came off a live, which you had, by the way, when you posted this. You just come off a live and were then immediately checking in on your haters. That tells us everything about you. You are watching them like hawks because you wanted that negativity. Some of your haters on Twitter are kind of done with you now. They don't want to be involved in you or anything you do when you exploit children, or how it is interpreted as such, which is the correct interpretation, by the way. The third one, as for accessing my money, we found a way and will be travelling to Lebanon maybe end of next month. In the meantime, Salah has been helping this family, and many others, since he moved here alone to begin with, linking paypal.me Foodie Beauty. Okay, no money sent for the girl will go to me and I will provide receipts as usual. So that third post is the only one that's still standing, but it was edited. Well, I think reduced might be the more accurate way of describing it, to simply, also for those asking for PayPal to direct donations, please send to, and then Foodie Beauty. There are more points that can be made about the first post, but for the sake of this video, I'm not going to bother. The second post, I think I'm right. She had just come off live and she was posting this, which means the moment that the stream ended, she walked away from the child and immediately started community posting when she saw the response from the haters. Sorry, haters on Twitter and on YouTube as well. I've no doubt she hate watches a few of them. One of the largest viewed haters, hasn't live streamed at all yet on this, but I fully expect more to given time. I had said last night when I streamed this that I was looking into it, but to be honest, I don't want to use the video. It's why I'm not today. I don't want to. There are rules, man. Don't use children. Many of those aforementioned haters have started reporting Chantal. Someone had actually asked me to do it as well, and I said no, I don't report people. But also, people have already started doing it and posting the receipts of which on Twitter. Proof of it is here, for example. This creator is exploiting a foreign Syrian child with Down syndrome for her own profit. ABUSING children should not be allowed on YouTube. Please stop this. ABUSE ASAP. One other aspect from Chantal's chat, which you can't see on the replay, needs to be highlighted. And that is that while there were mods who were taking care of the issue, people were in there trolling with a Guna attitude. ASMR homesteading. Sorry.
ASMR homesteading.
At Foodie Beauty. Can you lift her shirt up for us? I'm gooning to this. What? So I won't deny the very first time I read that, I did laugh. Because it's an obvious troll. It really is. But it is highly inappropriate. And this is one of the issues when you put children on the internet. People are going to put these kind of comments out there. They are. Because edgy boy. Okay? However, children should not be exposed to this. If you really wanted to raise money for Syrian children, use the fundraiser facility on YouTube to do it that way, rather than go through YouTube to you to maybe a bank account or a cash machine in Lebanon, which, by the way, is the dumbest thing ever. And multiple cuts will be taken from it, that money will go nowhere near as far. Of course, I want everyone to have a better life. I want everyone to prosper, okay? I really do. But I also accept that you are not the right avatar for doing what is dubbed charity. Will never be that either, because you are a truly reprehensible individual that only cares about herself. On Twitter, the hashtag FoodieBeautyKidAbuser was doing its rounds. Courtesy of Laura Mel, YouTuber faces exploitation backlash, which led to this, a summary. YouTuber Chantal Marie Sarrault, known as Foodie Beauty, featured a child with Down syndrome in a livestream to solicit donations for the child's schooling and family needs. This event, if you skip to the end, adds to Sarrault's history of controversial appeals on her channel with over 100,000 subscribers. Quick thing, she hasn't really got over 100,000 at all. She was at 96,000 for a long time, and then magically crept over the line and hasn't moved since. Many of us earned our play buttons. She did not. She bought them. We know this because Salah allegedly tested it out on the couple's channel. Because no one was going to notice 18,000 going up, huh? Idiots. With this subject, I'd like to know what you all think. When it comes to using children on the internet, my view will remain solid. I don't think children should be exploited on the internet in the slightest. Anyone that does that should be absolutely pilloried to high hell. And I don't care if you claim it's for good intentions. I'm not convinced because of your background, Chantal, that it can be considered anything but exploitation. Now, Chantal did claim that this was all prepaid and that the money was already given to the child, which meant she was raising the money for herself to account for the money she'd already spent, thereby meaning she had committed a fraudulent act. You can compound this with the fact that, as we head into August, Chantal went on a holiday, which we'll get to in August, because she's an idiot. That same idiocy, that stupidity, defines her character, and yet again risked putting her in a position where she'd be in danger, as if being in a third world country that is at war with itself wasn't bad enough. The Darwin Award usually goes in a certain direction. The only thing impressive is that you're so dumb you haven't realized you forfeited every right millions of people fought for. You gave them all up to maintain a facade, and then to continue scamming your audience, a diminishing audience where I'm starting to get more live viewers than you, out of money that you don't deserve. Some of them, I believe, are on benefits. They really shouldn't be giving that money to you. You should cut your losses, leave, and rebuild your life. It is the only viable option once you're done with your pride. So going into August, don't be surprised if Chantal goes on a very interestingly timed vacay. So for the month of August, we're going to go back to basics. I am not going near her sodding live streams. I cannot be bothered. Downloading them is hell, and going through the clips from my streams, because I've got a bit more full-time live stream on this, is a ball ache. We're going old school, and we're going straight to her videos. Towards the end of the month of July, leading into August, Chantal did a fundraiser for a child called Sasa. No, I'm not showing a picture of them. Okay, well, That was prepaid, so really what Chantal was doing was raising money for herself, which does violate terms of service, a running trend, theme in fact, with what Chantal does. Scamming, that is. And I say scamming because Chantal went to a place we now call, on my streams anyway, Nomadland. I originally said Qatar and people corrected me and said it's Qatar. Thank you for the pronunciation correction. I actually didn't know. I also got criticism for using the word gypsy. People need to be less sensitive. So yes, Chantal went to Qatar because the house wasn't ready and she needed some first world comfort in a place that was a bit expensive, so I wonder where the money came from.
A few moments later.
Okay guys, I'm wearing a mic because I'm kind of far from my camera.
Some of you may notice from that alone, and we don't need much of this particular video, we can tell where the filters stopped working. Chins. Additionally, it didn't take the haters more than 5 minutes to work out exactly which hotel she was staying at, to work out how much it cost per night, to work out how long she'd be there, while speculating whether or not this was a layover before she went back to Canada. Spoilers, obviously she does not. Yet. Not in August anyway, September's going to be a banger.
But look at this. Club sandwich. Now there's no bacon. They probably could put some turkey bacon or something if they wanted.
Spoiler for this video, she doesn't enjoy the food that much. She eats it, of course she does. You don't get to that size by simply being picky. And we all know when she goes back to Canada, which won't be too far into her future, and yes, it's for a bit of a spoiler really, isn't it? There'll be plenty of bacon on the menu, boys.
Mmm.
Yes, nothing quite so thoughtful as a super morbidly obese midget munching her way through food and pretending she has some palate going on, and pretending she's chewing with her teeth that are clearly made of plasticine. Now I'm going to skip ahead 2 videos of hers to the last one she does in the hotel before she leaves a few days early, which is a bit silly if you have home comforts to an extent there. She'll cite some excuses in live streams, but you won't be able to tell, she keeps cutting out. To instead go to another one of these mukbangs she does, with another type of food that she doesn't enjoy in the slightest, and it's great.
The restaurant is on the mezzanine, and there's a cafe on the main floor. So I'm gonna go check out the pool, see if I want to swim in it, what it's like. I'm gonna scope it out, so let's go see. Okay, here it is. My first time trying mongo and galongo, I think. It's mackerel with a sauce and some rice.
I'm pretty sure I fed that to my cat once, and the dogs. Not judging Vietnamese food too harshly, of course. I've never tried it, so I can't knock it. Chantal, though, this isn't enough to fill her. We know a medium pizza won't do it. We know that won't either.
The fish smells, I know this is gonna sound stupid because it's fish, super fishy. It smells really fishy. Let's try the iced tea, actually. Yummy, not too sweet. We have some lemon. I'm going to squirt on my mackerel. Is this soy sauce or? Yeah, it is. I don't know, I think I'm supposed to put it on the rice.
Chantal spends the remainder of this mukbang being very unimpressed with what she's bought, because it doesn't live up to her standards. Her standards are a degree of separation from American fast food standards, so incredibly low. She wants to branch out and do these kind of videos because she wanted to drive up interest in her content. But if the Syrian arc has taught us anything, there is no redeeming quality to where she is in the world. Let's not forget here, she has actually willingly given up her rights as a woman. Rights that generations before her fought for to give her freely so she could make choices in her life, and she chose to go somewhere to give them up. Cute idea, right? Her next video is her back in Syria. Now, she goes back 4 days early, I believe, because she missed Salah so much, and the house was ready, guys, which means it's okay to ditch aircon, decent food, sensible living, waste 4 days, of course, that were paid for up front. That's totally fine. Go back to Syria. That's good decisions. I swear this isn't a prolonged midlife crisis, guys. And the first video she releases upon her return has on the thumbnail, I almost died, because medical emergency, guys.
Scorpion in the Mortal Kombat.
So Chantal spends an inordinate amount of this video telling us what happened, but doesn't really explain much at the same time. She references nebulizers, D-dimers, and blah 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 with Syrian specialists. If only she had access to such luxuries in the first world that would enable her to get the medical treatment she needs for her super morbid obesity that leads to many additional problems she has anyway, like in, I don't know, Canada. The video itself is, because she didn't want to talk about it on livestream, redundant. Do we learn much? Not really. Beyond her health failing, while she sits on a cute veranda pretending that she's living her best life. Really, she's a squatter in Salar's family home. And I say Salar's family because she sure as hell isn't it, and they're not even married. Now they did do some videos together over the course of August, vlogs, going around Syria to look at and talk about the beauty that once was and what is Syria. These videos are the most ill-informed I've ever seen. When people talk about ruins, when they talk about history, they're more informed than she is. At best, she looked at Wikipedia's vague description of certain regions and ran with it. And I'm going to show you some of that so you can get a demonstration of it.
Hi guys, today we are in Daraa, Syria. I'm taking you guys here today to show you the birthplace of the Syrian civil war.
Here is a picture of Daraa in 2008, taken from Wikipedia. Can you see a difference from this to what we now see? The civil war is, let's face it, still ongoing at time of recording. Syria has been at war for generations. It is unlikely to change. Chantal shining a light on it is an intriguing one, especially for somebody who's monetized and lists their channel as being located in Canada, because you're not allowed to be monetized in Syria.
It's actually really quite heartbreaking to see the remnants of such mass violence that took place, and to know that this is a place where, you know, you have family memories, your home, happy memories, and so many people were unalived in this war.
Because she's wearing all black in a very warm area of the world, undoubtedly her sincerity went out with all the sweat. I'd hate to be in the car with her. All the things she is saying are things that had to be approved by Salah. Because we know to make content like this in Syria, you have to have the permission of the government. They have rules about this. They really do. And Chantal is playing a dangerous game. I won't deny though, I'm more interested in watching her waddle. So let's see if I can find another clip of that before we go to the next video.
Wow. The buildings are just littered with bullet holes.
Thank you, Chantal, for stating the bleating obvious, and it is quite peculiar to see your knees bow in the way they are. Additionally, aren't bowling balls meant to be attached to chains? Oh, and just before we go to the next video where Chantal goes to a mall and spends nothing because she has no money, this was the thumbnail for that video you just saw. I feel like she's intentionally trying to bait out everyone to report her for being in Syria and monetized.
Mall, you can hear a lot of beeping. I'm gonna go have lunch here. Salah is in a government building doing some business, and yeah, you can see the mountain behind me, Damascus mountain. So let's head in and see what the mall's like here in Damascus. Yalla. You can see the mountain. We're gonna be going there next, Mount Kassoun. So stay tuned for that video.
Just before we go to the part that I took real interest in, the elevator, this is the thumbnail. You may have noticed, this doesn't look like Chantal at all, does it? This looks like somebody else. It looks like she warped Tiffany Amber Thiessen's face and went, yeah, that's me. That looks just like me. Even the ruinous powers are not okay with this one, by the way. It's defilement. And then before someone in my premiere chat says, why did you compare her to Tiffany Amber Thiessen? Because I can.
It's actually really air conditioned in here, very crisp, cool air, and they're playing the Quran
So no music, as a lot of places do.
Notice how she's sweating buckets in an air-conditioned building because of all the waddling she had to do. Now where's that elevator shot? It showed the real her without the filters.
One. Let's go.
Now, she doesn't buy anything while she's here. She does in subsequent streams speculate that maybe one of these malls in Syria may well have what she's after to do a Halloween-y special in Syria. Of course, Syria itself is Halloween. If you live there, it's a nightmare. It can't be all positive after all now, can it? Currency in the dirt, and look who runs the place. In before someone says, "Oh, but what about this country that I live in?" Shut up. It isn't about you and your precious community. This is about the idiot that's gone to Syria thinking that she's the tour guide. Now to the 6th video of 8 I'd like to show you, we get arguably the best moment in the entire month, further proving just how bad her health has become. Because Chantal yet again goes on an adventure. She goes out with Salah's family, and Nelle. She doesn't look good now, does she?
It's steeper than it looks. Anyway. I don't know why I agree to these dangerous activities. Can I touch this plant or is it gonna kill me?
Okay.
Well, if I can't get up, my husband can help me. Strong man. I hope that I can get up myself, but well, oh my god!
Here's him.
She keeps trying to convince her audience, her haters, that she only weighs 350 pounds. Even with her height taken into consideration, she is at least 450. Her knees are buckling in now, her agility is going out the window, and she can't walk down a simple hill, or simply, and this is the easier option for her, walk down on the front of her feet with her hands on the soil. Face the soil and walk down it like you're climbing up a rock face. I guess, even with her dirty hands, she didn't want to study them any further. Or walk on the plants where the rooting is a bit stronger. I know we're giving advice to somebody who never listens, but it tickles me to no end to repeat it, knowing she'll never listen. But I will admit, it does make the video more interesting for a change, doesn't it? Because unlike Amber at this time of the year, who was just crying to the max, Chantal is actually doing something. I'm curious how much she paid to do it though, considering her views were at this point going down the drain and she didn't do very well in viewership on this either. I can't imagine everyone got KFG afterwards.
I might need a hand, yeah. This is gonna slide when I walk on it. I can't get back up here, there's no way.
Okay,
you think so? What if I fall? No, my right hand. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, don't pull! Wait.
Don't be afraid, yalla.
I am! Oh my god. It's very steep. Wait, you said to go sideways? Maybe that's better. Oh my gosh, babe.
As far as the scenery goes for this particular video, it didn't look too bad. And though that was not particularly steep, I'm sure many of us have climbed that in our time. I know quadriplegics that could do a better job. So to the next video, trying Syria's street food and nightlife.
Salah is buying me a love balloon.
You deserve it, babe.
Thank you, sweetheart. They put the lights in it like this.
What's your name? How are you?
Not gonna lie, that's a beautiful balloon you bought yourself. And while I'm aware that at a point Salah does start to get some money of his own from business dealings back from Kuwait, I do not believe he paid for anything for you. This could well still be part of the money left over from the Sasa scam.
Alright, so they started playing loud, what I'm guessing is copyright Arabic music, so I'm gonna play some Arabic music, some farus that Salah played on the keyboard in the background, while I talk about what you're gonna see here. So here we are walking around the panorama. This dessert is called warbat, and they have a bunch of shishas here, you can rent out, and that is a Indomie area. You can buy coffee there too. You can buy instant noodles, very popular here.
Compared to other vlogs, this one is the least contentious, because you get to see a side of Syria that, while minimal, because it's not the biggest, of course it isn't, it is still nice to see a nightlife with some sense of community to it. Yes, I fumbled my words and I'm not editing it out. The things that tickle me the most with the fact that Chantal presents this like a tour guide, knowing no one's going to go there, it didn't do well on views, and she was heavily regulating the comments under it. A theme that runs prevalent throughout all of her content is how obsessive she is with observing all the negativity she receives. The final video of the month, she goes on another little outing, this time to see some of the ancient ruins, that's the word, in Syria.
So I'm really excited to take you guys. It's very hot today, so I'm going to do what I can. We're going to come back when it's cooler out, maybe in the fall, late fall or winter, to show you a bit more, because the ruins are very, very vast. And
the thumbnail is hilarious. Sorry, I had to insert it because you're trying to look like some kind of strong, independent woman. Really, you look like a face that's been stuffed into sausage skin. I swear I've seen you in Little Nightmares 2 somewhere. I just can't work out where exactly.
The ruins in Basra are from a mix of ancient Nabatean, Roman, Byzantine, and early Islamic periods. The most famous ruin still standing is the Roman Theatre.
Just in case you're curious, yes, she's in fact reciting Wikipedia again. While not incorrect, it's tickle-worthy to me that that is how she derives her script. This tourism crap that she was doing while in Kuwait as well, Thailand, any other country she's been to really, is always the same cringe-ass shit. No one gives a damn, because no one's going to go there. So try and make it seem like it's some grand, beautiful place. Baffled.
Okay, there's a secret passage here. Don't know what's in here. We might get in trouble. There's like a secret door. Secret stairway. That I won't be going up.
For the sake of it, it's fascinating to see how the filters don't work in this instance. It's fascinating to see the bulge on the back of her head that she claims is a ponytail. She has a skullet, for those who are curious. It's interesting to me that they got kicked out because there was an event going on and they hadn't planned ahead for this. And no, there was no gift shop. Much sadness, of course. When it came to the live streaming side of this, it was a mess. The majority of the streams were off camera, it kept cutting in and out. Eventually, towards the end of August, she starts to show the frustration that she should have been showing sooner. Even with more power, a better quality of life comparative to the basement shitbox she was previously in, there isn't enough for her. She streams in 1080p. Of course the upload is not going to be good enough for her. She needs to reduce that and lay off the filters. But Chantal's going to Chantal, right? I didn't bother showing them for this month because, to be honest, her views on streaming were going down. The donations were drying up, and there wasn't much really to talk about. It was a very, very amber month. Chantal was on the back burner for this one, which, I'll be honest, makes a lot more sense, and shows Chantal where her place in the pecking order really is. Going into September, though, things get interesting. Things get very interesting. So during the month of September, I made 2 videos on Chantal. It is worth noting this is the month where the Kuwait, Syria, Middle Eastern arc starts to wind down. By the end of October, it is apparently ended. If I've recorded this and she's not home, I'd be really annoyed with myself. I'm going to go through both those videos, as one of hers is a vlog and the other is not, as both do convey very different messages from what Chantal is trying to tell us and what we're supposed to believe is true.
Hi guys, welcome to another video. Today we are in a village somewhere in Syria, and we are actually in nature. So I'm going to show you a little bit of some beautiful nature here that Syria has to offer. People come here to get into the clean spring water, and it's like valleys, like, you know, you go down.
Much like the couple's content, and much like the vlog she did on her own channel here years ago back in Canada. She'll show us once her doing it, and then you'll never see it again. because she can't make much from it, but also she doesn't want to run the risk of being doxxed, or the location being doxxed, although it is nice to see fascinating scenery in Syria in case Salah truly does get well and truly bored of her. Yep.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy this video and you get to see another side of Syria. So yalla.
So this area of Syria is in a village far away from the bustling, busy city of Damascus. And I was just taken aback by the valleys, the mountains. It's a side of Syria that I've never seen and most people don't see, so...
You couldn't be more shallow if you tried. Firstly, we know you don't give a crap, because not long after this video came out, you were live streaming begging for money. Literally begging for money because you need to get away. You don't care about Syria, you don't care about its people, or its wonderful scenery. This brochure travel-esque vlog content, while a step up from the likes of Amberlynn Reid, is still just absolute nonsense, and means very little really. You're just using it for what few views you can get, before you invariably leave to go somewhere else for a couple weeks.
I wanted to show you a little bit of the more nature side of Syria, and this is actually one of the only first times that I actually have seen any kind of water in Syria.
Hello guys.
Oh look, Farts Lover McFartloverface has made an appearance in a video now. I'm so happy and excited. I wonder how many dollars he was promised for that guest role.
There's no way I could go down there. It's steeper than it looks.
I am certain there are many people within the communities that you created that dislike you immensely that would make suggestions I can't monetize on my channel. One does need to learn to trust their body a bit though. So, maybe next time, bring some cords, get a decent tow bar on the back of the car, and best of luck. You ever considered spelunking?
Like a little waterfall there. Water is extremely clean here.
So I was told actually that this water here is actually clean enough to drink. I didn't drink it, but that's what I was told.
So there's a point of this video that intrigues me a considerable amount. When she was in Kuwait, she got into trouble because she vlogged and made money from, monetized the hell out of, her vlogging areas of Kuwait without permission. We know from the live streams we've done on Chantal more recently that she also can't do that in Syria without permission. To get around that, she made sure her location was set to Canada regardless, because she would be demonetized if she had it set to Syria and meant it. I am curious, and this is why I mentioned it, if there are any areas of Syria she's allowed to vlog without the express permission of the Syrian, and I'll air quote this word, government.
I'm doing voiceovers for a lot of these segments because we were not alone. We were with few other people, so just because people were talking in the background, but here we are walking down this path to a bigger water area.
Another reason why, not only your social awkwardness, but because we know you wouldn't be able to edit out all the heavy breathing while you're speaking. There's no point trying to deny that aspect as well. You once were out of breath standing in a kitchen while making coffee.
I don't know why I agree to these dangerous activities. Can I touch this plant or is it gonna kill me? Well, if I can't get up, my husband can help me. Strong man. I hope that I can get up myself, but well, oh my god.
Lol. So this clip I saw doing its rounds on Twitter, many highlighting the fact that her legs look a lot worse than they used to look. As always, Chantal is ill-prepared for activities like this, doesn't know basic plant life, and thinks that her stability can be determined by shuffling her feet forward while rocking from side to side, because as she's getting bigger, she's getting closer to South Park character territory, like Amber. Question though, How does somebody go to Syria and continue to put on weight?
Need him?
I might need a hand, yeah. This is gonna slide when I walk on it. I can't get back up here, there's no way.
Okay,
you think so? What if I fall? No, my right hand. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, don't pull. Wait, wait.
Don't be afraid, yalla.
I am. Oh my god. It's very steep.
You know, if you fall over for the content, that makes, like, more views, right? For anyone but yourself. The haters mostly will get that. So, for the content, I say Excelsior and send it.
Wait, you said to go sideways? Maybe that's better. Oh my gosh, babe. Oh, yeah. Whoa! I'm gonna fall, I know it. Okay.
Well, that made for an entertaining 1 minute-ish of video content. Certainly made up for all the voiceover crap we had to put up with. I'm slightly bemused by the fact you've yet to start sweating through your clothing yet. But I have faith in your filters to hide it. Generally, when people go hiking, we take what we need as necessity. A stick is remarkably helpful in these instances. Think of it like a staff or a trident. Having one, really useful. Especially for uncertain terrain, bracing yourself against it, learning to use your legs and place your weight on the correct leg as you descend. I don't know why I'm giving you advice though, you still never listen.
Did I do it? Almost there? Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I did it. Okay, alhamdulillah.
Nice. Great job, babe. You did it.
Danger.
Salah has a talent. I don't know if he intends it or not, but his talent is to get the most unflattering angles that could ever exist of Chantal. This is another demonstration of it, because no matter the filter she tries to use, and she's claimed she doesn't use as many filters as we all think she does because she knows the truth, guys. Trust her, guys. She can't hide the reality from us forever. It's why the face filters are funny when we know the mess that's really behind it has at least a bit more curvature and is less pointed. The hijab, or whatever that thing is on her head, can't hide it all from us either.
They want me to put my feet in the water, but I don't trust myself. Whew, I don't know about that. I like nature, but doesn't like me.
You may well find, Chantal, there is a landscape that exists that does in fact like you. Within it, a monstrous-sized manse. Within this manse, a cauldron and a grandfather who loves all his kin, his children. He grants them great gifts of pestilence, disease, and rot. You know who I'm talking about yet? Cool.
Just want to go back to the car and eat my shawarma. I'm trying to enjoy myself.
Well, surely if you're hiking, the smart move would be to make sure the cash cow has access to all the om-nommy-nom-noms that they would need to get through such a trying and difficult day.
Okay, keeping my shoes on. They'll dry fast because there's all rocks and it's gonna hurt. But, oh my goodness, they're gonna be slippery, aren't they? Oh, this feels nice on the feet though.
Basically, she won't take them off because she knows it was so hard to get them on in the first place, without the assistance of somebody she's paid to do it for her, who undoubtedly has not made the journey. Second, women tend to be a bit better when it comes to walking on bare rock, unlike men. Something to do with like pain receptors in our feet. We blokes just don't like it as much.
I have to say, wow, okay. I hope I don't get carried downstream and drown or something. No, woo. Okay, I never did this before. Oh boy, it's deep here.
Anyone else think that perhaps this video is done to bait out her audience and of course the haters? Because I'm starting to think it might be done that way on purpose. Everything we've critiqued so far feels a bit too intentionally designed. Granted, Chantal's not the smartest, because she knows to make this all easier, all she needs to do is lose a little weight, trust her body, and react accordingly. But that involves effort, and at her ripe old age of 21, plus many anniversaries, she's given up basically.
Woo! It's deep, it's deep. You gotta watch all the rocks. Wow. Nice.
That is a face filled with fear and desperation. Can you imagine the conversation they had before they went here? Yo, Salah, can you show me a place with water so I can stand in it and look pretty? Sure. Thinks a place for burial. Gives up when he realizes she's still worth the money.
Thank you. This is better than the gym. Hey.
Going for a walk is only better for your health or better than the gym if you suck at going to the gym and have every excuse to not go to the gym. In your case, your excuse is Syria. That's my excuse now, not all the health problems I have compounded by getting heavier.
All right, so just sitting on a rock, and it's nice and cooling on the feet, I gotta say. And I don't know how I'm gonna get back up that hill, but that'll be interesting. This is very relaxing, and just sitting enjoying the nature with my feet in the water. It reminds me of going in like a creek as a kid and playing.
If you want some assistance in getting up the hill, lay on a carpet and have everyone else pull you up the hill. You said you were with the group after all, unless that was a lie, which is also possible. Yes, I can't imagine why you'd do that though.
I gotta go back up this hill, and I don't think you guys can see how steep it is from the camera. It doesn't do it justice, and the sand is loose, so it keeps like sliding under my weight. So I'm trying to hang on, but there's like thorn bushes on either side, but Salah helped me down anyway.
For someone of your size, I have a recommendation for you. You say the sand under your feet moves because of the path section. Well, there is shrubbery on the other side that would be a bit more forgiving, and you could walk on that. I don't recommend it on a regular basis, but considering your size and how steep that hill is, you can tell from the camera quite well enough. I would highly recommend you instead walk through the bushes and the shrubbery, as their roots would have cemented the ground a bit firmer, or made it firmer, so you can then plant your feet as best your waddling ass can.
Salah is sealing in nature. He has a stick, a stick holding his head up. So Syrian shawarma again, I'll say it for the millionth time, the best.
Doubt. Never mind. So last night I was streaming on this channel, I'll be here tonight as well, and Chantal went live. She had actually been live just before I went live, in a stream that many of my audience were telling me to watch, and I had said no because we were a few streams behind, and I wanted to try and catch up. This was a bit of a mistake, because she went on to delete the stream in question. She then went live near the end of last night's stream, my stream that is, and got into an argument with Salah. Now this could be staged, it could be 100% fake, who knows? It could be setting up the arc of Foodie Beauty's redemption as she comes home triumphant. It could be a plan, a scam, to drum up additional donations. It could be one of many and all at the same time. Or it could be real. Who knows though at this point? Chantal has told so many lies, partaken in many a scam, I can't tell. So what I want to do is go through one of those streams, that part of which was uploaded by BadOPCode Chillin, because within it is the part that matters the most. It is the part that got Chantal into trouble, which led to this thumbnail on a stream where she spent most of the time arguing. Now she has gone on to delete both of these things now. Tonight we're going to go through as much as I can find from the thumbnailed stream that you saw the thumbnail of a moment ago, a few seconds ago. It should make for interesting viewing, because I have said, many have said, we have all said, Chantal, get out of Syria, because you forfeited your right as a woman. You forfeited your rights as a human, because in Syria and many other countries in the Middle East, you are property, you are chattel, you are nothing. Suffragettes and many others fought for women's rights in countries like your own, my own, the United States. Equality is so important, and you, like everything else you take in your life, you took for granted, to the point we discovered Salah has your bank card, And when you had a chance to go spend time with his entire extended family, you got a, quote, panic attack and decided not to go. We all know really what had happened was you just didn't want to go, so you had a tantrum, which meant you were left in a house where you couldn't leave, you could not do anything. You were stuck, living on whatever food was in the house, and if you could find anything extra, stealing that too. Mostly eggs and rice, by the way. And whose fault is that? Because you don't have money on you, Salah has your card. It's your fault. You can't just go down the street and say, yo, I'm a tourist, take me home. Because the nearest chance you can get home is Beirut. That's the next country over, and you're in the south of Syria. There are levels to stupidity, since your claims of separating, that I couldn't believe possible. And the stream you deleted that got you into trouble with Salah, that we'll go through tonight, is a testament to just how dumb you are. Because you are property and not a person, the only thing you are useful for to him and his family is money, and he doesn't need your money anymore because of inheritances, business dividends, and because cost of living is so much lower. So you are no longer a focal point in this man who has power within his family's life. Many people, in fact, are not willing to give up that kind of power. You know this because you are effectively uncancelable. The only person that could cancel you is you. You know this, which is why you leaving is so important. Because you've been destroying your career since you went to Kuwait. Syria was a nail in a coffin, and I'm not convinced you'll regain the views most of them started channels hating. Add to that, they would rather watch the haters because they are more interesting in commentary against you, and you hate that. But think of all the money they make that you used to make. Some of them make more money than you've ever made. And whose fault is that? It is yours and yours alone. I put this statement in first, a mini TED talk as it were, because I want you to understand I feel not a single shred of sympathy for somebody who chooses, no matter how many times they're advised against it, to make the wrong choice. All because they can't accept the reality of the following. They can't sleep without a mask on, they're super morbidly obese, they're in their 40s now, they're as bold as a white chocolate Malteser, they are unlovable, they don't know how to feel love, they do not know how to feel happiness, they are uneducated, and every wrong choice they've made was because they will not listen to others because they're too prideful to accept they can be in the wrong. You are reactive, you are volatile, like your haters actually. You are actually toxic to yourself. If you were allergic to anything, it would be you, and right choices. So about that stream you deleted first.
She make it clap, clap, clap. She make it clap, clap, clap.
I am going through it. No, it's not okay how he treats me, Strawberries, you're right. And in general.
The reason she's getting annoyed is because he has left her for initially 2 days, it then became 3 days. If she had joined, she wouldn't be in the problem she was in. The problem was, she can't go and get food. Her only way of getting food is having Salah send a cousin to go and get food for her or something like that, because he's too far away at that point. So she has to live on what is there, as I've earlier stated. It's not enough. Chantal is a very needy and demanding type, and in fact one of the streams I went through of hers, a Nashi's one, she was getting very excited because the first thing she's going to do when she gets back to Canada is get 2 of them. And the timing of it, guys, the timing of it. Because there weren't any Nashis until she announced she was going home. The prophecies have spoken. Thus is written, Smeg for Brains is getting a basic bitch sandwich. And it's not halal.
And in general. I don't want to stay here with him anymore. We're fighting and it's just like, I can't stay.
We already warned you about going there in the first place. He warned you as well. You ignored every warning because... Lerv, guys, it's lerv. The only thing you're in love with is what you can consume. You can't consume Salah, no matter how many times you photoshoot photos of that. Additionally, I'm curious what you're fighting over. Is it the lack of, well, luxuries? In a third world country, no less? Is it the effort you have to go to get things done? Is it the fact that you don't really want to be there, but Salah is actually happy and you're not? Salah's an idiot for having you there in the first place and for engaging in your scam from the offset, as in the Kuwaiti arc. But Salah's clearly living a different life to you, and you are very much alone. Whose fault is that again?
Oh, I can't put up. My mental health is worse because of you. I can't put up with you right now. Oh, really? Really?
Not gonna lie, Chantal, you're not exactly a beacon of hope for relationships around the world, or a beacon for burdens around the world. When one has to be responsible for an additional person who is solely there to exist and milk the situation, yeah, you're a burden. No one believed you two were a couple in the first place. I doubt the family does either. At best, you're a lodger.
Anyway, I need to like... You think your life will be so much better struggling here with 500 kids and no money. Okay, good luck.
I love that Barbecue Chillin' has put what I thought. First things first, cost of living is not that high. Doesn't matter how many people are around you, you can make it work. Any good, hard, intrepid worker can do it. Do you really believe with what you're making right now prior to the separation and all the donations you received from it, you were helping? Because I don't believe that's the case. I say it based on what I know I make. I know you're not making much, so don't try us. And stop trying to be so assertive. In that area of the world, women should be seen and not heard, remember?
F out of here. Well, you know what I mean. I don't know. Maybe I'll have money. I have no idea.
Well, we both know that's not true, because you've said something quite inflammatory here. You now need to find a way to diffuse it quickly for yourself. It won't matter though, because we all know what happens next. And I know I shouldn't be laughing, but there's only so much sympathy I can offer a person that refuses to listen to sound advice.
I'm sorry, but I feel like I've been thrown away. Like, yes, I want to leave too, but I feel like he's just like too easily like okay with it. I am unmodding him. Like, you want to throw me away and I'm too much for you and all this and that? Well, buddy, you don't get to be in my chat. You don't get to be a mod. You don't get anything from me. So goodbye. And I'm leaving now. I'm starting to resent him. Badly.
It's really interesting to me for you as a character, a person, an individual. You are so codependent, yet you are simultaneously unable to be around the very people you need in your life, or claim to need in your life. It's why you will always be alone, truly. It's why in all your previous relationships, you were alone, for the most part. The people you claim to love, and they obviously claim to love you briefly, they also didn't really want to be around you that much and were more than likely embarrassed to be near you. This is where your intrusive thoughts are coming to the surface, because you are truly alone for 3 days and you can't handle it. Why? Because you're not smart enough to do something for yourself in the limited space with limited possessions you can do. Be, act. You know, all the standard things, really. When we have nothing to do for 3 days, do we start to fret we're on our own? No. We know when people come home for the most part because there are people in our lives that actually love us. And we trust them, they trust us. There is no one in your life that trusts you. This is proof of that. Because you are just too cancerous, too conniving, too rude, too obnoxious, too reactive. 3 days, by the way. 3 days of eggs and rice. It's hardly a struggle, I promise you that. You're only moaning because you really are hankering for a KFG.
I've done so much. I've changed so much for him. And he's not even like grateful at all. I'm living my life for myself from now on. He doesn't want clout. He doesn't want anything to do with YouTube.
You do realise you went to Kuwait to be with him because he couldn't get into Canada. Multiple times, by the way. You kept going back to maintain a facade. You gave up your rights, your freedoms, your liberties as a woman to, quote, be with a man that wasn't really with you in the first place. You were just an extension of additional funding. Because you, at the time when you first went to Kuwait, were making decent money. Now, no. In fact, the only decent paycheck you're going to get will be in October because of all of this. Most of it will go to the haters, though. The share of covering this, that is. The horse's mouth is nowhere near as interesting as it once was. It doesn't matter what you do for him, if the mentality is you are apparently just property, or a burden. This is not a unconditional love marriage, this is a transactional relationship, and highly conditional, hence the limited contact between the two of you. Physical, I might add. Well, I don't believe anything's entered you since nada.
I know, I just have to figure out what I'm gonna do. Like, where am I gonna go? Like, it takes time to get an apartment, like, oh my god. I really hate my life right now.
That there sounds like a you problem. You dug this hole, you find your way out. You want to air your grievances in the online space, don't be surprised if all the black pill boomers suddenly appear and go, your fault. Hi, I guess I qualify. Although I'm slightly more positive, but I live in a wooden box. So what leg do I have to stand on really? I mean, it has nice carpet, so there's that.
I can change the date for a fee. I'm kind of fighting with like everybody right now. How can you escape if you can't open the gate? I'm gonna climb the wall. I'm gonna climb the wall. I found a ladder.
Chantel, you use slimming filters to hide the fact you're over 450 pounds. I promise you this, at your vertically challenged height, you're not climbing so much as 2 steps on that ladder before you twist one of your cankles. Since your legs bend inwards now, you no longer have the agility.
I feel like his family got in his head and he's just so happy to just throw it. Like, he was just too happy to throw everything away, even though we broke up amicably, but it's still like, some things he said were just hurtful, And I was just like, really? You didn't tell me that 3 effing years ago.
Generally, you do like to hide things in the employment contract or from the employment contract to ensure that when you're employed, you are able to get paid on time. This may be one of those times where you're so unlovable there's no chance Salah, who sees you without the filters, is ever going to want to be with you permanently. Don't forget here, your scam in Kuwait cost both of you your lives in Kuwait, so you could no longer maintain the facade and live as somewhat comfortably as you could. Salah now home, where he belongs, surrounded by those that love him, trust him, and look up to him, he is living a very different life to you. You don't understand this because everything is a token, a trinket. Something to be taken, discarded the first opportunity. Something that serves a functional purpose as opposed to what Salah lives. He is still responsible for what happened. Of course he is, and will never escape that responsibility. But you two were never a couple to begin with. You are simply there, sleeping on a mattress in the living room because it's the best you can get. Your bed was crapped on by a cat recently that also needs to leave but is unlikely to because of the situation you've now created. Not that the cat should ever be with you in the first place. Julia deserves better.
Do you think it's like fair for somebody normal to be with somebody, he's like, no women here insult their husbands, and when we fight you insult me. Okay, and I forgave you when you cheated on me, right? So
Chantal has kind of forgotten how it works within cultural norms. Where you go to another country, you adhere to their culture, their practices. Because of how women are treated in Syria, she can't be Canadian. And I know, oh, but she's not really Canadian, we disavow her. She's still one of you, sadly. Suck it up, buttercup. In this instance, he cheating with Kybella, that Scatgate thing, I'll be honest, you weren't together anyway. Was he really cheating? No. Did he perhaps violate your contract of employment? If it's in the contract, then yes. Also, you mentioning that is again continuing the first point of arguing with him, because you have to be the last one to speak. That's not how those relationships work. It really isn't. You bringing your version of a culture to Syria is likely to get you put in Al Rouge, or stoned. I don't want that for you. I'm just explaining, and if you bother to listen, that is your future if you don't change course. You are not as big and tough as you think. We know this for a fact because 2 streams after this, you roll over and show your belly again.
I never did that to you. I'm just probably leaving sooner, and I have no one to talk to because I'm here by myself because he left me alone again.
This is fundamentally not true. He didn't leave you alone, he gave you a choice. The choice was go and join the family trip that he wants to be a part of, even though you'd been at best a 30th, 40th, 50th wheel. Join that and spend some time around people, enjoy the culture. You could even vlog aspects of it, just not the people. Or stay on your own because who the hell is going to stick around with you? Live miserably knowing your only existence to have them there is to appear every so often just so you know there are no monsters in the closet and no cat has shat on your bed again.
Oh yeah, payday. I'm leaving. He's at the sea, but you know what? I don't want to go with your whole family somewhere.
Why not? You desperately want that nuclear life. All you had to do was learn to speak Arabic and learn to integrate within the culture, if this was the plan from the offset, as opposed to the nomading it, as you were doing on a regular with your visa hops and going home to get presents.
Like, what does he not get about that? I don't want to go with 16 people. I wanted to go just me and him. We can never do anything just me and him, and that's a big part of the reason You get with a Western woman and then you let your family complain that you're with a You get with a Western woman and then you let your family complain that you're with a Western woman? I don't even know a taxi number.
A Western woman in an Eastern, Middle Eastern even country. Your Western values mean nothing. That's the point of the Middle East. You obey. It's why I believe those that come from other countries should obey within the cultural norms and practices and laws of the country they go to. It's a shame that that is considered far right by my own country's standards. You cannot preach and be who you think you want to be. Sorry, who you think and want you to be. Yeah, that. Because that's not going to float. And you just wanting to go with Salah all the time. The only reason you want to go with just Salah is so you have a cameraman. And so every so often you can sneak a little shot of him to say, guys, look, he's real. Oh my god, look at him, it's Studley. The kind of man you deserve, Chantal, isn't Salah. He has made mistakes, and yes, you could argue perhaps there is some deserving here. The kind of man you deserve is not what you're going to get in life, because that kind of man doesn't exist. You may think that the bar you set is high and that this man no longer fulfills that bar. I'll be honest, Chantal, the only thing that ever gets filled in with you is your stomach. Right now, rice and eggs. And you don't even like eggs.
I don't even know. Yeah, in a foreign country where men have to say. I can't just go to a neighbor and be like, oh, I have problems with my husband. they're gonna think it's weird. Like a Muslim woman is like, he says, oh, you don't like my customs. I never said I don't like his culture, but you are basically like saying I'm not good enough because of
Chantal, there are things in life that he will undoubtedly want, his family will want him to have as well, and he won't get them from you because you can't have them. You're also not a first cousin. Additionally, not everything is strictly a you and him thing. That's the point of many families, in fact, that are very much involved with their children's lives, and their cousins, their sons, their daughters, their nephews, nieces, grandchildren. You're not used to this because of the life you've lived, but you've had a remarkably privileged and lonely life. Think of all the people you've ditched on a whim, and they keep sticking around for you. Pete's is a great example, and I know Pete's isn't exactly a shining beacon of goodness, but that is somebody you ditched all the time. Why? Because you're Chantal and you do what you want. But when you two lived together, you only felt good because Pete's was always in the place. Nowhere near Trash Mountain, that was all you.
I might just leave and get a hotel somewhere. I should come first. And then he wonders why I have mental health issues. And then, oh, your mental health is so much worse here. I wonder why.
Be honest here. Should Chantal, and this is to my lovely audience that are watching this, all 2 to 3 of you, should Chantal come first, when she was asked not to come, when she did as early as she did and live in that fart box underground really, go to a country where she did not integrate, and she had 2.5 years prep work beforehand learning Arabic and did not. She learnt a couple words that she throws out at the wrong time from what I've heard. Should she be first when they're not married? They were never in a relationship, they were never a couple. It was entirely transactional, so she could have someone in her life, someone exotic, so she could stick it to the haters that, look at her guys, she has the perfect life. Mariam, whatever her bloody name was, changed by force apparently, meant to be. Okay, well, the answer is, as many will have written in the comments, you don't. Why? Because you are property. You obey the master if you are apparently a happy married couple. You can't though. You could barely stand in front of a hob before sweating your nutsack off. And you are definitely sweating your lady nuts off. You barely sit up for more than an hour because you have to lay down because of compression. I wouldn't be surprised if the first thing you do when you go back to Canada is buy a nebulizer.
Because you don't choose me. You always make life like, I don't want to go every day somewhere, and like be with 1,000 people. Family is important in his culture all of a sudden when we come here. So he just throws me away or what? Like,
let's pretend this was a real relationship, shall we, guys? Chances are his wanting you to be involved was to help you try and be something you've never been. A loving, caring, family woman. You can't have kids, yet it used to be a slogan on your channel in the descriptions that you wanted one because of the polycystic ovary issue you had, the cysts, whatever it was called. I remember this from a content constable. Yet you have in more recent years said no. So chances are, and you may not know this, much like going to the gym, spending time with family and friends or trying to learn to be a part of it, is actually surprisingly good for your mental health. Ironically, the thing you can't bear to be around is the thing that could have helped you, but you won't help yourself. I have said ever since you went to Kuwait, you have been intentionally self-destructive because you are trying to punish yourself for something, and I still maintain this. If and when I'm proven right on this, don't expect an I told you so dance. I just want you to be better for a change. Something which you seem unwilling to ever do because it's easier for you to hurt yourself.
Anyway, I was leaving anyways, like we're, whatever, but those are the reasons. I should be first, not cousins you haven't seen in 16 years. I didn't go with him because he didn't even ask me. Like he basically just like, oh, we're gonna go on the trip. I'm like, with who? 16 other people. That's 18 total, including me and him. And now he's calling me disgusting on text message for talking about this. I have no one to talk to. You left me here by myself.
He gave you a choice, and that's actually a bit of a blessing, I guess, in the context of where you are. You're complaining, saying all these things about him, but you know right now you're writing a check in this very stream. You wrote a check that had a receipt, one which you couldn't handle because you knew damn well it was going to get you into trouble. But you being the volatile you that you are, unlovable, unlikable you've always been, you don't care. You act big, brave and tough, but when it comes down to it, you are more of a coward than the typical internet tough guy. Why? Because you don't have a spine. Your spine's been turned to pate with the rest of your organs that are busy being compressed by the weight you refuse to deal with, that you use slimming filters to hide. It is the only reason you're still LARPing.
What do you want me to do?
Go home, slum it for a while, rebuild your name, your reputation. Never going to happen on that part though. Get a job and try and live a life that is slightly more fulfilling than the crappy version of a life you've lived the past 3 years. Where the only thing we've learned about you is that you not only are you emotionally stunted, but intellectually you don't have the capacity to simply integrate within other cultures. You will though, however, trivialize, tokenize, and take advantage of them to make money for yourself. And you want someone around you, but you don't actually want them around you. We know this because when Salah is there with you when you stream, you hate him being there when he talks. You don't like him being present at all, in fact. You just want to know he's in the same building as you. These are issues a psychiatrist could deal with, by the way, but you squandered all the money you've made over the many years you were making decent money to destroy yourself anyway. Apparently, your foundations are weak enough to allow this to happen. The only way to change that is for you to fix yourself. But since you're too proud, too prideful, too arrogant, too ego-full to do it, full? Yes, that too. To do anything about it, you're just going to continue down this path even when you're back in Canada.
You freaking left me here by myself for days. Oh my god. With no one to talk to after you upset me.
But there was no one to talk to anyway, you yourself have said. Virtually no one around you speaks English enough to be able to hold a conversation. The nearest you'd have to having a conversation on your level anyway would be somebody that you raised money for. Yeah. And even then they're still smarter than you.
You know, whenever you're like upset, you just want like reassurance and like...
Yeah, someone to stroke your ego, tell you you're a pretty princess and a good girl. Of course, yes, we all know how that feels. Especially when we know we're always in the wrong. Oh wait, that's just you. Again, it's about your ego being fluffed, isn't it now? Bit tragic. You chose this for yourself. If you wanted someone to mollycoddle you, you go home to your mother. You go to Pete's. That's who you talk to. Oh wait, you've burned those bridges as well, haven't you? This is what you get for what you've done. And since tonight I'm going to go through the reaction to this stream, where you and he argue, oh yeah, we already know you've dug this hole quite deep. For yourself.
No, he goes around, he visits all his aunts and 1,000 cousins, and they all probably shame him for being with me. And they get in his head. Now?
Prove it. Otherwise you're just asserting because you're paranoid. Chances are, over the many years of your existence, you took far too many of the same medications, not medications, recreationals, and it's done a bit of a number on you, addled you slightly. You're very insecure for somebody who acts as blasé as they do.
I regret the 3 years. I regret it. Because now I have to leave Julia. I gave my cats away for you.
I don't know if that feels like history repeating itself, or something else. Man, Scatgate was a good time. That was probably the most fun I've ever had in my entire time on YouTube. December was highly entertaining back then. I always believed you were going to leave Julia behind anyway. Many of us did, because you don't care about the cat. The cat doesn't even like you. But also getting the cat to Canada would have been expensive for you. And you kept moaning about it because you were trying to drum up additional monetary funding. The cat would have undoubtedly been taken away from you anyway, because you're an animal ABUSER.
Oh yeah, I don't mind who you are. You're full of shit. Anyways, I can't do this. I really hate men. I hate them.
You may hate them with all your heart, but you keep on going back for more. So what do you hate more? Men or yourself? Because I'm inclined to believe the latter is more likely because of the number of times you failed at the former, and because you really do believe you deserve something unique and special, yet you don't know how to hold on to it. You don't earn it, you think you can buy your way out. But right now your stock is so low, you don't make money. You are a monetary hazard.
I hate them. I'll never go through this headache ever again. Never. They do, Deirdre. No, I do regret it. It was a waste of time, SB. But then I think I don't want to go back to Canada and just eat ravioli for life. I'm like, I don't even know what I want to do with my life.
That is a you problem. What do you want to do with your life? Does it matter? You won't stick to it anyway. You haven't wasted 3 years. You've lived 3 years of what you think is wasted because of your emotions are being all over the place. Her, der, me. While I believe in caring about humanity, I do not have any empathy for you. You may not know where you're going next. We all know where it really will be. Streaming, chatting to your chat, and eating shitloads of junk food. Why? Because you're Chantel. That's what you do. It's what you've always done. You have never been any different since the livestream era began. You have fallen down this rabbit hole of self-destruction and you have no path out because you don't want a path out. Try and act the nihilist and depressed all you like, but nobody feels any sympathy for you beyond the simps in your chat like Teardrop and Tracy.
I don't know how much it's going to cost to change my ticket, actually. I have to check, but the flight was only like $6.87. No, I have no money on me. None. No, I don't have any bank this here. We have to get someone to go to friggin' Lebanon to get my money.
We know. We knew that from the offset because we knew the limitations monetarily included Jordan as well. We thought you'd gone to Qatar land, or Nomad Land Qatar, to get some money, but then we realised actually that was just the money you scammed from using Sasa to do it, because it's some of those home comforts. Although it was one of the few times where the filters failed you and we saw the real you, and boy are you a mess.
No women here do this, no women here. I'm not from here. I wasn't raised as a Muslim Arab. I'm a Western white woman. Remember, you married a Western white woman? Do you remember that?
Lol, you didn't get married. Additionally, you may be a Western white woman, but you are a Western white woman in an Arab country, which means you obey the law of the land in that Arab country. When I say women should be seen and not heard, it's not because I believe it, it's because it's what is employed as a mantra of life there. You don't matter. You are property, you are chattel, you're an object. You serve a purpose and a function, nothing more. I hate saying things like that, by the way, because it's not meant to be women should be seen, not heard, it's children should be seen, not heard. It's an old-fashioned idiom from, like, the UK, alright? Or England, more notably. Yes, quiet. You dug this hole for yourself, and you still think you're number one. There's only one number one in this world, and his name's Robbie Rotten. Get over yourself.
Like, I'm losing my mind. He's right, I am mentally ill. It is tiring, Aurora. Hey, Italian. I've just been feeling so bad about myself since being here. Like all the BS. Soulmates, it was all BS. And I don't like BS.
I thought BS was your middle name, because it's certainly what your channel has become over the many years you've been using it for live streaming. It's what your content's always been. It's fakery, tourist, attraction crap. And your live streams are just you like a TikToker sat there staring at your chat waiting for someone to say something to you because there's nothing going on between your ears beyond food.
Anyway, it's done and now I'm just focusing on getting out. But yes, once I'm gone, that's it. No more contact. I'm out. Don't even talk to me. I may not have been invited. Salah did say I wouldn't like it here, you shouldn't come here, but like, why be married then? I came here because I loved him and wanted to be with him. Excuse me, you know? Like, I know it's past 24 hours, I think. Watch your mouth, there could be. I shouldn't have to watch my mouth. That's why I need to get out of here. Anyway.
So there are a couple of things I want to address before we finish. Firstly, I'm half expecting when you get back to Canada, you to then remove all content involving Salah and you being in Kuwait and Syria. Because much like when you went to Kuwait, you removed or privated all the content pre that era. Here's some advice for that. Make everything public again the moment you get back and start getting the views you deserved from all the nonsense you had done. I say deserve, stupidity usually is rewarded, so you may as well put it all back. Keep it all up, because history is basically impossible to remove on the internet. Don't try us. Second, you're not in love, you were told not to, you did it anyway, you didn't even tell him. You just got on with it and then he was informed. Ironic considering the fact that he has told you you were going on an adventure and you then said no. Because you weren't asked, guys. Third, this stream you removed so fast. And why? Because you have written so many checks with your mouth. You have badmouthed him, you've badmouthed his family. In a country where you do not matter. You are lucky you didn't get a physical consequence. I don't want you to be harmed, by the way. I really don't. But you know damn well in that area of the world, that is what happens for disobeying anyone that tells you what to do. You can't be the Western white woman there. You have to be subservient. You have to be good, obedient. I don't like that for anyone. No one should be controlled by another person, ever. But that's where you are. You have no money, no life, no friends, no control. You want to be loved, yet you don't know how to love. You want to be happy, you don't know what happiness is. You want to be better, yet you won't put the effort in to make change. After eating eggs and rice only for a number of days and being on her own to allow her psychosis to fully take over, Salah does return and she eventually finds happiness and peace in the fact there are people around that she doesn't want to be around. Yes, the irony is not lost on her. With the month winding down, decisions were made and the main one was that Chantal would be leaving Syria. Add to this, she had to start a fundraiser. That fundraiser got yeeted. Why? Because it was started by Pete's, or in Pete's name. which wouldn't do him so well because at the time he was believed to be on disability benefits. So it was effectively fraud. But go figure, Chantal yet again partaking in more fundraising that was in and of itself fraudulent. Pete's did talk about this briefly, but being the sucker that Pete's is, didn't really say much more about it. So Chantal eventually, because the GoFundMe was removed, ended up starting doing fundraisers differently via direct donations, extra cameos at a discount, and trying to raise it through streaming via super chats. So that meant that September, the money she made in September was desperately needed, and it had to be a good amount. It was speculated that she had made about $3,500 from live streaming over the course of the month, and that included fundraising, which was $3,500 too much. Because let's face it here, someone didn't deserve that money or support. She was told not to go there, she went there. She then cited over the course of the month when the breakup was announced that this was going to be about her rejuvenating, because culturally they just couldn't coexist. Try to imagine my shock that a super morbidly obese Canadian who thought being Canadian in Syria and Kuwait was going to lead to a positive outcome. What a moron. Entitlement 101 from the millennial. As she closes out the month though, she starts to stress, yes, worry, of course, rebook the flight, not rebook the flight, lose money because of the constant rebookings, fret allegedly about losing her cat or not being able to take her cat or taking her cat, not raising enough money to take the cat in the first place, which is for the best. Chantal can barely be trusted with her own life, let alone a cat's. All in all, the month of September was an absolute disaster for her, because now she's got to decide whether or not when she goes back to Canada, if she intends to stay long term, for a long time, or whether she intends this to be a short-term stay for her to yet again go somewhere else and pretend to LARP it up. Whether she intends to go back to being Chantal or whether she intends to continue wearing the face Spanx. It's ultimately impossible to be certain at this time because, as October will show, she's still all over the place. But the mask in October and the real her starts to slip, like the camera out of her hand when she turns the front face camera on. Spoilers and all that, but October we get to see how she really looks, proving the point that face Spanx and filters really can't hide just how ugly she is. But that's the point of these videos, the vlogs and the live stream she does. She wants you to see her a certain way, but no one sees her that way. We all know everything's but a fiction with her, a figment of imagination because she refuses to change to look how she could look if she put the time in. And because we've seen the likes of Tammy Slatton make such massive changes, we know for Chantal it is not impossible. It's just whether or not she's willing to commit to it. If she can commit to a lie of being a Muslim revert for 3 years, she can commit to a weight loss journey. If you can imagine how hard it is to lie to yourself about how good your life is, try and imagine what it's like going to the gym every single day, doing what is right and needed for you to be better. Today we're going to be delving into the deleted stream from Chantal. One of many she deletes, but this one is, I'd say, dark, because it involves crying and fretting and shouting. Now, on the face of it, there is a lot of skepticism with regards to what she says within it and the context surrounding it. For those who are unaware, at the end of October she is scheduled to go home. Was scheduled to go home. This is all important. She is a woman in Syria with no rights. The one thing she doesn't want to be doing is acting like a Western woman who has rights in a country where she does not have rights. No matter how many times we tell her to not stay in Syria, not be in Syria, not go to Syria, or go to any country where she is a lesser being, she's going to do what she wants. She is a tautology. Chantal does what Chantal wants, irrespective of the damage it will do to Chantal's life, potentially. Hell, Salah, all he has to do is put her outside and leave her there. That would be enough to put her in Camp Al Roj if they can be bothered to dump her there, with Shamima Begum. The stream in question happened while I was live a couple days ago. I missed the stream because she deleted it so fast, but it does set up a second stream where we were led to believe she was going home early as a consequence of this stream. So we're going to see if we can get through both of those videos, or live streams, here.
I just need someone to talk to. Yeah, I'm gonna be changing my ticket. I'm gonna see if I can find a place for, to move in immediately.
This was not long after she'd had another breakdown where Salah went nuts at her in one of her chats. We have covered that because mercifully Just Saying last time like this time managed to get it before it was deleted and have the chat as well. The background music is just amping that drama. Many have rolled their eyes at this because they don't believe any of it's real anymore. Chantal has told so many lies and partaken in so many scams to drive up interest that it is very hard for someone who has appeared to cry wolf too many times to be taken seriously or with any modicum of real, which leads more people to say, you made your bed on the floor in the living room because you don't get to share a bed in another room anymore, even though you weren't married to begin with, now lie in it, after your cat's taken a dump in it.
So, no, I'm not okay at all. I was only waiting for October because, you know, I need money to move, you know. I can't talk about it.
One of the things you really shouldn't be doing in a country where they will watch you while you're doing it or watch it on playback later is go to your chat and be passive aggressive or give out too much information from the very person about the person or around a person or to suggest something about the person who has to take you to the airport. It's going to get worse for you and we don't want it to. I want you to get out so you can start your inevitable redemption arc or the I was the victim of DV arc that I expect while you maintain the hijab because you're a good Muslim revert, when really you're just very self-conscious about the fact that you're bold by choice. By choice because you're too lazy to take medications when you had the chance to save yourself. Story of your life, really, because it leads to a second stream we're going to get to soon. Streams like this are, because you're in Syria, a very dangerous thing to do and solely exist, because many of us think this, to drive up interest and donations to you to help you get home sooner, or to get home on time, and make it easier on yourself because you want first world life with a first world luxury after having, quote, slummed it in a third world country. You haven't slummed it. No, you gave it all up. Took it all for granted and are paying the price for it, and your audience shouldn't have to fund that. They should instead fund my escape from Syria. My spirit is there. It's stuck in KFG, guys. Coffee.com/TheRealOmega9873.
So, I guess, you know, you guys just make me feel better. So I just wanted to let you know I'm gonna probably just change my flight. And go home sooner.
When I was live streaming on Wednesday, some had speculated that this stream was yet again another one of Chantal's emotional moments where she hadn't taken certain medications she needs to keep her brain centered. I don't want to be the guy to say that as true, hence why I prefaced it with my audience. So I'm not going to be accused of victim blaming, shaming, or gaslighting. Don't try me.
I don't know what to say. I'm just not well. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna be looking to go sooner.
Something which she should have been doing anyway because she had a whole month of nothing, and when they were gone for 3 days, she had a meltdown. I don't know why she thought in her head to stick around longer when she could rebook the flight anyway. She knows that. She was talking about it a few streams earlier. I know this because we covered it. It was after she'd finally got hands on some food that wasn't eggs, and all the rice and all the lamb.
I know, I just want to go home, man. I can't. Yeah, like I have a ticket like booked, but I don't know how much it's gonna cost to change it, but I'm gonna check.
Are you telling me even after you said you were going to look into changes to flights so you could take Julia with you, merely 2 streams earlier to this one that you deleted, you didn't look at the cost anyway just in case? Right. Something tells me you want more money. The entitlement from you makes you one of the most cliche millennials I have ever had the misfortune of observing in the online space. There are levels of tragic that make many of your haters roll their eyes a full 360 to then do it again.
Yeah, it's great. Cheap hotel. I have to. America is what? Really? Yeah. I agree, Kingo.
1-star hotel it is for you for the next couple months while you settle back into your life in Canada. Because the Canadian people shouldn't have to front any bills to look after you. And quite frankly, you turned your back on them nearly 3 years ago. And then Less than 6 months ago, you gave up all your rights as a human being to go and LARP as a fake Muslim in a fake marriage in a country where you would be beheaded for less.
I can't tell you anything.
Well, based on your crying, you don't have to. We can infer from that, safely I might add, a number of theories. 1, you've had an argument with Salah, or Salah's family and Salah. 2, you've imagined you've had an argument with Salah and or Salah's family. 3, you've forgotten to take medication. 4, you're on your own and you forgot to take your medication. And 5, all apply. 6, there's a possible 6. You want to go home early but can't afford to go home early, so are doing a stream to drive up interest in your channel enough to be able to get those donations in, but since you delete the stream quickly, you don't get enough donations, so you can't fake tear it for much longer, meaning you had only thought about doing a 5 to 10 minute stream, crying it up like there's no tomorrow, hoping your audience, who are all broken on the dole anyway, will support you in some way. How was that?
Hey Brooke, I just need to go home. Like, you know, it's just hard. All the up and down, yeah. It's really not, you know. Just wait.
The tragic thing for you is that you can't stand to be around people, yet you don't like to be alone. Meaning you want people in the premises, on the premises, that you can, when you want to, talk to, but when they're not there, you are alone, you are miserable, your anxiety gets the better of you, and your intrusive thoughts start to have you go through some kind of paranoia, which is why you go so heavy on certain additives that you sniff or ingest.
I know, I wish I could snap my fingers. I'm just like on here, like, just to, I don't know. I don't even know. I guess just what I'm used to doing when I'm in like a crisis. Yeah. I'm gonna I'll come back because I'm gonna check my flights.
Well, look who perked up after they got a $10 donation, guys. It's nice to know that you're only ever nice when money's thrown at you. If you weren't £500-ish, 4 foot tall and ugly on the inside as well, you could have been a stripper in a past life. In your mind.
I'm gonna like check my flights and come back, okay? I know, I just want to get out of here.
Part of me wonders if Chantal is smart enough to start jotting her story notes on her phone in a hidden file so Salah doesn't ever see it. So when she gets home, she can expose him, guys, through all those extras. This is the real me, the real side of Syria, guy. These are the B-sides of my harrowing journey. All of which self-inflicted. The hijab won't ever come off, nor will the face spanks, because she knows damn well her face is sinking and drooping further than her fupa.
I really do. Yeah, a tiny share mark. I guess just to not feel alone. You know?
Do you think Salah knows she's live right now? Or do you think she's hiding in the outhouse where she goes for a daily, thrice daily, okay, more than thrice daily dumps?
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna check my options out. And, I can't stay for a whole month, like...
Regularly when I livestream covering Chantal's stupidity, I ask my audience, hello, you lovely, lovely people, whether or not you feel any sympathy for the situation she has put herself in. Invariably, the vast majority say no. I don't feel any sympathy either. And it's because of one very important detail that we've always mentioned. She chose this. No matter how many times she is told no, she goes against it. She was clearly spoiled as a child and never told no. So as an adult, she's too proud to admit when she can be wrong on something. She's gone on live for 4 minutes-ish, crying about the fact that she wants to go home and has to go home early, which is convenient because she did follow up, eventually, with another stream. This stream was meant to be her going home. Well, that didn't work out so well, did it now?
YouTube is so glitchy. I'm trying to go into my studio to fix my, my thing.
Since Chantal doesn't know how to fix anything or make anything, she doesn't know how to do live streams properly, she's been doing this coasting on for years, and in Syria does the on-off camera crap, audio quality all over the place, yet apparently in 1080p, I'm inclined to believe that she's talking out of her ass, and is just trying to find a way to make it so that her latency isn't as bad by lowering it. Since she streams in 1080p, the smarter move when she's not on camera would be to lower it down to 480, hell 720 at most. Data usage goes with that, you know. Now why don't you get to the part where you tell us about your quaint attempt to fly home early, which could well be a lie, and could also be, if true, a massive waste of what little funding you had to either try and stay in Syria for longer, to drum up more interest and more financial assistance from your pay pigs, or it could well just be imaginary, which I guess is the first one, really, isn't it?
Hi, everyone.
Silence!
Yeah, I put my, I'm in Syria.
Not according to your channel page. You know, the about part where you still have yourself listed as Canada, because if you had it listed as Syria where you really are, you'd be demonetized. Which, by the way, is, and I've said it before, a violation of terms of service, which does in fact mean you should be demonetized. And then before someone says, oh my god, Megan's trying to get someone demonetized. No, I'm stating what the rules state and what she's really doing. Meaning, if the rules were implemented, she would be butt-fecked in a way that couldn't get her possibly ever saved in her life. She would be living in Camp Sunshine with Shamima Begum.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, so I put my, Hi Teardrop, hi everyone I missed. I put my thumbnail as, so the pictures in my thumbnail if you want to have a look. Basically, there's a banana and juice in a box. And then there's the proof that I changed my flight, because I know people already.
I'll be honest with you, no one cares. Either you're in Canada or you're in Syria, or Lebanon. It doesn't matter to any of us. What matters is what you think your reality is and how you present it to us. Any sane person wouldn't be in the situation you're in. Any sane person would not choose to go to the position you're in, or be in the position you're in. But then there are people in this planet, on this planet, who are trying to sail boats to areas nearby to deliver what they deem to be supplies, and are then being held for repeatedly doing the same thing. Insanity, by the way. And you've been back to Syria once, after going to Nomadland, remember? Where you scammed your audience? Yeah, that was cute.
I shouldn't be appealing to the negative, and I'm stuffy because I sneezed like 50 times just now. Anyway, because I kissed my cat. Yeah, you guys can tell where I am. Oh, this is why I want to change. I want to... Hold on a minute. I gotta try to put members only.
The reason she made the change to members only, or was trying to make it members only, is because she knew her haters. But also anyone else that would be considered a detractor appeared in her chat and gave her what for. There weren't many, but because Chantal obsesses over negativity, because she thrives with it. If thriving can include being over 450 pounds. She thrives regardless. She needs it to be relevant.
It's so weird. Yeah. I'm in Syria. Okay, can you hear me now? It won't let me change. I don't want to talk. I don't want just anyone in my chat. I don't want negative, annoying people.
Can you ban yourself from your own chat then? Because you're the entire reason your community exists the way it is. And I don't mean the people on the dole who support you monetarily. No, I mean the negative commentary communities that exist because of you, who were once your own supporters that you then banned, or because they saw what you really were, made their own content against you. You have always been a negative person. Always. You've never been positive unless it involved eating, and boy do you light up when you see the food you like. You may want to hide it, you may want to limit your exposure to it, but the reality is it will always exist for as long as you are who you are. Because you've never changed, it is never likely to be any different for you. You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, Lyra, I have a right to do members only. Okay, so,
Do you even have that many members left? No offense intended, but you don't have the most active membership community anymore. You used to have a lot, yes. Now, I doubt you have more than 100, and I'm including the 10 you gave away for free.
I fainted, yeah. Well, I mean, I think, like, basically what happened was... So I barely had, like, any sleep today. Like, basically I changed my... No, I don't want an echo chamber. I just don't want lies and bullshit.
Well, then your community's screwed because you, the arbiter of truth, are typically known as a liar and a bullshitter. You're welcome. We all know that you claim you fainted at the airport, and that's why you're still in Syria even though you were meant to be going home. Because you're an idiot. You can make all the excuses you like, that you didn't eat enough, you didn't sleep enough, but no one believes you, someone who's lower to the ground than somebody who is barely learning to walk, a toddler. You're quite short. You, somebody that would cause an avalanche with a simple 2 Richter scale drop, fell in an airport. No one believes that because we know you're usually driven about, and then picked up by a bunch of Syrian larpers for the coffin dance.
And people being negative for nothing. I'm trying to tell what happened to me, so what's the drama?
There is no drama beyond the lies you spew. The only thing of interest is that you are still in Syria. You are still, at this point, while a professional live streamer, property of another person and therefore not a human being. I have always said I will never go to a country where equality is not enshrined in law in some way. Not because I'm a feminist, because I sure as hell am not, but because I believe that everyone matters. When it comes to the political landscape, we all know that for real equality to exist, no lives matter. Where you are, it's just the women that don't matter.
I'm trying to, like, hold on a second. Like, I can't alter this live. It's so annoying. Shut up. Goodbye. Exactly. I just want to talk without people attacking me for no effing reason, so...
Well, the easiest way for you to spill your truth, to speak your mind and be Chantal, the bestest version you could ever be, would be to remove your live chat entirely. I firmly believe, I don't care what you think, I don't care what you espouse, you should be allowed to say it. Now, YouTube terms of service do limit certain words, for example, so I have to abide those rules. It's why I now stream also on Rumble. Linked my Rumble in the comment, pinned one that is, down below. Yes. You do want an echo chamber. You want your ego fluff. You want the money to roll in. You want to be celebrated. You want placards held up high, calling you some kind of goddess or something. At this stage, though, I don't think goddess is the right word or anything implying some kind of femininity, nor masculinity. You are decidedly androgynous. Although, unlike the slug that you're usually compared to, slugs can't handle salt, and boy do you love it.
If you're here to do that, you can be blocked. Okay, so I'm not in the mood. I'm like really, really not well today, so... Okay, so... And no 12-year-olds. Restart to members only? I wonder if I can do that. Okay, I'm gonna restart and try, okay? Be right back.
Now, minus me removing a boatload of her just dead air, which is why I speed her up for those who don't know when I live stream covering this bish. Removing the dead air didn't help. She wants an echo chamber, she doesn't like detractors, yet she needs them to exist. She does go on to restart the stream, yes, and do more, and basically explain that it's because of the food and the beatus, guys. The food and the beatus.
Soon. I'm leaving soon.
Many have been speculating that Chantal is delaying her departure and will more than likely get ill just before again. Considering the amount of money she has wasted on this so far, I'm impressed she's able to drag it out like she has. And I'm curious who she has roped in to this new abode of hers, so that they can be screwed over as well, inevitably, when Chantal decides to go and do whatever she wants, no matter how much it harms other people. Pete's included, by the way.
You got your flight moved up? No, but it's still soon enough. Hey, Lil. Thank you, Christy. I'm so excited. Yes, Mike.
I'm often baffled at those that choose to support Chantal, considering she chose to put herself in a position where her life was threatened, repeatedly. How people can continue to turn up day in and day out to watch her put on these shows, not really much of one, to simply discuss what she wants to discuss and be sucked off the way she's sucked off. And I mentioned this after last night's absolutely abysmal stream where we went through one of hers where all she was doing was being sucked off. You put yourself in Syria. I think it would have been funny to watch you run out.
Caribou, I'm just excited for my move!
You have no right to be excited. You dug yourself into a hole and have somehow managed to get yourself somewhere else. I could believe you somehow scammed another credit card or loan from family just to afford this, because Even after all the ads you inserted through your live streams and the donations you did receive, you didn't receive all that much. You didn't have to get your mother to remortgage a property to prop you up, did you?
New era? Strawberries, oh my god. Yeah, sure. It is so Islamophobic. Get out of here, you friggin'. I might go live from my hotel room and just show, like, about a white wall, I guess, if there is one.
Yay! More content of her departure from this region of the world that she decided to go to. 3 years ago when she went to Kuwait, we were all confused. Later we then discover it's because Salah couldn't come to Canada because Syrian. Then when she screws it all up, him playing his part, and they both have to leave, although her leaving was very much a case of in it for herself, everyone else can get out of her way while she flees, she then goes to him without any permission to do so, giving up her rights as a woman, giving up her human rights, faking her faith, and using it as a weapon when it suits her, showing her bigotry, showing her lack of intelligence and understanding, low comprehension, whilst also bemoaning the fact she's in a region of the world that doesn't have air conditioning. You're a super morbidly obese Canadian in the Middle East. What did you think was going to happen? You being excited about leaving seems out of place considering you chose this. Personally, with what's been going on in Syria, I hope you're stuck there a bit longer, because no one deserves it more.
And order in some nashies. Why I'm moving? Oh, there's so many reasons, Clara.
The only one that matters, the show wasn't renewed for season 4. The Syrian escapades. The real reasons, she needs all the first world comforts and won't admit defeat on that. She's far too prideful to do that. She and Salah were never married. She gave up her rights as a human being, and has realised that now. She doesn't care about anything in the environment she's in, but the most important thing, food and air conditioning. Not family that she ditched, or friend that she ditched. No, food.
Wait, the Nashville is buy one, get one free? Oh my, Burger King is getting ready for me. Don't you have to be Muslim to experience Islamophobia? Huh? No.
I think there needs to be a definition of what is or is not Islamophobia. Sadly, the UK government decided to nix that little escapade, adventure, whatever you want to call it, because it turns out quantifying something means it's easier to deal with. And in this case, no. But since we're here, you're not Muslim, don't try us. One of the biggest flaws you had in the Middle East is that you admit you're what you consider liberal in a very ultra-conservative region. Really what it is religious oppression, and you can't be controlled, even though, ironically, you have been the entire time you're there. Minus the part where you crapped yourself, wore a made-up diaper and peed yourself, threw up in a kitchen sink and ladled it out. You're still under the control of a man. Why? Because you're an idiot. And a real try-hard.
I ordered my stuff from Amazon that I need for my place. I ordered this, like, this cart. Hey, Michaela. You know, like a shopping cart? Well, this is like a wagon. It can hold up to, like, 200 pounds to carry stuff in, Instead of, like, no, I don't ever talk to Burley. I gotta get a Switch. I'm gonna borrow pizzas. He never uses it. I usually do when I go to Canada, borrow his Switch.
I think the word you're looking for is steal. You're far too poor to buy your own one. Which is tragic, considering the Switch 2 is out now, and there are plenty of places you can get one second-hand very cheap. Considering your hand size, though, you would need the largest. Which is a bit tragic, really, isn't it?
If you never had a Nashi, you should get one. They're so good. If you like that kind of thing. They're not healthy, so just a warning.
I've been told reliably from patrons of mine that frequent my Dainty Queen streams that while they're not inherently bad, they still taste chemically and a bit shite, which is what you expect from fast food. I expect it also from fast food in North America, no offence to the Canadians, but your food standards are still not as high as ours. It's why our food is beige. We got all the good stuff out of it first.
Do I have any shisha left?
This comment on its own is quite an important one because throughout most of her streams, she is Chantel smoking like a fish. You hear the bubbles constantly. She doesn't inhale anything. She just puts it in her mouth, swirls it about because she has an oral fixation, an addiction to constantly having something going on in that gob. It's why when she does a stream, she can't stop talking long enough to think about what she's saying. It is an addictive quality personality thing, Majiggy Duda what's it, right? The shisha thing, and I feel bad for that particular hookah. I feel bad for it because she's gone through a lot. But much like many things in life, she'll suck the life out of it, won't know what to do with what she's got in her mouth. So naturally, because it's not food, she spits it out.
you know, instead of, I'm going to be on my own, so instead of carrying all the groceries, I can just put them in the wagon. I ordered a okay, the best hand cream you could ever get. I think I will have an extra, it's not, yeah. No, I think I'll have to request an extra key.
How long, so tell me in the comments, till she gets a cat? Because I fully expect that to happen. How long until she gets herself a roommate? How long until she decides to leave because she missed Salah so much? These are important questions. Some have speculated that she's going back to Canada to raise the money from there to bring him to Canada, which I don't think will happen, personally. But I do think she's going to find a way to get Pete to live with her, rather than where Pete is currently living. People who I do believe don't like her in the slightest, which she's not okay with because that's her only friend. Her streams once she's back on camera full time are going to suck anyway. Why? Because she has nothing to offer. And because she knows she can still get views phoning it in being off camera. And because there's a chance she won't take that hijab off and simply accept who she really is, which is the person I've been putting on thumbnails for the past few weeks. This image right here.
But the hemp cream is the best body cream ever, and my skin is so dry. So I got like a sugar Christmas cookie scented hemp cream. What else did I order? I ordered a portable bidet, wet wipes.
Or maybe that's how Amber does it, because there's no way she reaches either. May I just say, on behalf of the portable bidet, we salute your sacrifice. No, I will not be setting up a bidet sanctuary, although it would be hilarious to try. I have a ladle, I have washcloths, I have a horrid keyboard that lights up in weird colours. I don't know what else I can endure to save within my sanctuary, but if there are suggestions, it can go on the list. I assume, by the way, with the wet wipes, you're also getting a stick. Perhaps one that's treated, not untreated, to, limit the chance of splinters. Which would also mean that you might want to consider that instead, because there's always a chance you might enjoy the one that is treated. I hope this, by the way, is done well as far as the Omegon diet goes. I hope you're not eating now, because if it's chocolate, I want it.
Oh. And guess what Farm Boy has? Somebody close to me sent me a picture in Farm Boy. They have dill, pickle, cheese curds, YouTube lover.
I'll be honest, unless they are blessed by the pickle priest himself, I couldn't give so much as one rat's ass about it. Why? Because the pickle priest is love. The pickle priest is life.
Can you imagine dill, pickle, flavored cheese curds? So we need to Farm Boy bees at some point. My alarm just went off. Insulin bees. I got like a 7-piece, hey Jennifer, 7-piece bed in a bag. It was like $55, but it's really nice and it comes with like, 7 pieces of like the comforter, the sheet, the fitted sheet. No, it's not a boneless bed. I ordered a bed too, but it's coming, I think, on November 2nd.
This reminds me a lot of your first time properly, quote, moving back to Canada, where you did streams bragging about all these things you've got and how you're going to make things look. And then you rage quit back to Syria, or to Syria in the first place, sorry, because it didn't have air conditioning. You are so entitled, you are so selfish, self-centered. No one cares that you bought bedding, no one cares that you've got a bed coming. As long as you're not scamming your audience again, I couldn't care less in the slightest. I think you need to start considering how you're going to go forward as a creator, because your life is the creation, which means you need to consider changing your life, and bariatric surgery is something you're considering. Don't do it, by the way. You're too stupid for it.
So I ordered like a floor mattress in the interim. It's just a twin floor mattress, but it'll do. Yeah, I hope it's supposed to be delivered any day. No bed frame yet. And then I'm gonna get, I ordered a lamp with like ambient, like soft lighting, because I need that for my anxiety. I can't use the big lights, I hate them.
So how soon upon arriving will she either not want to live there because she's on her own and needs to be with someone? Will she do streams showing us her apartment but not showing us her apartment because within the first week she will have been doxxed already? How soon will she start doing a fundraiser to get a new scooter? Because she said she wanted to get one and start doing some scooty scoots, which means she'll also be doxxed very quickly. And how soon after will she collaborate with some of her more well-known haters who also happen to live in Canada? And I say collab because I could see it. She needs the attention, and it's the best way to drive up interest. Engage with the enemy, as it were.
I think maybe like my next paycheck I'll get like a couch, TV stand, and a TV. But this one I have to get so many other things. Some privacy. Hey, Simply Ravishing. Yeah, like this is my own place.
Most of us had already worked out you couldn't possibly afford to fully furnish the apartment because that was what the $10,000 goal was. We knew you weren't going to be able to make that. It's far too high, unreasonable, and also to rely on your audience, only 4 of whom were donating on a regular basis to you, was unsustainable for what you were attempting to do. So I could believe with you promoting more heavily on the community post, which you have been doing recently, cameos, and possibly with some other additional funding coming from direct donations, it's always possible you'll get something before. But based on how you treated places in the past, I don't think any of this really matters. Either way, you'll destroy it. Either way, you will find a way to go back to being something you really shouldn't be, or your channel will continue to deteriorate to the point you have to make concessions, which you'll never want to do because of how prideful you are, how full of yourself you are, how narcissistic you are.
I got my own self. I know, Strawberries, we won't have that many days of horrendous internet left, hopefully. But yeah, did you hear me thanking you guys about, like, the money I raised? I was able to pay the deposit and the... But yeah, thank you guys for the help with that, with everything.
I won't deny, a small part of me is glad you're leaving Syria, but the majority of me is of the opinion that if you belong anywhere in Syria, it's Camp Al Rouge. You chose to go there. You chose this fiction of a life. You chose to endanger your life. Your audience, I have to question something in their head, their mental capacity, that they would willingly help you get there and get out. It's just tragic, really, isn't it? That is the ability you have as an uncancelable lolcow.
And what else did I order? Hair fibers, hairspray, Vagisil.
Oh, there are many comments, many jokes, many insults I want to make at the full-grown fallopian fungus you undoubtedly have. Yes, I've basically paraphrased a part from Me, Myself and Irene. Why am I not surprised you didn't have access to these in Syria of all places, where I've no doubt you'd have smelt like sourdough thrown through a vomit mill first, and a wet market. Why am I not surprised you've overshared again with the internet, who are going to undoubtedly run with this, because Hunele, we knew you stank. We didn't need Vagisil to confirm it.
I'm not going to be able to do a wish list, unfortunately, because haters will put the items in the cart and then it will show there's nothing available. So, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll just have to buy my own stuff, I guess.
While I don't want to give Chantal ideas, Throne is a good alternative. However, as good an alternative as it may be, Chantal naturally is not the type to show receipts for things she's purchased as proof that people's donations go to where they're intended. So if a goal was made, she'd just rage quit and say, I'm not going to show you anything now because you didn't donate towards it. She's a horrible individual that will never show receipts or proof beyond things turning up and going, you guys paid for part of this at least, right? Yeah, sure, that. What do they need? Another trash mountain, of course. This month ends with Chantal finally returning to Canada. Now, this ties in handily because it happened so close to the end of the month with what she does during that month. So I'm going to end this here so we can go into the final month that we intend to cover for the 2025 end-of-year review. Chantal's returning Canada arc for however long it lasts. How exciting. So we're finally entering the final month for this year's 2025, so this year, I don't know why I had to say that, end of year review for Foodie Beauty. The first thing we need to talk about is the crisis of identity. Or do we need to do that second, third, fourth? You know, it depends on how many meals she's had to have first. Now, Chantal's identity issues rise, plateau, fall, crumble, deteriorate during the entire month, as does her story. I did many a stream during this month, going through much of it. Finding the best bits through those streams is near impossible. She has removed some content. She has kept a vast amount of it though. And the stuff she kept is the stuff that intrigues me the most. The stuff that she kept up on her channel would have been by, well, any standard of where she used to be, haram. Sorry. Because she's not wearing her face spanks and hijab. She is free, not like a nipple. She is in a position, or looks like she is, where she might well start to grow up a little and heal, all of which is remarkably short-lived. On 2 separate occasions. Not even a joke. Now, I did make a video on Chantal during the month of November, but I have at this point discovered doing videos on her because of the nature of how, what many consider to be dull, she is. It doesn't do very well. I don't expect these to do that well either, to be fair. To those listening, I'm not trying to be self-deprecating or beg for views. It is merely a acknowledgement of reality. It is not going to stop me making them, because I enjoy the attention put into them anyway, or lack thereof this year. So first things first, we need to play a couple clips of her first stream back, because there's always a chance she might, by the time this goes out, delete it to go back to being the hijabi princess, using all the filters to try and make her face look like the very thing she can never have because she can't be asked to simply go to the gym. I choked my words on the last one, didn't I? That's irritating.
Shit, sorry guys. Well, I'm bald. You guessed it. Maxine, welcome to Richard Bees. Sorry, I didn't give the other person a bees. Welcome. Sorry, I'm just like really overwhelmed. I literally just showered and I'm gonna be playing with my hair a lot because I'm not used to even like I need to relax. I'm freaking out. Like freaking out. Hi everybody. This is crazy what I have just been through like the past. Woo!
Spoilers for the sake of it, it was not crazy, because all she had to do was make a number of flights. It took a while. It was also not crazy because it involved her shelving her ego to be able to then go live without the hijab on. It's not crazy because she raised a reasonable amount of money, blows most of it by the end of the month. If she's not in debt already, doesn't have a loan already, maxed out a credit card already, I would be very impressed.
Honor herself. Welcome to Richard Bees. Hi guys, I need to turn the light on. My hair looks pretty, no? Look, I have a bit of hair fibers and it's really thin on the top. Like, I have the worst. I'm telling you, it's thinner because, like, it gets really matted, like, just from wearing the hijab for a short period of time. Yeah. Hi, everybody. I fucking missed you guys. Really, Princess? Tracy? Tiny Shamrocks, everybody. Hello? Scrape? A bit. It is unbald, I know. I wasn't even going to put hair fibers in because I hate them.
Consider this part foreshadowing because as the month progresses, a decision is made and, well, it turns out she doesn't know how to use hair fibers at all. When we were doing streams on her during the month of November, I discovered that the best way to use it was to use an applicator and a spray, an adhesion spray. It goes on like a mist according to a number of YouTube shorts, and this binds the fibers to the hairs already there. She uses it to basically draw on her scalp, which is why she looks like she has a hairline. Really, she's using a rather copious amount of hair fibers because the bald patches are quite a lot. And also during the month, you see that in action when she does the one thing you shouldn't do if you're using hair fibers, and that's tied her hair up really tight. Now, to get through these hard, trying times, Chantel likes to partake in a smoky smoke thingamajiggy-doodah whatchamacallit. Yes. But as with everything she takes, and she goes through a lot of gummies, she can't handle it. Now, I'm going to say we're not going to go through any of the streams where she takes all these gummies, because she just gets incredibly high, sits there, very red-faced, very red-eyed, looking like she's going to fall asleep the whole time. Usually when I cover her content, I speed her up 1.5 times. Even then, she still sounds like she's in slow motion, and there's a reason for it, because she would rather be mentally compromised by these enjoyable euphorics, I'm sure. She takes so many of them, it completely compromises what she is.
Thank you, Beezus. Well, I need some hairspray and some more hair fibers, but because without the hair fibers, I'll show you guys one day. I know, right, Isap? Thank you, Beezus. We missed your face. I missed you guys. I need my glasses. So I'm just going to have a bit of my inhaler.
I'm not entirely sure if it's embarrassing or not that she can't handle a hit on what she's dubbed her inhaler. Based on how she took it, I'm not inclined to believe that's an inhaler, but I could be wrong. We also know that she uses it a lot, goes off camera for the majority of the streams that she is now on, to then take a hit on it. And every single time, without fail, she ends up having a coughing fit, because she takes far too much and has the tolerance of an OF girl being told to do an honest day's work. As the streams progress, we see more and more of Chantel giving up what she claims meant a lot to her. She does talk about during this very stream how they are divorced now, but Salah has yet to submit the paperwork. No one believes they were ever married to begin with, so that sounds like a load of bollocks. Second, Chantel starts eating pork. Bacon is the first thing she gets. She does during this stream eat nashies, couldn't care less about it. Although she is chewing for a change in her content, which is interesting. Nothing is listed as a mukbang anymore, and we'll get to reasons why in a moment. During the month, she also starts eating pogos, which I have been reliably informed is a form of dog. Yeah, I fumbled my word. Am I malfunctioning? Do I need a firmware update? Pogo is a form of corn dog. or is a corn dog, or low quality corn dog. Don't really care what, to be honest. She went through 5 from a pack of 10, spent $450 buying groceries, and spends the majority of the month eating takeaway, which lends credence to the belief that she is using a loan or someone to get by. The only thing she did in live format that was interesting is that she went out. She went around a version of a Walmart, and the scooter broke down.
I'm just gonna see if I can get another one. If not, why are they dying? I just got it. Hey, Chasey. Oh, it goes by how much you weigh, right? Uh-huh. I think they're all gone. I don't see any more. Is there not a McDonald's anywhere? What is this? Oh, it's food. I don't know. It's like dead. I can't bring it back. I'm gonna need a huge battery. Okay, I'll be right back.
Chantal vanishes for 4 minutes before reappearing back in the food court. Seems only appropriate, where she spends the remainder of her stream trying not to fake cry. Now, I'm sure there are some real tears involved in this, because her lies have unraveled and she really doesn't know what to do. She's also alone because of all the bridges she has burned. She spends most of this month pining for the very people she ditched in Syria. And that's after she ditched everyone in Canada, one of whom makes their journey from where they're living to Chantal via bus to spend a night at her place, where he may well move in with her in the near future if she doesn't go back to Syria before January, which I think she will.
Hello. No, I just left.
This stream was certainly one of the most depressing events in her activity list for the month. Now, over the course of the month, she released 3 videos. Not many, because she had spent most of her time double streaming. 2-hour to 3-hour streams, because her viewership starts to go down once she, for the second time, dons the hijab again. But before we go through that, I want to play the video I made during November, as it is relevant to where we now are. Hi, welcome back. We've decided to go with Foodie Beauty because I couldn't find a topic. And we're going to be streaming about her later, so we may as well catch up as much as we humanly can before tonight. I'm also streaming God of War later. You should definitely join me on Twitch. It'll be a laugh.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Can you guys see this cat? I don't know. No, you can't. Wait.
Since getting back to Canada, she has been struggling with her identity, how she looks, how she presents, because the filters can't hide what the hijab did for so long. So she is very much self-conscious, very self-aware about her hair, today wearing a bandana thingy, majiggy doodah. Yeah? The chins, well, only face spanks. This is causing her to start to worry or ponder going back to Syria, which we have covered on the stream side of things. As she adjusts and acclimates to life in Canada again, she is running the risk, because she only has a cat, of spending far too much time alone owing to a lack of mobility, all of which I feel not a shred of sympathy for.
She's purring so loudly. She just started to warm up to me. She loves this toy now. Hey, B-Mac. Well, those are dirty as hell. Isn't she gorgeous? Yeah.
Don't be surprised if, much like Amber, who doesn't wipe her own bottom, Chantal's hands are also dirty for a completely similar reason. The cat, for those who are interested, is adorable, 100%. And yes, this is taken from just saying everyone should go subscribe. Chantal's live streams and format have become remarkably, like Amber's, tedious. It's why when we covered Quirky during the week, there was one valid criticism that she can levy at the other two. She does things. Amber never does and streams very little in length, although she hasn't streamed for 3 days if memory serves anyway. Chantal streams twice a day and just sits and stares at her chat the entire time. And depending on her mood, will determine whether or not she's gearing up for a crash out or whether or not she's just confused. Really what Chantal wants is more donations, because she wants a scooter and she's $1,600 short. Although I can believe if she sat on a scooter, she'd be one of the few people to tip it sideways, and not in a fun way.
Hey, I got cheese curds when I first got here. Hi! There she is. What are you doing behind Mom? Hi! Is she cute? Yes, hello. Hello.
I know what you're all thinking, and I agree. Why is that blob photobombing the cat, defying the will of the internet by not allowing that cat to blossom in front of the camera? Jokes aside, this cat does not like Chantal. They really don't. They spend far too much time away from her, but are starting to gain in confidence. Because Chantal hasn't spent much time handling, getting close to, interacting, it has taken longer than it ordinarily would anyone else for the cat to acclimate to their new environment. They are still very, very adorable, and Chantal does not deserve a pet. Because of all that she has done over the years to all the pets she's had before, she does not deserve one.
Well, she's very cute. No, I think I'm getting better. Are you feral? Like a fox?
For this to make sense, for those who don't know, Chantal has been, quote, under the weather for the past number of streams, in fact. I'd say best part of a week. Now, the issue with this is she has compounded any possible illness by getting off her face high as a kite. Like, not even joking. Some have speculated possibly drunk as well. However, when she's drunk, she's a bit more angry. This is definitely a more mellow, leading into melancholy. Hardly the best personality traits for someone like Chantal, but right now with the views she's getting, and she needs these views are converting, because I've seen all the ads, into some decent money for her. So if she streams twice a day and averages 20,000 views, she's doing well. It would do her well to unprivate all the previous content, because she should make the money off it that the haters have been making off it instead, but also because she needs rewatchability. Her old content has plenty of it. Granted, nowhere near as much as the likes of Amber, but she has enough of it that she could make some money on. And at this time of year, the one thing you want to do, Chantal, rather than consider going back to Syria, which many of my viewers believe you will anyway, you would be smart to take advantage of December's AdSense, put it in the bank, maybe pay some bills, get it down, and put some aside because January is remarkably dry.
But I just want to spend like another day inside.
Don't be too surprised if that one day becomes more because Chantal doesn't have a car. She did have a rental for a time but couldn't maintain the cost of it. And she has to rely on other people to loan them their cars. Loan her their cars. Yes, that.
And she's warmed up, like she's just shy. She's just really shy, but when she warms up to you, she's so cute. You've been praying for me? Thank you. I don't know why I'm wearing this, but I haven't really been caring about how I've been looking, so...
As stated at the start of the video, the reason Chantal wears those hairbands or wears anything she can to hide her real hair is because of how self-conscious she is about the fact that her hair is bald in some areas or balding in other areas. It's an unusual condition that is entirely her fault to begin with. My view is if she bothered to learn how to use the hair fibers, which we've also discussed on live, she could actually do it properly, so it would look better with a slightly receded hairline. But she's not bothered to learn how to use hair fibers, so her hair doesn't look anywhere near as good as it should. She dabs it on to create patches. Also, she doesn't wash the original amount of, fibers out. The splotchiness is her fault. According to a number of YouTube videos I saw, the best way is to treat it like a roller and then brush your hair accordingly. Somebody should tell her that, somebody she'll listen to. So, if Chantal can tell herself that, because that's the only person she'll listen to, that'll be great.
The headband looks cute. Thanks. Not as cute as you. Oh my gosh. She's like the same color as the couch. She's so cute. She's too cute. I don't even know what to call her. Yeah, I think we're best friends. I mean, she won't do anything bad if I hold her, but she doesn't like it, I don't think. She's just getting used to me.
Because of your recent history with Julia, who we hope is doing well, but is unlikely to be doing well because seriously. I would be inclined to believe that it's possible the cat could like you, but if anything like Julia, they will not. And if you do end up moving in with Pete, chances are the cat will gravitate towards him. Why? Because Pete is an idiot, and Cat's no stupid.
It's just too cute, I can't. You're too beautiful. Yes. Rome was not built in a day. No, indeed. Colored maple. Her eyes are really close together. Hi, baby.
At this point, the cat has still not got a name. Now, I personally think we should name her after things Chantal really likes. No, not Nashies. No, something that actually works in the context of the cat. Snow. I think it's a banging name, quite frankly. Yeah, and we know based on recent interactions with you, the cat can take a bump. Yes, I know Meg just made that joke. It works both ways though. It's good. Now, of course, jokes aside, public service announcement, I do not condone anyone that physically harms intentionally or accidentally a cat. Don't try me.
I'm glad she's sleeping comfortably on the couch, you know, because she was in a paper bag, like a Walmart bag, and I didn't know. And I was in the kitchen cleaning up, and I kicked the bag. Like I tapped it with my foot to see if there was anything in it, and there, like, it was her. So she ran out and she was like, she like hissed at me.
This is how I can tell you don't really know much about cats. They love paper bags. They love cardboard boxes. If you want to make them a castle, a fortress of their own, just make another trash mountain out of Amazon boxes. Your cat will find their home somewhere within that. I'm not surprised the cat also hissed at you, by the way. You did, after all, disturb them. You ran the risk of summoning Bagagwa, and you need to understand, no one should summon Bagagwa.
Keep going. Keep going. He's there. Merv, who have you summoned?
And I was like, I'm so sorry, baby girl. But and then I came to sit down to do my live, and meow. And it was her, she was like sleeping lunched into the couch. And then now she's just like, been starting, you know, exploring like the idea of being in the same room. Well, yeah, I kicked her, but she was like pissed.
Many within the online community that have heard of you accidentally kicking your cat have rightly criticised you for it, because it does come across as flippant, but also leans into you being an animal ABUSCR. Personally, I don't think you should have a cat anyway. I understand wanting companionship, but you're going to have to start your life from the ground up. Think of it like going on World of Warcraft, or any game where you have to start at level 1, rather than skipping it to the end. You've got to go back to level 1. Simple as that. The cat is nothing more than an accessory to fill in the background space. The only saving grace you have on your side is that, unlike Hassan, you haven't put a shock collar on your cat yet. And mercifully, Hassan's far too busy in China, playing with memes of Mao on his phone in Tiananmen Square.
She was pissed and she hissed. I just tapped her, I didn't kick her hard. I didn't think she would hide there, right in the middle of the walkway. Cat kicker is trending, shut up. I tapped the bag with my foot. Fupa? I don't know what to name her.
If you're going to give your cat a name like Fupa, you should go with balding, molding, angry, cope, crunk, Cuba, and all the foods you like as well. Now, that video served as a purpose of raising the attention to the cat she got. A beautiful cat that she, at time of recording, on the 30th of November 2025, still has not definitively named. She had initially named the cat Blanche, as in white, but decided that didn't work. She couldn't settle on a name. She even tried Howie on a more recent stream nearer the end of November. It didn't work for her. Many speculated in my audience, and myself included, the reason why was because she intends to give the cat back or away when she leaves, because she spends far too much time over the month pining for Julia, Sasa, Salah, and Salah's family. However, to go back there would mean to ditch all the rights she has in her country of Canada in favour of being somebody else's property. The reason she really wants to go back to Syria, but not really at the same time, is because she desperately wants the one thing she can't have. Because she knows she can't have it, she wants it, and she won't stop wanting it. She is a chronically online, chronically in a relationship type person. She has to have people around her, but around her distant or on her terms, which is why the relationship with her family is so bad. She brags and complains at the same time. Brags about how amazing his family is, but complains that she never has anything like that in Canada, yet everything she has in Canada is by her own choice and design. This is why it is believed Pete's will move in with her at some point. However, it is unlikely because for Pete's to move in with her, she'd need a second bedroom. She doesn't have that. She has a rather large closet with no window, which, according to a number of my delightful viewers, would be illegal. It wouldn't stop them, though, if the opportunity arose, and she is on a 12-month lease. So she is either stuck there for 12 months, or she will leave, rage quit, and make things worse for herself to be where she does not belong. All because she spends most of this year destroying because she took for granted all the good she really had when she was in Kuwait. A staple part of Chantel's YouTube channel are the mukbangs, the mukbangs, where she sits and eats, and the title is there to tell you that's what the intention is. Because of Amberlynn Reid being demonetized on YouTube, this ends. During November anyway. She does eat, but she approaches it in a more calm and measured way by eating some meatloaf, where she in this video discusses Amberlynn Reid's demonetization by saying the following.
Mashed potatoes. I have so much broccoli. And meatloaf.
Okay, she hasn't spoken about the demonetization yet. I just want to highlight the fact that that is her meal, and her chewing is markedly slower. Oh, and there's cheese on the meatloaf, which triggered the crap out of my audience. Having never had meatloaf before, I was intrigued to learn about it from you lovely people. If she put that between two pieces of bread, though, she could have gotten away with calling that a budget burger.
I thought today I would talk about the hijab. Because people are confused. I get it. So am I sometimes. There are a lot of Muslims who do not wear hijab, okay? There are Muslims who believe it was ordained by Allah to wear the hijab, and there's some who believe that it's not mandatory. It's more of a cultural thing. Your beliefs are personal.
Okay, so I made a minor error. The demonetization video was a separate video entirely. The meatloaf one served as an excuse to discuss the hijab going back on her head. Firstly, the hijab, like the burqa, is a symbol of oppression. Definitively so. To wear it, being ordained by Allah, means you're agreeing with women being considered inferior. You are not inferior unless you choose to be, or unless you are forced to be. And you in Canada are not. Nor should you ever be. You only wear the hijab not because you're Muslim. You wear the hijab because you are afraid of people judging you, because you are insecure, because you've never been comfortable in the body you have, or by design and choice of your own, making that is. You are only wearing it because you cannot handle the fact that the consequences wrought upon your head because you didn't listen to doctors is yours to bear alone. Because you don't want to wear wigs even though you have them, or wear them properly, because you are unwilling to simply accept your limitations. By having the hijab on, you're able to then use filters to make your face look like how you want it to look. But what it really looks like, we've seen. And what it really looks like is somebody in their middle age, slightly older really body-wise because of the damage done, trying to claw back the years for, let's say, rejuvenation, to appear younger, so you can speak as if you are a bit more youthful. You are the sum of your actions and nothing more. Your actions are predominantly inaction. I should probably play a clip so you actually have the context of the demonetization from the pizza not mukbang but is a mukbang. The most depressing cheese pizza I've ever seen in my life.
Apparently YouTube is now going like gung-ho, demonetizing videos they think support self-harm. I don't know if they're demonetizing all of those like Korean mukbangers who eat like a whole table full of food, but they've demonetized Amberlynn Reid. And I thought I would give my 2 cents on that. Their chicken strips are pretty good. If they demonetize Amberlynn, I sincerely hope they demonetize all of her lychee obsessed reaction channels.
They have age restricted a number of people's content of late, that is true. They have gone after a few reaction channels, in fact, YouTube that is. And during the month of December I'll be making a number of shorts on people who have been hit, because YouTube have been going very gung-ho on this. I'm going to save my perspective for what happens or what has happened to Amber for those relevant videos you've already seen. For this, we need to highlight the fact that Chantal has not been demonetized, although her haters now know there is a chance they could get it done. Chantal believes that if she ever was demonetized, she'd just go to the couples channel. She live streamed there to keep it in the monetization program just to be sure of it. Thing is, by doing that, you'd break terms of service and get a community guideline strike. She has managed to avoid consequences before, but I don't think she'd manage it this time. One of the things that happened during this month also that I want to talk about briefly was people were alerted to, owing to a number of interesting sources on the Twitters, whether you believe or not is entirely your business, that the cat taken from Chantal, BBJ, had passed away not long after the cat was taken from her. This information was only apparently made public very recently, and it raised a number of eyebrows, led to an exodus of over 1,000 subscribers from FFG's channel. Chantal did talk about it, but not as much as you would have expected, and there's a reason for that. She was a terrible pet owner, but Chantal also can't clap back to save her life. The opportunity was there though to do it. I don't know if that's a sign of maturity, or whether it's because she knew she didn't have a chance in hell of being able to seem the winner, considering how she was so willing to put the cat to sleep rather than find the cat a new home in her older age. And all that, by the way, because she wanted to leave the country anyway, for her romance scam artist husband. She can claim and did claim that she loved BBJ throughout BBJ's life, but the willingness to ditch on a whim should tell you everything you need to know about what Chantal is really like, as if you didn't already know when she ditched Pete's, ditched her family, started a new life somewhere else, kept border hopping. Don't forget this year, anniversary of Scatgate. We should be celebrating that. I think actually when this video goes out it will be Scatgate's anniversary. What a glorious time it is. Don't forget for the anniversary in question, it's 3, is it not now? Is it 3 or 2? I think it's 3, which conveniently happens to be leather as the traditional anniversary gift. Seems appropriate, because I'm sure Salar's used to being pegged by dominatrix. Now we have reached, as far as I'm concerned, the end of year review for 2025 for Chantal, and I'd like to say a few last things before we go. Firstly, this year has been an awakening for her. Being on the receiving end of the consequences allowed us to see the real her. The real her was afraid, terrified, and willing to give everything up with a click of a finger. That's her, the real her. Petrified of everything and everyone. When she finally left all of it behind, she couldn't let go because she knew all that anyone online would do is talk about her chin and her hair. Really, no one should care. But the people she cares about the opinions of most are those that hate her the most, not the wider public. Because of her own choices, her channel was dying in Syria, which is why she left in the first place. She did at least 2 scams this year, 2. And for that, she lives on her own in a 1-bedroom flat, with nothing else to show for it. She is very much dependent on what she makes in the online space, and if she lost it, she would be screwed. If Amber's hawking her wares on Facebook, I can promise you Chantal will be hawking her wares at the local job agency, because she'd have nothing else to offer, unless she could claim disability, which I doubt. And the only reason I think that is because if it's anything like the healthcare system, she wouldn't be entitled to it in the first place, which is another reason why she's having to play it safe. Her health right now is not great, but she doesn't have access to the system she needs to milk the living heck out of to get by. This year has been a stark awakening for her, and she has chosen to be self-conscious and vulnerable and weak, rather than simply do what is best for her. Because why bother doing what's best for her when she can continue to phone it in with the laziest content you could imagine? Her live streams aren't just dull, she sits and stares at her chat and lives off that. There is no thought, no energy, no commitment. It is why she is doomed to fail and why her channel will continue to suffer. Thank you very much to all you delicious people who have stuck around and tolerated these videos. They will be back next year and I will put more effort in, I promise. Thank you to Leona, aka Wildling Darlings, again for helping me. She should definitely link her channel in the premiere chat right now as an opportunity to have all you delicious people go and, well, show some support for a narration channel. ASMR. Now, there are no more end of year reviews planned, but there are Where Are They Nows. Not as many. It's been a tough year, mostly for my mental health, but that's alright. We will do the best we can in December and hope for the best. Hope to see you on the live streams or in the videos, of course, and do enjoy the rest of your Moistmas. Except you, Chantal. You don't deserve to be happy. Not after what you've done this year.